Hi guys! How is everybody? Happy Monday. It is going to be day 162 of the YSL trial. We still have Marissa Viverito on the stand. It's still going to be direct examination. And I don't know, if we go by Hilton's best guesstimate, it seems like maybe passing the witness around lunchtime today. Um, Over the weekend, Doug Weinstein said that he was not planning to put up a case in chief, which means when the state rests, I'm sure both attorneys are going to move for a directed verdict, which means, hey, judge, the other party, the prosecution, who bears the burden, now that they've rested their case, we're going to make the argument that they haven't presented enough evidence, sufficient evidence, to meet the elements of what my client is charged with. And we're asking you to issue a directed verdict that could be an acquittal on any or all of the counts we're asking for. If that motion is denied, which it's not very typically that is granted, but maybe for some of these smaller charges, maybe Whitaker will, I don't know, I'm interested to see. It seems like Max Shart will put up a defense. The state will have a chance to do some rebuttal based on the scope of either defendant's case in chief, and then we'll move into jury instructions, deliberations. So clock is ticking. Final 2 hours. Yeah. Lori, yep. Hilton said 2 hours. We are holding her to that. We'll see. We will see. And it was also the weekend, so let's see if we have any issues this morning. Who knows? I do want to give a big thank you. So I see here, STS is out here sniping with a membership. I also saw, and I cannot pull them up, I'm sorry, but Cutthroat Radio became a member, so thank you so much. And then FFS gifted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So big thank you to FFS for just like cannon bombing sprinkles here of gifted memberships. And also it sent a message, which, sorry, StreamYard doesn't catch, I don't know when they time it, but there's like a certain point in time where if it's too early before the stream starts, it just doesn't pull through. But on the YouTube backend, I can see he said, who's coming to the Fulton County Bounce House Party? Honey baked ham gift cards and bologna sandwiches for all. RSVP at the Rice Street facility. Guys, one of the craziest things, and I think it comes down to the writer of the DOJ report about the civil rights violations at the Fulton County Rice Street Jail. I think the writer, a couple moments through and through, there's a certain way that you've got to write things. But I think the writer or writers found a way to really paint the picture of some of the horrible stuff going on with Rice Street Jail and the mismanagement of funds. And one of them was funding that is explicitly meant to be used for incarcerated individuals was going to honey baked ham gift cards for staff, for Fulton County staff members of the Rice Street Jail. Bounce house rental for an event that they were doing. And guess what the one thing that was listed that they used the money for that could be used for incarcerated persons? The one thing. Tasers. So we had a whole, it was not a great time looking at that DOJ report, but it was incredible in a bad way stuff in there. Just like crazy, crazy stuff. And keep that in mind that half the strength of the state's case is built on these plea deals of people that come December of 2022. Hey, do you want to go home? You tired of sitting in Rice Street? You want to sign this plea deal after we denied you bond for being too dangerous? So, very important report there. Hope everyone gets a chance to at least get a summary view of it. Just crazy to think about. And big thank you again to FFS there. Even though StreamYard didn't pick you up, I did, so thank you. Mike DeMob says, good morning, Cat and Chat, B Slatty. Heck yeah. Especially in these final hours, right? Let me get this full screen before I forget. Yeah, not safe. It's not safe for humans. And that's the thing, even when they were talking about the bugs, they used the language of bodies having an infestation because of the different vermin and parasites. And plural, like different species of vermin. Like, just a all around, like, not good. And Sheriff Labatt, his solution, we're going to up our communication and we're going to work with BGA to get more funding. Like, what did you do with the last funding? What did you do with the last funding? All right, we've got a little motion over here. Co-counsel Yak all dressed up with the bow tie. Big thank you here to SS3 Pisces, gifting 5 gifted memberships. Super nice of you. And I'm Aries, gang, but almost a Pisces after that zodiac change. They said the date shifted a little almost. I don't know, the feed is like, will this fix it? The feed is a little funky looking.
We are going to go ahead and continue with the testimony of Detective Viverito.
Thank you, Good morning.
Good morning.
When we left off on Friday, we began playing some of the calls from the wiretap interception. I want to ask you before we continue playing, are you able to tell the jury how many wiretap calls were monitored over the course of the month that you were all monitoring, that law enforcement was monitoring the wire calls?
It was in the thousands. I don't have an exact number, but I want to say probably we're doing 8 and 10, if I can remember correctly. 1,000?
8 and 10,000?
I believe so.
And as a gang investigator, is this the only wiretap investigation that you have conducted?
It is not.
And are the wiretaps one of the tools that you use in order to conduct your investigations?
They are.
Now, I want to pick up and publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV, call number 512, which is on March 16th, 2022 at 6:49 p.m. And you're on permission for the state to sit during the playing of the call.
You may.
Bruh. D. Yeah. Man, I thought you were gonna look at the weed, man. Man, you told me you have it. I got it now, bro. I got it. You do? And I got a few different flavors. You say you got a few different flavors, flavors. Oh, okay. The same though? Yeah. Okay. When I got now, it was just too much going on yesterday. Man, that shit was crazy here, man. 12 head nigga about 3-4 hours, man. For real? What? Holding you? Yeah, now you know they shut up Big Nick spot. I was in there. We think. Oh, they shut up Big Nick spot, bro. Man, yeah, man. So we got down. We think them niggas gonna come back. You think they gonna come back through? 12 pulled up. God, for D, but them folks shut up Big Nick spot, bro. Man, yeah, I'm over coming through the window. You know, all this in the living room, it's crazy, why nobody get hit.
And you know what one bid working, bro. One now, one of y'all gonna get hit, bro. But that's
Yeah, for
bro.
sure. Yeah,
Bro, what the
bro.
fuck wrong with these niggas, bro?
Man, and when they little partner just died in McKinneyville, about 2 nights ago.
Boy, that's wild. I don't even think know that, boy. He gonna be.
Yeah.
You know, Quay had locked up. That's the only
For
reason
real?
you seen his ass.
Why ain't even know that?
Yeah, he locked up, bro. That's the only reason you ain't seen him, bro.
Yeah, this shit was last night. If you talk to him on the phone, don't, you know what I'm saying? Just be like, shit got shut up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah.
Damn, he gonna be that. I ain't gonna lie, but that nigga gonna be, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, but your ass need to goddamn be smooth, bro.
Man, yeah, bro. But too much going on. Like, this shit. Too much going
No,
on,
I'm
man.
saying, nigga. How the hell y'all ain't got no drop on these nigga, bro?
Man, nigga ham, bro.
That's wild, bro. That's wild, bro. I'm on the way to the spot, though, bro. Just got down, you know, whenever you pop out, bro, pull up on me, bro.
Alright.
Alright.
So just a few questions about that call. Did you hear when Mr. Garlington said they shot a Big Nick's spot?
I did.
And are you familiar with the location that they're saying is Big Nick's spot?
Yes.
And what location is that?
2830 Waters Road.
And did you hear when Damekion Garlington gave the reason why he believed that they came through and shot a Big Nick spot?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
That their boy had been killed in Mechanicsville.
And then did you hear when the caller said you don't have to drop on them?
Correct.
Have you heard that terminology before?
I have.
What is your understanding of when someone says you don't have to drop on them? What does that mean?
Like the location, having their location.
I want to now publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV.
So I'm pretty sure, and I'm trying to listen as I'm going. How come Nick just showed up when we talk about Big Nick? Hold on here. Big Nick's house is in the house. I'm pretty sure the call they just played right after Damekion Garlington says that they just shot the kid in Mechanicsville 2 days ago. You hear the other voice say, I don't know, I didn't know, something to that effect. So Hilton glossed over that part. What else is new? What else is
March
new?
16th, 2022 at 9:41 p.m. PDF page 523. And from 34 seconds to 3 minutes. Sorry. From 34 seconds to 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
What right,
Nick, fucking free.
last night?
Last night, boy. I wasn't even gonna come out. Man,
Yeah.
he was like, goddamn, pull up. We finna be on one. Goddamn.
So y'all was in there.
We in boy, about 6, 7 deep. Tounk just had them pulled off, boy.
Damn, that's a fool. I thought they already went over there and shot one other
They
side.
did, but still, man, I'm on some everyday shit.
They double back.
Oh, you talking about
Oh,
next,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, ain't nobody went next, right?
Oh, nah, I heard it a couple days ago. Somebody they said they went over there.
Oh,
That's why I ain't
yeah,
know.
nah,
What you
yeah,
said?
nah.
You said they Jen went over there last night.
Yeah, well, we there, man. I'm like, yeah, man, what the fuck? I wasn't even finna come over here, man.
Yeah, you talking about? Yeah, I ain't even know nothing about that
Yeah,
shit.
then look, we like to hear, we think, we like, all right, they gonna come back through. Man, we think they gonna come back through so we can hit that motherfucker up, man. 12 pull up, man. Hey, what?
At the house?
Yeah, I'm like, the hell. We hit them folk, like, cause we got our light. So, them folk, like, we gonna have to come in. We gonna have to come in, cause goddamn, make sure ain't nobody dead, man. Hit the back door, like, yeah, boy, I'm on parole, man. All this shit in here, man.
Hey, you talking about? So,
Hey,
like, y'all have to come in.
yeah, no, we just heard them talk to the other officer, like, yeah, we can go in, make sure ain't nobody. Man, it be them up under the house. Goddamn, man, but 4 of us in the house, they keep saying, man, you don't go out. I'm like, man, I got me fucked up, man.
You took out running?
No, I hit the back door. Them folks it was on both sides. And I was just like, I seen them on one side, 'cause I was just gonna sit in the car, in the yard.
Yeah.
But I seen them looking at the cars over there, go through the other way. They know they was over there. I felt like, hey, come here. I'm like, hey, man, I just heard some gunshot.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
you
I'm like, hey, man,
said?
I just heard a gunshot, man.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they're
So,
like, where you coming from? Like the wood. I'm dry here. It pouring down rain. No folks like, man, you ain't wet at all, man. I'm like, man, I'm telling you, man. I was in the woods. I don't know how I ain't wet. I was in the woods. But I ain't no savage.
man,
So
what?
y'all check that house out, boy.
Hell, no, I ain't got nothing to do with
They
that house.
still went in there though. They didn't check that. Well, that was good, boy. It be safe.
Oh, they ain't searched.
They'll make sure.
They just looked
Got to
around.
make sure nobody dead.
Yeah, so when nobody know when they went in?
Yeah. They found Mal, goddamn Lil Quay, and another name.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm like, yeah.
What they at the house?
Yeah, from the pop out for Colt on her. Colt on the they got a little video shoot.
Oh, they got a video shoot.
Yeah. I ain't really been outside, bro. Bro, you ain't got nobody who been trying to say you no pill.
And we're stopped at 3:52 p.m. 3:52 into the call. And listening to that call, did you hear early in the conversation where Mr. Garling said Tounk had just pulled off?
Yes,
As a part of your investigation into YSL, have you heard of an individual with the nickname Tounk?
I have.
And who is your understanding of who that person is?
That would be Antonio Sledge.
And in listening to a number of these calls from the mornings of March 15th and March 16th, was there more information provided in these calls versus what Mr. Stillwell told you the night that you went and spoke to him that morning?
Yes.
Now, remember, in the Daubert hearing, Marissa Viverito said that, she got the vibe that people were lying because they wouldn't tell her certain things. So, if you ask me, that's using somebody's decision to remain silent against them, but okay. Maybe we'll see how Hilton tiptoes around that.
Did you hear when Mr. Garn talked about, I believe, going into the basement of the home?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you observe a basement area of that home?
When I did my search warrant on the 17th, I did.
And where was that area located?
Underneath the house.
And from the search warrant, do you recall, was there an entrance to that location from the house, or did you have to go outside of the house to enter to that location?
Can't remember direct from in the house, but I know there was an outside entrance from what I saw.
Now, as you were listening to these calls, did you ever hear a call between Miss Tyesha Alexander and Damekion Garlington.
Yes,
And are you familiar with the name of Tyesha Alexander?
I am.
I want to publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV. We call on March 17, 2022 at 7:04 p.m., page 664. And we're going to play first timestamps 00 to 024, and then 158 to 215.
Hello? Yeah,
What the hell they got Shannon for?
I don't know. Trying to call when like him and Clay got on a high speed chase to the Baba house.
Yeah.
I'm like, why the hell he in a high speed chase if he in a rental? His rental legit. He got my legit gun. Like what the hell was in the car that made him say he wasn't kin?
All right, so we're gonna put a pin in the note in that because she was representing and Hilton was trying to elicit this testimony that she didn't permit him to have that firearm in his car, right? And I don't blame her for doing so because she probably doesn't want to get herself caught up on anything if it would come to that. But she was adamant, no, about that gun, having permission to have that gun, it being in the car, her knowing where it was. On that call, it sounds a little different. And remember, they did give Tyesha Alexander immunity before she took the stand.
158.
So I don't know if he where my gun at. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I know he not dumb. He ride around my gun for a reason. So if he do get pulled over, see what I'm saying? It's clean. So I know he not done with. I know I ain't worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out why the hell he locked up.
Exactly.
And listen to those calls. I believe we talked about this last week. Did you ultimately go to Arrowhead Pawn Shop and get a receipt for the FN gun that was found on March 17th, 2022 at the area of Meadowlark Lane?
I did.
And who did that gun come back to?
Miss Tyesha Alexander.
And then through your investigation, do you know, are you aware of a nickname for Miss Alexander?
She was by Polka.
Your Honor, we're getting ready to play those two calls. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear on these next two calls. It's going to be two different people talking. And for these two calls, it's only going to be Mr. Garlington's words that are evidence. You're not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. It's just the conversation won't make any sense if you just hear Mr. Garlington's, but it's only Mr. Garlington's words that are going to be evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, the state is going to publish March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m., which is page 635, and March 18th, 2022 at 6:21 p.m., which is page 820 of State's Exhibit 437 VV.
What's going on?
Where you at?
In the apartment?
You got your family?
Hell nah.
Nah, I got my shit. Just got down what's in. So no folk got down.
Where the hell you at?
I'm finna pull up. The meat on white out there.
Yeah. Nah, everybody out here though. I ain't got no fire. I been got just chilling trying to see these folks on.
You say you trying to do what?
I said I just been chilling trying to see what these folks on before I get another fire.
What? Yeah, man, fuck you. Nah, cause them folks just got down, man. After that shit, them folks, they hit the spot that they went in there, but still, just like, boy, Miss V,
Yeah,
boy.
I know they hit that bitch.
Yeah, but now I just feel like Miss V on a nigga, boy. So I'm just trying to
Yeah.
move cautious.
Well, definitely. You know that wrong.
Yeah.
And she saying y'all, she know, well, you know she on
Yeah.
y'all.
Who all you say out there?
They regular, big, zoo them.
Big out there?
Yeah.
Alright, here I come.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, before we publish the next call, in this call, what time was the search warrant executed on March 17th, 2022? Do you recall?
I want to say in the early afternoon.
Was it before 4:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And again, did you hear when Mr. Garlington talked about Miss V?
I did.
Is that your understanding? That's the name that they call you?
It is.
Now I'm going to publish March 18, 2022, 6:21 p.m. from 25 seconds to 54 seconds in the call.
I seen the new thing. They said the two they got, and they said one they got on outstanding one. They ain't say my name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I just still.
Well,
That's I just want to make sure I don't know what's going on.
yeah, you know I'm back though. I just really.
Now, in listening to that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington, talk about warrants in this case?
Yes.
All right. And is this call after Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols have been arrested?
It is.
And in that call that we just heard, did you hear Mr. Garlington say, they ain't say my name, I just wanted to make sure?
I did.
And that he had seen something on the news?
Yes.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 5:02:19 p.m. from 14 seconds to 46 seconds.
Ain't dying down, so now these fuck niggas think they,
Yeah, that's all what's going on.
everything dying down.
Yeah,
Feel
That's
like
why
you know how they go.
that's why we goddamn went out of town for a little minute, bro. Let that shit die down.
No, did these niggas they wanted me to pay for the shit, and nobody want to put in their money to pay, bro.
For real.
Everybody hesitate to put in to pay for the fucking Airbnb. I'm like, man, fuck that shit.
I'm telling you, man.
Now, in listening to that call, as a part of your investigation in this indictment, are you familiar with events surrounding the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
Are you familiar with individuals going to Miami after the shooting death of Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I am.
And in this call, did you hear Damekion Garlington say that they were getting ready to go out of town for a little while until stuff died down?
I did.
Now we're going to publish March 22nd, 2022 at 6:21:41 p.m. from States Exhibit 437 VV from 9:04 to 10:32.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. He got a lawyer, right?
They say brother probably get all them boy money. Say he gonna get Brian and the other nigga he gonna get out of it, like.
Man, little child with the clothes got locked up for it.
Nah, they who the one they said they looking for. I just talked to them the other day. About yesterday, 2 days ago.
I said the child on the low, like, oh hell no.
Yeah, boy, he keep calling. Hey, D, bro. What the hell going on? I'm like, shit, but I don't know.
Hey, damn. He called
Yeah.
you like what's going on?
And he calling everybody.
He just drunk.
Yeah, but I ain't did nothing.
Yeah, I know it.
But you know how that shit be, bro. Nigga just gonna have to ride. Nigga know you gonna get through it, but I just know a nigga like, nigga ain't did nothing, bro.
That little child can ride, though, D?
Man,
I mean, you don't really never know. And they don't have no choice. That's his thing. You don't have no choice. Like,
yeah.
you see what I'm saying? In real life, like, you ain't got no choice. You got to go however long these folks ride you so they let you go.
Yeah. I say them boys gonna be good, but wow. I'm gonna put my name in that shit.
Oh, hell no.
Yes.
Oh, were they? Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's what I was thinking. I thought they were supposed to chop this call up a little bit. I don't know. You know, sometimes things happen and I'm like, oh, aren't they like not supposed to talk about some of this specifics with the attorney? The name Brian being mentioned, they're supposed to bleep that out. And then I'm like, well, maybe they ruled differently and I don't remember. But now they're approaching, so let's update this banner. In case you're wondering about the count, we're still on direct, so these objections, it's saying 24 to 14 and 3, now 4 approaches, is because that's all of direct being counted here. What do you guys think about the, hey, only consider Garlington's words when you listen to these calls where half the chat can't figure out who's saying what when? Like, not a very strong instruction there, even compared to the other instructions in this case. And I don't know. Again, yeah, I agree. Trey Lee says, I don't understand how the state thinks this helps. You know, they're still, just because Jeffrey Williams is no longer on this trial, they're still trying to show that he's big boss, but he's not paying for the attorneys. So what is he really big boss of?
I want to ask you, have you heard of the name Lil Blizzy?
Yes.
Okay. How have you heard of that name?
Through both my work on this indictment and the YFN indictment.
And do you know the given name for an individual who goes by the name of Lil Blizzy?
I do.
And what is his given name?
His name is Carlos Barber.
And Carlos Barber, is he, from your investigation and working on both of these indictments, associated with any gang?
He's a member of YFN.
I want to publish from March 28th, 2022 at 1:56 a.m. from States Exhibit 437 VV. Then we're going to follow immediately on March 28th, 2022 at 1:58 a.m. And then following again on March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Where the hell you at?
Hey, you know, so crazy. I was just finna call you and tell you I just ran into the nigga, bro.
For real?
How you know? That what you calling me about?
Nah. Hell, nah, not at all.
Oh, I thought nigga said something on Instagram.
What he said?
Nah, not him. The nigga, Lil Blizzy.
What he say?
Shit. He seen me turn his head
For real?
on DV. Yeah, he seen like I tried to look at him, but like he turned this shit.
What he saying that?
Man, we at the same hotel
Right now.
right now.
That'll be safe for that, man.
I know it, but I ain't got my.
The nigga baby Grier just called, say he finna shoot a video. He want us in the video.
What about the studio?
Yeah, I'm finna meet them back up here, but he need to come back outside. But at least let me give you a gun or something.
Which one? Northside.
The one we were just at.
What was it?
Hold on, they
Oh,
called out.
Next published in March 28, 2022 at 1:50 a.m.
yo,
Hello?
yeah. Twin,
Hello?
yeah.
Yeah, bro.
What happened?
Bro, you need to come over here and get me blick, bro.
I'm about. Where the hell you at?
Trying to keep them at the same one you just studio you just left, man. That shit got to blow me, bro. Your ass, I told you take the blick on with you, bro. It don't matter, bro.
Yeah, you right, bro.
You have to do what folk, then you have to go into them, bro. Like, come on, bro. You bumping the niggas, you ain't having no profit. Oh, that's man. That shit like blow me, man. I don't like this shit.
It wasn't even that. It was just like this shit. I'm like, man, shit, I went cold. I ain't gonna run it, but I hear this on TV, but I didn't run that nigga.
God, bitch, man. D boy. D boy, nigga got down. A nigga got down. He way out. That one nigga. Anytime nigga ain't got that blick on him, twin. That one some shit got down been on house, man.
Hey, yeah.
Way like that, bro. Ain't no blick, bro. You need to go get that blick, but you can take that blick home, bro. You can take them stick home or something, bro.
Nah, I got to fight the house. I just told you I ain't bring it out, but like, you gotta send me the address.
Come to it. Just go get it. Look here, I'm finna pull in right now. You know I gotta have one of these niggas drop the pin.
Yeah.
But I'm pulling up right now.
So like on the GPS, what to type in?
Type in look here, she just come to a look here house. Cause either the exit after look here house. You feel me? I'm literally 2 minutes away from the studio right now. As soon as I get there, I can drop the pin.
Alright, well I'm gonna have her go get my car.
Type in the cave. Yeah, type in down the cave, gone. I don't even know this shit still on the fine time. That shit gone too. Type in this shit.
Right, all right.
I'm gonna give you this address. Matter of fact, by the time you get up, put your clothes on, walk in the car, just walk to the car. I'm gonna have the address.
I'm
turning in right now.
I'm just where do you get right there?
You on speakerphone? You got my speakerphone? The same pin you just dropped the shot at.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, we right here. Come on.
Okay.
All right.
Before we publish the next one, did you hear the terminology used, blick, in that call?
I did.
Have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding what a blick is?
Meaning a firearm.
And did you also hear the terminology stick?
I did.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of what a stick is?
A long gun or a rifle.
And did you hear them talk about drop the location for Little Head?
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with that nickname?
I am, but there's a few of them.
Okay. Now
It's a few little
publishing
heads.
March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Hello?
Daddy, yo,
What going on, bro?
what the hell going?
Pulling up in the hood?
Pulling up in the hood.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
What you got
man, I
going?
go to. Oh shit, man. We just woke up.
You said you gotta go where today? You about to say you gotta go somewhere.
No, man, I had got down to the hotel in Card last night, right?
Yeah.
I run to a op.
No.
I ain't got nothing on me. 'Cause I'm like, shit, but I'm finna go out here. I know ain't about out here.
Yeah.
Head,
Go to the gym a lot.
yeah, buddy seen me turn the head. You know,
He seen you and turned the head.
yeah. He don't even know he got me down bad.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, man. What they even do?
Yeah. Right here, what's Keelan Mooch?
I'm probably finna come right now.
All right.
In that call, did you hear when Mr. Garlington said he didn't even know he got me down bad?
Yes,
Okay. Have you heard that terminology before, got me down bad previously?
yes.
And what is your understanding of got me down bad?
He was unprepared in a bad position. He would have had the upper hand.
What was the last part you said?
That he would have had the upper hand.
Who would have had the upper hand?
The person who caught him down bad.
Have you heard that term in any other way?
Yes.
Okay. What other ways have you heard the term got me down bad or caught down bad?
Just unprepared or without a, typically, sorry, like you're caught without a firearm.
Now publishing March 29th, 2022 at 1:17 p.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV.
Yo.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm trying to shoot that ready.
Today.
It's a good day today. But I ain't gonna lie, we got to talk. We got to take Buddy name out of that shit though. We got to, man. You know, if motherfucker around to get wet, you know that shit come down on us.
Yeah.
Type shit. Then they already. The nigga young Bruce so hot on the east side right now too. Yeah. It like I don't know if they trying to build a case against niggas or what. Like you feel me right now. But they hot as fuck. Like they jumping out, just laying nigga down about them nigga ass. That's why they was so hot up and down the script the other day, got on Glenwood the other day. That's why I ain't even been around niggas for so they last couple 2 days. So it's like, oh, I ain't need nobody trying to build no Rico on me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's like
Am I able to get a quote on this? Yeah, like an estimate.
so it's also shit like I was just like thinking Lil Head was even saying the same thing. He was like, shit, but I was gonna tell y'all nigga this shit, bro. That y'all probably want me to say bro name, bro, cause his ass finna be gone. And even if y'all drop the song now, he get gone, gonna look like somebody that's gonna do it. We drop the song later. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you damn sure right.
We just gonna take the nigga name out of this shit. We just gonna take, I ain't even scared shit, still fuck me, nigga. You feel me? Just some smart shit, cause I don't think them niggas will want to put a song out there without that. Well, at least we just switch it up. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So even if we say that, like, we don't be Licky for D, get in Shell, say something different. Like, you feel me? Shell got there, Say I don't want that or some shit. You know, I don't give a fuck. We say the same thing. I don't give a fuck about saying name. But I don't want you, you know what I mean? Tyesha again. Alright. Let's do it then. Tell them all. I'm finna get ready to get up and shit in a minute. Okay.
Now, listen to that call. Are you familiar with who Mr. Garlington was speaking with in that call?
I believe it's Demarco Boyer.
And is that the same Demarco Boyer we discussed last week regarding being in the area at the BP gas station right before the homicide of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
Yes.
Gonna walk that line.
And in that call, did you hear them discussing taking someone's name out of a song?
Yes.
And in that call, did they say the name of the person who they have to take out of the song?
I believe towards the end of the call, they say Shell.
And when you were going through your March 22 kind of collection of social media, did you ever find a video in which there's a song referencing Shell Kell?
I did.
Okay. Along with other social media videos, did you collect those as a part of your investigation?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review that particular video and the other social media videos prior to your testimony today?
I have.
You're on permission to approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as 474 VV. Tell me if you recognize 474 VV.
This is a disc that I had reviewed and has my initials on it.
And does that appear to be all the social media, not all, but the social media videos that you pulled during that March 2022 period when you were looking at social media?
Yes.
And have you had opportunity to review all those videos? And did they appear to be complete videos from what you pulled in March of 2022?
Yes.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
You're right, this time the state would like to admit 474 VV into evidence. Submitted. And permission to publish. And before we play, whose Instagram is this?
That's the Instagram account of Damekion Garlington.
And what are you screen grabbing?
His story, if you're not familiar with Instagram, the story is something, it's not your profile picture or a picture on your profile where it stays there until you delete it. These are postings that you make that are automatically deleted after 24 hours.
And looking at his first story on here, do you see the Ocean and Drive Slim
I do.
posting? And is that the same person as we talked about, Christian McMiller from last week?
Correct.
Mean shit, my people in the dirt. From the block where shots go off and niggas get murdered.
Muty McMuterton. It's Slime Life Shouty. It's Woony Lee. Song is Real Life. Oh, maybe it's still, let's see.
After every man, 20 after every roll ahead. That boy doing 20 after, that shit killing me. I can't come. They fucked you up, Kim? Damn, man, I can't.
Can't wait for them to ask about the emoji.
It's money.
So looking at the first story, do you see the song that's being played on this particular Instagram story?
It's a song by Slime Life Shorty.
And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
And who is your understanding who Slime Life Shorty is?
A gentleman by the name of Wonnie Lee.
And going to the last story, do they appear to be in a studio?
Yes.
And did you see someone tagged by the name of Little Co?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
That would be Demarco Boyer.
Is that the same Demarco Boyer who was on a call that we just listened to?
It was.
And did you hear where they were rapping the song?
I did.
In hearing them rap the song, was there a mention of Shell Kell
Yes.
or Kell?
Yes.
And was the verse something to the effect of Kell and Whack being in that verse at the same time?
Yes.
And have you heard the terminology whacked before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of that terminology?
Killed.
I'm going to now publish April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. from Stacey Exhibit 437 VV.
Hello. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up? Yeah, B. Say what? Yeah, B. What's up, nigga? What the hell going? Man, shit, right here, listen to this new boy, B. Huh? I said, right here, listen to this new young boy. What you got going? You been all right?
Yeah, hell yeah. You know, I can't hit you on that other phone. Shit, bro. I'm fuck on that motherfucker.
For real? Oh, you on? Oh, this another one?
No, it's
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, bro. I know. I said, I ain't just like FaceTime. How to say? That's what you like. I told him I ain't forgot about it.
I really can't respond to. I just like, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't, man. That motherfucker. They don't fuck tripping on them motherfucker.
For real, man.
Yeah. I said one shit. I said shit. I'm gonna go straight to my grandma house. I had stay out that motherfucker.
Yeah. But yeah, she told me that move your style.
Yeah.
Right now, like what on North inside?
Nah, I'm with Free.
You were free?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And they do the Free.
They do. Yeah, they. Damn, somebody said it. T-Rock was up there with you or something?
Yeah, T-Rock was downstairs with me.
Yeah, cause somebody asked me in the hood. They're like, bro down there with T-Rock. I ain't know T-Rock locked up.
Yeah. What the hell been going on? Everything. What the hell? What's up with Tounk, man? What the hell
you doing?
Tounk crazy like that?
What you saying?
Just Tounk crazy. All that little shit there.
You talking crazy about Mal?
Nah, it's about me to my Miles and shit.
Bro, I ain't on DP. I ain't heard of that.
Yeah, it's a lot of little shit I told boy.
Yeah.
Had me blow.
They blow?
Had me blow.
Oh yeah. I ain't talked to him, bro. That's the only person that be talking to is Mal.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, he be asking like what's going on. I'm like, shit, I don't know.
yeah. What the
Yeah,
hell?
but no, like other, damn, bro. But like them other,
Everything,
I
everything
know.
smooth though.
Yeah, I know it. I already know that.
They just got them. They on mild though.
Yeah,
Cause I don't know why the fuck he even get out the car.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling folks. Bro. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about the camera. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. You feel me?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
gonna assume that, like, y'all ain't did, ain't feel me. So,
That's what
like,
I keep telling goddamn Lil. I keep telling him like, just chill. Like I know like
yeah, cause they
this
saying
ain't
he panicked.
none. Yeah, I'm like this ain't none, bro. Like they just doing that cut. They seen as a goddamn gas station. Like just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling him all the time. She tell him like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling him probably in the cat. Listen, bro. No, just tell him before you don't want to talk, bro. Like,
Not one word.
yeah,
I'll go down on what they
yeah,
try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
yeah. I ain't know that though, but soon I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, man, I was like, yeah. But I stay telling them, like, hey, bro. But like, he'll probably just call me. They're like, you heard? And I'm like, yeah, no. I'm like, shit, I know. I'm like, I keep in contact through, you know what I'm saying? They folk. But I ain't turning on the phone. I'm like, he'll understand that anyway, though.
Yeah, I ain't doing that anyway.
Yeah, I already know you ain't. I already know it. Yeah.
Hey, ugly though, boy, I need you though.
But I know, I already know, man, you already know that. I told her, when you get 1,000. She said 800 to 1,000, right?
I told her like tell him I need 1,000, but anything in between, just got down fuck
Oh,
with me.
no, yeah. She ain't telling that, but bro, you know I got.
Yeah.
I know, like, well, I talked to one call today, and she told me to tell y'all to like be patient, cause she haven't had I talked to her. She DM me
Who
that,
white.
yeah.
Yeah.
She like, man, just tell them like, man, no, we ain't, no, probably gonna leave them folk like that down there. Like, just tell them to be patient. It was today, this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, man, just tell them to be patient, bro. Bro, I got it.
Well, I already knowing that part. I just like I know like how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't
Yeah,
really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. Like
yeah.
I've been just trying to keep Buddy calm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do that, bro. Yeah, bro.
I don't really be liking that codeine shit. That shit be having me all
Right.
out. Like,
Yeah. But then when Bella was telling somebody, what the hell she saying? Foreign farming.
who?
She told me they something about foreign farming.
The cap.
Yeah. She really called me telling me to be careful. I was a little corn and they would a little nigga. I ran into the boy Lil Blizzy by myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran into him. Yeah. I ran into him by myself. Like that's on TV showing that boy see me turn the head.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. But like we was on live and coding nobody be on my page and shit. So I don't know who told shot a video chat me like, bro, when I ain't run. I say nigga, I say you ain't run, you damn sure turn your head, bad though.
Huh?
I say nah, I ain't say you ran, you damn sure turn your head when you see me though. Like,
Yeah.
I ain't knowing what you on. I'm like, listen, bro, you know what's going on. Like before all this shit, like Shadow was straight.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, but I'm like, you know what's going on. Like, he like, bro, ain't no problem with you, bro, with everybody. I'm like, listen, bro, you know how this shit is, bro. You know how this shit go. Like, I'm like, yo, I used to speak to you and everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on no more, bro. I'm like,
Yeah.
y'all nigga, I'm like, here, that's on TV. I'm like, man, I had a little corn right there. I told Corn to be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now they just made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland at the store with little sticks and shit. Like, yeah, all in the hood. I'm like, bro, y'all, good saying.
Man, they on some. Man. Oh, I be saying stay away from that. That's some police shit.
Yeah, man.
That's 12 shit. I ain't with that.
Yeah. Damn, man.
It's all good. Everything.
I know it. So you still ain't got nobody right now? Like they won't take no payment.
They ain't really saying, but I ain't really saying that. You just really like, just chill, be patient. Like, same thing, White tell you.
Yeah. Okay. So they ain't been around like Dallas say
They would,
Rome ain't talking to nobody. Like they say they like, bro, I ain't never seen that nigga hurt like that. But that nigga hurt behind this shit.
yeah. I think they said the one he really fucked with.
Yeah, I know it.
Uh,
Yeah, man. Everyone talk to your ass too, bro.
yeah.
Yeah.
What
And
the
then what?
hell,
And then what?
what,
Kill
who?
posted that.
I
Yeah,
heard,
man. Yeah. No, I could be funny with free wife and rules.
yeah.
Yeah. Right.
They had
Yeah.
them tell me that shit. I'm like, man, that man helped 12 in here.
Man, what? See, Font them say they call him. Font be slam on him. They say he reckon the police in the game shit. Like they say, like he got police. Like he probably don't know, but like them folk, like they watching his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they following his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they said they were finna do it. We got 12 pulled them over or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that I don't trip though. Something, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he on.
yeah,
I'll tell him boy about this shit. I was like, man, he be like, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know. Like, home be got trip. Like
yeah.
on the other one, like people like, man, I stand on more. Man, I fought with you, but
Mm-hmm.
home on the other, I think about it on some female shit.
Man, I don't know. What? I don't know, man. Yeah, I ain't on DB. I ain't heard nothing about that though.
Yeah.
But I ain't even talk. Only time we talked to him, I talked to him like the same night y'all got locked up.
You gotta add you when you call boy, you gotta add boy what you say, cause I can't really say like, cause she won't really just tell me like in detail, but she just beating around the bush. I really be telling her, man, shit, fuck up
Yeah.
on that waterline, cause I ain't going for that strand
Yeah,
on that,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. But you know I got you, bro. I had the long trying to got down. I just had to take care of got down. You know I got you though, bro. You got to got
Yeah,
down the whole time, bro. I know how that
yeah,
shit is. Like I'm knowing like nigga need this shit. Like
yeah,
I ain't got you, bro. I'm here with you, man.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get. Like,
I ain't gonna, like, I ain't gonna, well, I send word, but like, cause like, I don't even be having to say your name. Like, she know who I be talking about. 'Cause I don't be talking about
uh,
nobody else, but I ain't gonna hit you on that motherfucker, like, ever. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? But, everything really good, though.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm like, yeah, I heard that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm like, bro, that shit was fast as hell.
yeah,
Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume.
yeah,
Hey,
I already know, like, when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them, how they gunpowder, forensics, all that shit there. I ain't
yeah.
gonna come back clean, you see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
But goddamn, what the hell twin been on? Been still in yo.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
talking
what
about,
is that?
you know what I'm talking
LT.
about? Who?
Cool.
Yo folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. So
Yeah.
he finna get ready to come back. I was just gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I talked to her today.
Man,
Yeah,
that'd be crazy.
I was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She like, what? So you think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She can't. I don't even be texting her back no more.
I should be testing on, like, on the tablet and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to her. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got
Alright,
you.
love you. Alright,
I love you too.
alright.
Somebody needs to take a restroom break, so let's go ahead and take a break right now.
All right, for the jury.
I feel like they're just going to keep playing calls until Hilton says, all right, we're done. Cross-examination. Yeah, that coffee's hitting hard.
All right, let's break.
Yes, I don't know. That does seem a bit early. So you can hear them unshackling. Yep, 1 hour. 1 hour. Yeah, Paige needs to get that Diet Coke to wake up after that. There are times where I don't know who's the other person on the call. Like, I get that sometimes they say it. Maybe they're saying it every time before they play it, but I'm not hearing it. But I don't always know who's on each call. I try to notate it when they mention it. So I don't know, this is a whole mess because this is all couched within that instruction from Whitaker, like... And I think she said, wasn't that instruction just for the next couple of calls? Is it supposed to be for all of them? Yeah, so I don't know. I can't wait for Shart to get up there on cross and just kind of like point out that, you know, these people and the people that they're talking about in most cases have nothing to do with anybody in this courtroom. Also, Leah's dad, thank you for being a member for 3 months. The jury can see the DOJ report. It's good for the defense. 1,000%. That was huge, huge news, right? Because Fulton County has been in the spotlight for several reasons. I saw that, I know in our own way, we're like a bubble, right? But the news of the DOJ report on the conditions at Rice Street, I think, was very widespread news. So I would be hard-pressed to suggest that the jury, at least some members of the jury, haven't seen or heard about in substance. And the headlines were violation of civil rights, right? I heard Doug and I heard a squeak. But yeah, so even if you just see the headline and you say, I'm not going to read the article, I'm not supposed to look at this stuff, it could be related to the case, the headlines speak for themselves. So, so I don't know. And then I also see HTX Cast, good to see you, says, will Max bring the DOJ report into evidence? I mean, I'm not really sure if that's something that he'll try to do or if it would be allowed, because remember, Whitaker has tried to pump the brakes, so Maybe if he was able to fight to call in an expert that could testify about the conditions at Rice Street, maybe. But when he tried to press the conditions of, the Fulton County Rice Street Blues, after one or two questions, there'd be relevance objections and Whitaker would sustain them. So I'm not sure how far he'd be able to get into that. However, I do think that he will say things that will cause the jury to think about that report, if that makes sense. So I'm sure he'll find a way to remind people about the Rice Street Blues. Yeah, and Violet, I think, so Violet's recalling, Woody saying that he would do anything to get out of Rice Street and stay out of Rice Street. And I still think the number one punchline about the conditions of Rice Street was him saying nut juice. I mean, that's just you don't forget something like that. It makes you go, ooh, and when you have a physical reaction to something, the neurons fire off a little bit more, your synapses fire a little bit more, that memory is created and solidified. So think about how many times you guys think about it. Let's see here. Carrie H, thank you for the positive good morning message here, saying good morning to KNW gang, Clat, Mlat, and Slat. Thank you so much. Big Nick, we saw you earlier. I know sometimes you get in and get out of here. You happen to come in here right as they mentioned Big Nick. But Nick Starro says, if I could ask something on Cross, it would be this. Ms. Burrito, you trained all the gang experts who've testified. Their competence or lack of is all because of you, right? Well, don't forget this element here. Was it this one? Yeah. Viverito, I kind of came up under the guise of Kimberly Underwood, Mark Belknap, and Tyrone Dennis, who are all well-versed in the YSL and YFN world. Now, the issue here for me is if she stepped into the picture around like 2019, 2020, following the advice and guidance of all these knuckleheads who've been looking at this stuff since 2014 to 2019-ish, 2020-ish, she's coming in with their foundational work. So she's starting with their assumptions and conclusions. That's how she got into this. So I think of it to be pretty similar to socialization. You grow up around people with certain beliefs, you're more likely to adopt that. You're more likely to practice a certain religion when your family raised you in that religion. So for your career path, when your career path was established within this like nook and cranny that we've got Belknap and Dennis and Underwood and a little bit of Gaither in the mix, Thorpe in the mix, that's where you're starting with. That's your starting point. So your starting point is going to steer you. And then you're steering the next generation. So problematic all around. Would absolutely love to see this question asked though. Especially the slip of the word competence. The things that would get objected to, but you said it, the jury hears it, and might be worth it. Thank you so much for the super. Isabella, thanks for becoming a member. Tina Haskenhoff says, good morning all. Day one of reckoning is finally here. Yes, we are supposed to get cross-examination of a major witness. And I saw, thank you chat's reminder here. Max Shart's going to have a long cross-examination here, and it makes sense, right? Of those remaining in the room, Marissa Viverito isn't really talking too much about Diamante Kendrick. They kind of just... They're moving on from the raid on Jeffrey Williams' home, where Yak was tied in because of Yak, Duke, and Young Thug being charged with the possession of that Glock with the switch. They've kind of like let that fizzle out, right? And Doug got, I think it was Belknap to say, he wasn't in the house. Yak wasn't even in the house when you guys were in there and found this stuff, right? So not really much in recent times that involves Yak. It all kind of falls on Shannon Stillwell. And on top of that, Max has to decipher this whole mess of conversation that doesn't really even pertain to Shannon Stillwell. There's still all of this conversation that relates to Tinquarius Mender, for example. We heard a few calls that were about Nard. Not really about Shannon Stillwell, except for the fact that the state's alleging that they were all part of the same enterprise. So... Oh yeah, Jim. So this weekend, I think Jim might have had a blood vessel burst reading some old documents, seeing the way that Diamante Kendrick's name was spelt. So it had the S at the end, and then was also butchered in, like, the vowels were scrambled up. So, oh man, the state doesn't actually know. Oh, man. Paul Hess says, is the state still trying to lose the case? I think they're moving the needle here. I mean, they seem to love when they when they get to play the jail calls and whatever else. So I think this is one of those days for the state where they're excited to just let the things that they have decided are so bad and so nefarious and so easy to understand what's happening in them, because they're not really doing much explanation. Some of the earlier calls, Hilton would ask like 2 or 3 questions after they were played, but now we're just moving from call to call. So, I don't know. The state seems to love doing this, but I don't think it's effective. I don't think it's effective. So I would say, I don't think that they think that they're doing a bad job here. I think they just hope that the jury gets confused, hears words like blicky and sticks, and, oh, we want to take Kell's name out of a song. And they just go, oh my gosh, it's guilt, it's a consciousness of guilt. So I think they think it works. I don't know how the jury will take it. Butterfly Lover says, can they still bring an overt act? So confused. So yes, so overt acts are supposed to go to show that, you know, the criminality, the criminal intention is there. So, for example, with count 1, right? Conspiracy to violate RICO. With overt acts, these overt acts are supposed to be things that these guys are doing with the belief that it's going to further the enterprise. It's going to benefit the enterprise. It's going to benefit whatever they're getting together and coordinating and planning to do. So all of these overt acts can still come in. I don't really know, you know, even before we had 4 people plea out, don't forget we've seen stuff all trial that had very little to do, if not nothing to do, minus that count 1 of everyone being part of YSL and conspiring together with any of the 6 original co-defendants in the room here. So Mike the Mob says, poles are long guns, sticks are handguns, this expert. Yeah, so that's kind of how I said too. I feel like stick isn't decisively a rifle or longer style gun either. Because, I don't know, aren't there like some lyrics that say like blicky sticky and like they use both at the same time referring to one thing in the lyrics? So they don't even do a good job of analyzing lyrics when they're basing their meanings and interpretation off lyrics. The one thing that I really think is a big uphill battle for both co-defendants remaining and others that are awaiting their trial is the possession charges, right? Most of them have a possession of a firearm with a convicted felon status, which is a whole nother issue, and longer sentencing timetables for that. And I really think that there's a possibility the jury will split the baby and say, I don't really know about these murders, right? This Donovan Thomas murder, the Shamel Drinks thing, I don't know about the murders, but they had a firearm on them, right? So maybe we'll say yes to the firearm charge. Well, that's not good because those are firearm charges that will have extra long sentencing terms because of the priors, because of the prior status here. So, and I think that's why we have this re-indictment. If you look at the original indictment versus the re-indictment, a lot of the additional charges were these possession charges, right? Almost like a get them on something. Jim R., this is what I would love to see, honestly. I think a ton of the gun charges are going out on directed verdict. I would like to just see one thing, any old thing that Whitaker just says, yep, I'm going to agree to, you know, dismiss this count. Just because I think it would kind of be a passive-aggressive way to acknowledge that the state hasn't cleanly presented their case for the charges they're supposed to be arguing in this case. So I would love to see that. I would love to see it. And I honestly think that a directed verdict, if she picks one, I do think it'd be in Yak's favor. I do think it'd be in Kendrick's favor. MT says, this evidence got the state down bad. I think my favorite part of today was when Hilton was trying to get Viverito to say down bad means somebody was murdered. We murdered them. Right? And Viverito was kind of like, they're unprepared. They're not, like, covering themselves. And she's like, do you know any other ways that it's used? And she's like, yeah, they're unprepared. You know, the other person would have had the upper hand. And she kind of, like, repeats her definition. But neither of the answers are someone shot someone, someone killed someone, someone murdered someone. And Hilton just seemed so stuck in that moment. Thank you so much, MT. MT also says the driver of the third car is wearing the white ceramic Richard Mille watch, and the state doesn't have a clue about either of their whereabouts. You know, Hilton tried to get slick and remind the jury of her theory that she's not supposed to really get into, of where exactly Demarco Boyer was located. Possibly what car was he in on the night of the Chamel drink shooting. So that was a little bit of a tight line walking there that Hilton was doing. But yeah, they don't know where the watch is. They didn't look at these other cars. I don't know. I really think that there was something suspect about the way that Hogan described how he started speaking with Viverito. You know, she happened to walk into the office, and then I think Belknap came around, and I showed them these pictures, and she's like, yeah, I know these guys. That's Shannon Stillwell. And he was talking about how he sent an email with faces of possible suspects to try to see if anyone was a person of interest for the Chamel drink shooting. And then Viverito comes in, and she spitballs the same story, but we know that she's been watching the trial. So just seems like they're really trying to get their story straight and not let the real story show. And I think the real story is they wanted to fit Shannon Stillwell and the others to the Chamel Drinks murder. They wanted to retrofit what they thought they knew about these guys in that point in time to fit the shooting at that intersection. And of course, they're going to ignore the additional cars, if you include the U-turning van, to make that theory fit. So... And Lil Pill, this is a great question, but really the first time we have the Atkins is starting to talk about the wiretaps from Waters Road and the Chamel drink shooting, and mentions that Demarco Boyer's number is the one associated with one of the devices that they say Shannon Stillwell was using when he was calling Damekion Garlington. So I think it goes back a long way. And I don't really know why the state's playing this wishy-washy game of, you know, not really focusing on it, but now all of a sudden they're focusing on it. Even though last week on Friday, that non-jury day, Hilton made that hee-hee-hoo-ha type of giggle moment, like, it's just a picture of Demarco Boyer, which we saw today. We saw them put that up on the screen today, that Instagram post, just so everybody knows that he's a person and he exists, and then she laughed. So I don't really know. I don't know what they're doing with that. And he seems to be a shooter. I mean, he's still awaiting his trial. But it was a triple shooting at a gas station he's roped up for. So I don't know. I have questions about Boyer. What's his involvement? Sounds like someone's eating a snack. The bag noise. Also, big shout out to Raunchy Dog gifting 5 memberships. Let's get Raunchy Dog in the banner.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Investigative Viverito, just a few follow-up questions regarding the call we just listened to. Were you familiar with the voice that Damekion Garlington was speaking to on the last call we just heard?
Yes,
And whose voice was that?
that'll be Shannon Stillwell.
Right. And on that call, is Mr. Stillwell using the phones at the Fulton County Jail?
No, he's not.
From your review of the wiretap, did that appear to be a cell phone that he was using inside of the Fulton County Jail?
It did.
And did you hear early in the call where Mr. Stillwell said he had to stay off that MFR because they came to my house?
Yes,
Did you ever go to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones?
I did.
And we'll talk more about that in a few moments. And when you went to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones, was that prior to this phone call?
Yes,
Now, from your experience in law enforcement and working with the Fulton County Jail, when there are cell phones being used in that jail, are they monitored? Outside of a wiretap, are they monitored?
no, they're not.
Now, on that call, did you hear them talking about miles?
I did.
This call is on April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. To your knowledge, had Miles been arrested for the Shamel Drinks homicide at this time?
I don't believe so.
Also, did you hear on the call towards the latter part of the call, Mr. Stillwell talking about, speaking of when they go to wipe it down, if they do that, gunpowder is going to come back clean?
Yes,
So he wasn't tripping on nothing.
correct.
And in that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington telling SB that they made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
When you were looking at social media, did you ever capture any videos of members of YFN on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
And is that contained on the disc that you just reviewed?
it is.
I'm now going to publish number 1 on 474 VV.
Right now, outside, right now at this moment. Ryan, yeah, 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 yeah. Ain't no way going on. Right now. Right now. Right
Oh my God, they're gonna get me. They're gonna get me. Okay, he's just singing. I mean, it says Shell Haiti 44, so. This is what they mean when they say riding around the city.
Man, we ain't worried about now, nigga, man. I'm saying. In the hood. That shit on there. What's going? In the hood.
Okay, so this is them in the Cleveland area. So on the call they're talking about, we just saw them posted up in our neighborhood, right? So Hilton's gonna say that this is beef and Opps, angry at the Opps.
Are you familiar with the Instagram handle Shell_Haiti44?
Yes.
And who is that?
That one, I don't know the real name. They were changing them so quickly, but I knew it was somebody that was associated with the group.
And what about Lil Blizzy?
That would be Carlos Barber.
Is that the same Carlos Barber that was referenced, or the same Lil Blizzy referenced in the call we heard a few moments ago?
Yes,
Or a few calls ago. And are you familiar with Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
And was that Cleveland Avenue that was captured in that video?
It was.
And at one point towards the end of the video, they were at a gas station. Did you remember seeing that?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that gas station?
I am.
What gas station is that?
I believe that was 221 Cleveland Avenue.
And when you were looking at the various public Instagram pages, were you able to see who was following who?
I was.
With Mr. Garlington's page, were you able to see if he was following the Kell Instagram handle?
Yes.
Yes, you were able to see it?
Yes,
And was he following the Kell handle?
he was.
Now we're going to publish from 4:37 VV, April 3rd, 2022 at 9:06 p.m.
My brother.
What's up, bro?
What a good guy. Damn, bro. Good to hear your voice, shawty.
Hello.
Whoa.
Whoa, hey, listen,
What?
brother.
What's down?
Hey, Lil Miles up there, right?
Little mile.
Yeah, my little slime brother Miles just got there. I need you to share him, bro.
All right, I'm finna find out. I'm in the room. I got Kell here. We're finna find out what the hell pulled on Mile. Little Mile, you know where he at?
Yeah, share him, bro.
Oh, now they on phone. On phone say shit. We gotta see where he is so we can get them make that call.
Lil Mile made the clothes, right?
Little Mile make the call. Whoa.
Yeah,
He said yeah. He said yeah.
Why did you get him on the line?
Nah, he ain't here with us. We need to see where he at, yeah. We need to track him down. Yeah, we finna track him down. What the hell y'all got going?
Okay, we in the hood. We just trying to make these straight.
Okay, well, we need to go and get on it now, right? Cause there's some shit going on in that motherfucker too, so we need to go and track them down now so we can get down have that already overstood.
All right, send him.
I'll pull back up on y'all.
All right.
Sorry.
And listen to these calls. Were you familiar with the voices on the calls?
I am.
Okay. So first, the person said, I need to look out for my slime brother, Miles. Who is that individual speaking?
That would be Quantavious Grier. He goes by the name Funk.
And based on your investigation, is that Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams' brother?
It is.
And then to whom is he speaking to?
He's speaking to a gentleman named Frank Huber, aka Capo Frank.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
I've assisted on investigations with Mr. Hubert previously.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes,
What gang is that?
he holds a leadership role with the Goodfellas criminal street gang.
And are you familiar with any gang ties that Mr. Grier has?
Yes,
And what, if any, gang ties does he have?
he's associated with both YSL and the Goodfellas criminal street gang.
And on April 3rd, 2022, were you aware if Mr. Miles Farley had been arrested by this time?
Yes, he had been.
Now I want to publish April 3rd, 2022 at 9:10 p.m.
Bro. Hey, D.
Yeah.
What the hell going, bro? God damn, good to hear your voice, nigga.
Man, that's what I'm trying to say. Look, I was trying to holler at you the other day when you called me checked on you. The shit went good for me.
I know, I got a goddamn, I had to reset my phone. I'm finna say the number now. I had to reset my phone and shit with scripting. Hey, but look.
You been all right?
Yeah, hey, I'm cool. Right, but look, tell bro, when Shawty called, tell him to make sure he call, because it's 9:30. Look, I think he's still on classification floor.
Yeah, he's still on classification.
Yeah, so tell him when he calls, tell brother to call me on three-way, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, cause we classification shit. We ain't everybody up here. We ain't got nobody in classification. You know, they come in and out.
You on the 6th North, ain't you?
Nah, I'm still on the 5th floor. I'm on 5 floor.
Are you on the 5th?
Yeah.
You got that with you?
Yeah, he right there though.
How the hell they got them on the 5th floor?
Man, you know, goddamn, but you know Frank doing it on. You know Frank fuck with her like that's his way of showing. You know, that's his way of showing that he fuck with her. You know how that shit be.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Shaw goddamn, boy, you know I fucked. I could have put y'all up. You know how you gonna be Kevin when you see a nigga ass. I could have put y'all on stab, but you know I goddamn put you down there. Let you, man, go on, you know they can't see it, Frank. Hey, here, say what the fuck going, D?
Who said that?
Here.
I was telling my boy, I said, what the hell going on, man?
He say what the hell going on? You know, he in the room with me.
Oh, he in the room? I
he
seen him, he was locked up.
Yeah, he in the room with me.
Yeah, man.
But I know y'all on the block. I ain't gonna hold you up. Look, I know y'all on the block. I know you gotta keep the eye open, right? Man, tell brother, make sure he call him three-way so a nigga goddamn know what to do. Well, nigga know what to do, but we need to see exactly where he is.
Yeah, he
Now, you talked a few minutes ago about Quantavious Grier being associated with both YSL and Goodfellas.
Correct.
Is there an alliance between Goodfellas and YSL?
There is.
And how are you familiar with that alliance?
Through investigations that I've worked.
And from the investigations that you worked, are you familiar with how that alliance was formed?
Mr. Grier, when he came back into the fold with his brother, I believe he was already a member of the Goodfellas. And then when he got back with his brother, who was in a leadership role with YSL, the two became one.
Now, in that call, did you hear Garlington telling someone by the name of Kell, or through the person on the phone telling someone named Kell hello or tell Kell I said what up. That's my boy.
Yeah,
To your knowledge, are they talking about Shell Kell or someone else?
they're not. It's somebody else.
Okay. Within the jail, with those two calls that we just listened to, the one at 9:06 p.m. and the one at 9:10 p.m., what was your understanding of what was happening in those two calls?
That Mr. Grier was trying to ensure that Mr. Farley was shielded within the jail by Mr. Hubert and protected.
And through your investigations as a gang investigator, is that uncommon for gang members to try to get protection for other gang members while in jail or incarcerated?
I'm sorry, did you say uncommon or common?
Is that uncommon?
No.
I want to now publish April 4th, 2022 at 7:38 p.m. And we're playing first from 44 seconds to 2:05, and then from 10:09 to 10:25.
Yeah, so what you got going?
Yeah.
You talk to Abby?
Yeah. He called me on the other thing. He don't know what
What? Hello?
fresh shit.
On the 5th?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I asked Fred. I'm like, how the hell both of them get down there? He was like,
Oh,
the
you know
nigga.
why?
Yeah.
Out on the sound floor.
Oh, for real? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they saying that shit high profile and shit. But Fred saying the nigga they did that showing he fucked with him and shit.
Say it again.
I say Fred said the officer nigga did that for him.
Man, Fred, get over here.
Yeah, I already know. I called him last night because phone had and told him to call him because Lil Miles just got locked up. You know, that his first time. They like, hey, man, make sure he's straight.
Who did?
Lil Miles.
Dory, baby dad?
Nah, hell no. Young nigga, look, do it for Phil. Who be got now doing the clothes and shit?
Oh, the one who made the clothes, the light skinned nigga?
Yeah.
That's how the old phone. Oh my God, why I call him?
Yeah. I was just with that nigga last night. We went to the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, we smash it. Man, goddamn, I need you back out here, man. Shit crazy, man. I like, man, get the hell on.
Yeah, listen. That's why he keep calling me, trying to come get me every day.
Were you familiar with the person who Mr. Garlington was speaking with? The voice.
Originally, or like at the beginning of the call?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it was Mr. Copeland.
And at this time, were you aware if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
He was.
Okay. And do you know when he was arrested?
I believe in October of 2021.
And was that we're not going to go into it, but did you speak with Mr. Copeland when he was arrested in October 2021?
I did.
Right. And to your knowledge, was he in continuous custody even past April of 2022?
I believe so.
We're going to now publish April 8th, 2022 at 6:19:51 p.m. And we're publishing from 8:28 to 9:24.
Not emotion. He like, but man, your homo definitely tripping with that shell Kell shit. Like, yeah, then he like, what? I don't fuck them niggas, but hey, boy, then when he started getting saying like, oh yeah, boy, I got something for whoever get him. Boy, I got something for whoever get him. Yeah, yeah, oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I just like, bro, you want all that fake ass shit, bro? Go ahead on, bro. I'm telling you, man. Like, yeah, but nigga, what all that fake shit, bro? You know what it is? I'm just like, bro, yeah, man. Go ahead on. Somebody said they seen him in the car with the boy. Huh? I don't know how true it is. Somebody said they seen the boy Kell in the car with him. I don't forget who the hell just told me. In the car with him? Yeah. That's a fool there. Yeah. Somebody.
Next, we're going to publish April 9th, 2022 at 7:33 p.m.
Hello. What's up? You got a slider? Who is that? They call you. Oh, they call man. I'm tripping. No, that's what we looking for one now. Damn. Where the hell you at? Right here with the Opps. You with the who? Yeah, I'm with him, buddy. You know I ain't gonna talk on no phone. Oh, for real? Yeah, at the West End. At the West End? Yeah. Damn, man. Hey. And he ain't got no car. Your girl just pulled out in the car. For real? Yeah, that whole peanut just pulled out. Damn, who there with him? Nobody up there by himself. He got something on him? No, I don't know. I just came up here gambling, but he just got the little jewelry on. All right, let me call you right back. All right.
We're going to publish April 9th, 2022 at 7:35 p.m. But while we're pulling that up, have you ever heard the term slider?
I have.
What is your understanding what a slider is?
A car to use in a crime.
Oh,
Where you at, bro?
what's
You
up?
be?
Oh, yeah, I just came to the house. I was on the block.
Oh, I'm right here riding through right here. I just got a car that boy Johnny got down around the way, so he got something on him.
For real?
Yeah, I thought you ran away. I was gonna come pick you up.
I just left from this side.
I know how that shit is. But you far out and
Yeah, I'm in Fanola.
Oh yeah, damn.
Yeah, they say you run around with it though.
Yeah, he got that gamble house. I ain't in no slaughter. I was just gonna goddamn. I'm finna see how I'm finna do this shit though. I'm finna goddamn. I probably need to put paper tag on them motherfuckers.
Man, just call, let me know, man.
Alright.
All right.
Do you know who he was speaking with?
I do.
Who was that?
Antonio Sumlin, aka Obama.
And at the time, did you have a wire on Mr. Sumlin's phone as well?
I did.
And did you hear the reference about the boy Johnny's around the way?
I did.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Johnny?
I am.
How are you familiar with that individual?
At that time, Mr. Garlington was engaged in a conflict with him.
And is Johnny associated with any gang?
He's an associate of you. I wouldn't put him as a gang member.
Associate of what gang?
Previously, it was YSL, but then went to YFN. And as of present day, I couldn't give you his current affiliation.
So are you not an expert?
Now publishing April 9th, 2022 at 7:41 p.m. And while that's being published, did you hear them talk about on that call, I don't have a slider, but I got a card with a paper tag on it.
Yes.
Is there any significance to you as a gang investigator of someone having a card with a paper tag versus an actual tag?
Yes.
What, if any, significance is that to you?
They often will use paper tags in place of real tags on a vehicle to conceal the owner of the vehicle.
Now publishing April 9th, 2022 at 7:41 p.m.
I can't grow.
Hello? Hey, you ain't got no iPhone, like?
Yeah, nah. Why you say that?
Nah, son, I don't want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something. Nah, son, I don't want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something on the.
I'm gonna get pieced up. I'm gonna get pieced up on right quick.
Just like FaceTime, because they can't hear on that FaceTime shit.
I'm gonna FaceTime audio you.
Alright.
And last week when we talked about FaceTime and the reason why FaceTime is used, was this an explanation of why FaceTime is used, what we just heard in this call?
Yes.
And the three calls we just heard, April 9th, 2022 at 7:33, April 9th, 2022 at 7:35, and his last call, April 9th, 2022 at 7:41. Were those calls all back to back within 9 minutes of each other?
Yeah. Yes.
Now I want to publish April 13th, 2022 at 5:02 p.m.
Yo.
Hey, call fresh, bro.
Call fresh.
Yeah, nigga, it's about the Marvin 9 dude nigga just jumped on Lil Miles.
For real?
Yeah, bro.
Hold on. Call fresh on three-way. What the hell, Lil Miles? What Lil Miles at?
Yeah, right.
I know I'm saying what flow you on. You don't know what flow?
I don't know.
Hold on. What's the call fresh now? His shit going straight to voicemail. He probably got it up. I'm finna tell him time.
All right, still ain't call me.
All right.
Hey, how you doing?
Now, do you know who was speaking with each other? Are you familiar with the two voices?
I know one was Mr. Garlington. I couldn't really hear the other.
Did you hear when the person said, they're talking about mob and non-Deuce just jumped on Little Miles.
Yes.
Have you heard the terminology, the mob?
Yes.
Do you know what's that affiliated with?
The Goodfellas.
Is that the name that they call themselves?
Yes.
And then what about non-Deuce? Have you heard that term before?
I have.
And who is that associated with?
Nine Deuce would refer to the Inglewood family gangster bloods. That's going to be the traditional gang that YFN is associated with.
And based on your investigation, was that an issue that the mob and non-Deuce got together and jumped on Little Miles?
Yes. It was, because the mob was supposed to have been protecting him.
And supposed to have been protecting Little Miles?
Yes, Miles Farley.
I want to publish April 13th, 2022 at 5:23 p.m. Is that about 20 minutes after the call we just heard?
It is.
Go ahead. Hey, send me first number. Alright. Hey. That nigga had internet. That shit crazy, bro. Huh? That shit crazy if you nigga rocking like that, bro. Yeah, see, what you talking about? Now they put him in the room with Quay. They put him in the room with Quay? Yeah, they put him in the room with Quay and Nord. Who, Mal? Man, Nord just called me Nord just called me like 2 days ago. I need to tell Nord them had the phone, but goddamn that whole woman call came in there and got that shit. But I'm finna tell him to call me from the wild phone and see what's going on. I'm finna see your friend number. Hold on, his friend number right here though. 4-time-0. Hold on, 4-time-0. 558. Yeah. 6342. I had them tell him to call me, but I'm gonna call you. I'm finna tell Nord them to call me. All right.
In that call, did you hear them make a reference to, I'm gonna have them use the wall phone to call me?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term wall phone?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that term?
From other investigations that I've had.
And what is the wall phone?
That's going to be the phones that are available to the inmates at the Fulton County Jail.
And then in that call, did you hear a reference to Quay and Nard?
I did.
Based on your investigation, are you familiar with what Quay and Nard they're referencing?
I am.
Who's Quay?
Marquavius Huey.
And who is Nard?
Tinquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, were Huey and Mender in a cell together?
Yes, they were.
And throughout listening to the Wiretap calls, did you ever hear any calls between Mender, Huey, and Garlington on these wire calls?
I believe so, yes.
We're now published April 14th, 2022 at 11:05 p.m.
I was trying to goddamn. I seen the text message, right? Yeah, Uncle had wanted me to call you. Yo. Whoa, what's up, brother? What's up, nigga? What going on with you?
Oh shit, man! Look, I was trying to goddamn. I seen the text message, right?
Yeah, on phone had wanted me to call you. The man got jumped on.
I know it. Yeah, wait. That's why I was telling y'all when you remember last time I told you. I say when Lil Miles leaves the classification, make sure y'all tell him to hit so a nigga know
we
what's
called.
going on.
We called you soon. He got up there, but Nord up there. I had them Nord and 400.
Yeah.
And Miles in 500, but Nord told them nigga to stand down. Them niggas still had them jump on, bro. But Nord say he gonna handle it though.
Yeah.
But it's now see what Unfo was trying to see. They were saying it was a mob nigga and some 9 dude niggas jumped on, bro.
Yeah, wait. We just heard the same thing too. That's why we trying to figure out who the fuck up there mob and supposed to jump in with some YFN niggas or some shit.
Yeah, that what Funk was trying to call you and see like who the hell.
Oh no, tell I heard the same thing. Cause goddamn shit, goddamn Third heard the same thing. Saying some mob niggas teaming up with some good nigga on YFN. I'm like, hell no.
Yeah, I had them called you 2 times with Funk on the phone.
Yeah, tell him. I just tell that man when you talk to him
you want to call his ass. You want to call him on 3-way?
Yeah, call him on 3-way, yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, we had them called about 2-3 times yesterday. I had them gave me a number too.
Man, some shit been going on. These little niggas goddamn. It's some shit going on. These little young niggas. Keep goddamn talking about some 4th, 3rd. Where these young niggas in here talking crazy, man.
Hold on, I'm gonna call him on 3-way.
And we're going to now publish April 14, 2022 at 11:09. At 11:09.
Yo, hold on, he had got down. Hold on. I'm gonna call him twin. Don't hang up back. Yeah. What? Okay. Hello.
Whoa. Oh yeah, bro.
Whoa, brother.
Man, yeah. That's why I was just telling. I was just telling the goddamn Scarface, right? That's why I was telling y'all. I was telling Scarface tell you because you went answer the phone. That's why we need you to pick up the phone, whoa. That's why I was telling him to tell you when Miles leave classification hit so a nigga know exactly where he going. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, he say goddamn bro don't got jumped on and shit. Nigga don't talk. They shit don't got back down here to nothing. They talking about some mob nigga supposed to be teaming up YFN. We heard the same thing that who we trying to find out who the fuck that is up there.
Yeah. I'm trying to see who up there with them though. Who got the phone?
It's supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be football. Football's supposed to be up there with you. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't talk to y'all like that because y'all ain't goddamn. He ain't. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna get in that deal like we're gonna have the bees. You know what I'm saying? Shawty gonna. Like, he just be on some lame shit, but I'm gonna get it. Like I talked to Third. Third say he heard the shit last night too. So some brothers pushed up like, what, the mob supposed to be teaming up with YFN? He like, I'm talking about why you must be talking about me, bro. YFN. He like, hell no, what the hell you heard that from? He like, they were going on the right street. He like, hell no, I got goddamn friends who's saying down there.
Yeah, see, Pope just called me and like, hey man, give me a number on Frank Hussein, cause whoever that try to team with them niggas, they gotta get white. Like, we ain't going for that like that.
Man, listen, whoa, you know they finna get white once they jumped on Shawty with some YFN niggas. That's a violation. That's against protocol. You know they finna get white now for even doing it.
I already know. I said, nigga, this shit, this probably like a million.
Man, listen, I'll give you my word, whoa. Them, whoever did that, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you my word. They asked to get wet, whoa. I'll give you my word because first of all, if they had a situation going on, you know what I'm saying? We got protocol to follow. Y'all niggas ain't contact me or Hussein. You see what I'm saying? So they really in so many words saying they bigger than this shit. Y'all, them niggas ain't bigger than this shit. So they finna get in space.
Exactly. What flow Capo Low on?
He up there on the 7th floor. That's what I'm saying. Everything, you know, we got structure in the whole jail. You know what I'm saying? We got structure in the whole jail. So for them young niggas to do that, that mean they ain't in tuned in, or they just from young niggas that just came up. You know what I'm saying?
But I told Nord up there in the dorm with him. He said he gonna handle.
Nord up there doing with him.
See, no, we trying to see. No, I can't do nothing with the mob, so that's why we trying to get that out.
No, get with it.
No,
Yeah. See, and then get with it. Nord don't want to get with it. Get with Scarface. You gotta let Nord know he can't cross that boundary. You know what I'm saying? Like not dealing with the mob, cause that's our territory. Like this is something we got to clean up and straighten out. You know what I'm saying? And if Nord,
Nord do what? You say Nord do what?
Yeah, you gotta tell Nord let up handle this situation because. Get what you know how they gonna look on the you know a nigga fuck with Nord, but Nord gonna handle this business and he ain't there. You already know what that shit gonna lead to. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I said no. Tell no, he can't. We gonna handle that shit with them. We finna handle it with them. Period.
Man, that shit can get handled. That shit can get handled today. We been on the phone all last night. That shit low on the sound flow. Hey, listen, me and Frank on the still flow.
Yeah, I know how I don't just like man. Say he just felt like them nigga didn't listen, so I say he gonna handle it.
But we need to find out what name because
yeah, see, he was telling me he was on jail phone. He was just like he told like he didn't want to say no names and shit. So goddamn, you know he had two cell phones. They goddamn. He said he had up there now. No, he hadn't got.
Okay. Well, get what I know. Football up there with a line. That he up on the third. I'm finna tell a word that he goddamn to hit football and get the name up there. And I'm finna tell a word to make football have that being though.
What he on 6 off? He on 6 off. He on 6 off. So that on damn.
Yeah, he on. They're the only one I know got a line up there. It ain't too many lines over there on 6 off. Yeah.
What floor 17 on?
17 on 7th floor. He is that low bump mate. They in the room together.
Okay, listen, this what's going on. I gotta cause Quay just hit me too, right?
Oh yeah, Quay. I just sent Quay my number. I got to make sure Quay straight over there too. Quay on 5 North.
Yeah, no, Quay said some blood nigga said somebody they talked to you, and somebody you said we ain't got nothing to do with that. So I get Quay like the nigga saying that you setting this up. We ain't got nothing to do with Quay. I'm like,
man, tell Quay, hold on. Tell Quay he'll be a fool if he listen to anything a blood nigga came from. If a blood nigga say anything, didn't say my name, tell Quay he a fool to goddamn to even believe it ain't coming to me first.
So I said this time I know home is original. Home is
man, listen, fool. When you get Quay back online, I just sent my number over there. My number is supposed to be over there by now, so he's supposed to be hit me, but he ain't hit yet. So I know if he gonna call you, call me on 3-way. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm with one of them going for. I need him one anyway.
They were, shit. There ain't nothing around right now, Whoa. Ain't nothing around. We trying to put we trying to put something together now. That's why we've been trying to find a nigga that know how to fly a drone. If you get what you said, buy one, man, we gotta get somebody who know how to fly a drone, man. We got a hole in the water right now, bro.
We gotta find. Hey, we gotta find somebody one of them. Then we gotta set everybody straight, then, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, Scarface, Scarface, how long I been telling you about? We got a hole in the water to find somebody with a drone.
Yeah, he been telling me that.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The hole been in the water. The hole been in the water for at least about 3 weeks now. That we been trying to work that move because these police ain't trying to do that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just gotta find somebody that know how to fly one.
Man, you find somebody now to fly a drone, man. We get the pack tonight, right now. I can get, man. We
can get somebody to do that for.
Yeah, so we can find somebody now to do that real quick.
Man, get what? We can get the pack every day until you say stop. Goddamn, get the pack in.
Man, listen, I ain't gonna say shit. I want you to smack the hell out that motherfucker.
It's all right. But man, yeah, Quay just signed word. Yeah. Tell you, get what? It's a lot of shit. Get what? Cause look, it's a lot of shit going around.
What side he on, friend? He on your side or on
man, he on. Man, whoa, we got the whole jail. They didn't understand stuff, baby. We got the whole jail. We in tune every day, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We ain't got no side. We got the whole jail. The side Quay on, I know he gonna be good to that. My side, I left over there. I left that whole side straight, so that side I'm running over there. So I know Quay gonna be straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I still like we just able to try to find somebody not a fly one.
All right, but listen, make sure Quay hit because see, listen, tell Quay don't go out with a nigga say if you don't get a name. I need a name because that's the only way I can know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Get a name from get names. That's the only way we can get big in the house. We gotta get names, bro.
All right, stay there.
All right, twice.
So a few questions about that call. One, how many people are on that call at any one time? Is it 3 people on the call, I should say?
I believe so. It's hard. It goes in and out.
Are you familiar with some of the voices you heard on the call?
I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
What other voices were you familiar with?
Mr. Grier.
And is that the same umfung that we spoke about earlier?
Yes.
All right. And then who else?
Mr. Hubert.
And that's the same Mr. Hubert we discussed earlier?
It is.
Now, did you hear them reference an individual by the name of Football?
I did.
Were you familiar with that name?
I am.
How were you familiar?
I was part of the team that worked on the case that he was in the Fulton County Jail for at that time.
And do you know what Football's given name is?
I do.
What is that?
DaVincio Rogers.
Spell DaVincio, please.
DeVincio.
And was Mr. Rogers associated with a gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He holds a leadership role with the rank of capo within the Goodfellas.
And then towards the end of the call, did you hear them discussing about flying a drone into the jail?
I did.
And did you hear them talking about a particular hole inside the jail in which they could fly the drone into?
Yes, a hole in the window.
Did you ever have the occasion to observe that hole in the window?
I can't remember if I saw it in person, but I definitely saw photos of it.
And what, if anything, were they discussing about flying into that window through a drone?
He referred to it as a pack, but I believe it was cell phones.
And are they allowed to have their own personal are inmates allowed to have their own personal cell phones in the Fulton County Jail?
No.
I'm going to object to 403, 401.
Sustained. Well, not on 401, but 403.
We talked about Nard and Huey being in a cell together. Did you ever have the occasion to have to search the cell belonging to Huey and Mender?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to 403.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, we have an approach. Yes, I don't know. I think that 403, I don't think that was necessarily waste of time. Maybe it was cumulative, but I also think it's, trying to, Hilton's trying to draw the inference that because they had contraband phones, personal cell phones that they're not supposed to have, trying to make that go to show guilt for the other things that they're accused of. So I think it's they don't want the jury, Sharp doesn't want the jury to take that and go, they're guilty. So, and I'm behind, my bad here. My pet goldfish with the super kind message said, "You are all amazing. So are the mods. Thank you all." Big thank you here to my pet goldfish for the positive words here. MT said the state really thought they were cooking and they just ended up with a good old Thorpe 68. This is another thing that gets attributed to Dennis. Thorpe was the original squirrel brain. I know we've expanded that meaning, but Thorpe also made that 68. I'm not getting anything back from you. And I see that attributed to Dennis a lot. So MT, thanks for getting this one right. We got to keep our squirrel brain commentary tied to the correct person here. Yeah, but I really agree. Hilton fell flat with especially that question about what down bad means, but a few others here. I think that's why she likes to rely on the calls. Nana Banana's been here for 2 months. Says, hey chat, with the capital C. Click the like for Cat. She's amazing. Thank you so much. Peter Ortiz, and yeah, Peter, you said this way better than me. The gun and gang charges against them could be strong. I don't know exactly how I feel about the gang charges for each individual. I think some of the stuff that seems tied together seems less involved with some of the 6 co-defendants that we saw in this particular trial. But for some of the others, we'll have to wait and see those trials. But the gun charges, I think that's going... Sometimes with gun charges, the jury is just like, oh, we heard about guns, we saw pictures, and someone did ballistics, even though we don't really remember where everything lands. Unfortunately, the jury could just say, we saw a gun, we'll say yes. But the murder charges are weak, also with the there. I see them doing time, 5-year mandatory on gun charges in Georgia. And, you know, we're dealing with recidivists, which stronger sentencing. So huge thank you here to Peter Ortiz. This is extremely generous. And for the most part, for the extreme most part, I agree with what you're saying here.
May I continue, Your Honor? When did that search take place?
I couldn't give you the date offhand.
Do you recall it being in February of 2022?
Yeah, it was February. I just don't know the exact date.
And what, if anything, was found when you all searched Mr. Huey and Mr. Mender's cell?
When I went to the cell, I was able to recover both a cellular device and a shank.
Self-defense.
Now publishing April 17th, 2022 at 6:50.
You know, we're going to do a Pawsey McPauserton. Where's Ashley Linnell? Ashley Linnell, this is the exact point. What we just heard there, right? They recover the cell phone and a shank. Ooh. You know, without context, that might sound like somebody's plotting to do something dangerous. You know, you're making a shank because you're planning in advance to do something. That's what the state's trying to put down. But Ashley Linnell says, Kat, didn't Viverito open the door for the report? She spoke about rehabilitation programs and the defendants wanting to go back to prison. If you ask me, I would hone in on this point on cross-examination, why somebody might need to have a shank in Fulton County Rice Street Jail. Right? Maybe they needed it for self-protection.
2 p.m. from 1:49 to 2:50, and then from 5:05 to 5:47.
Fuck with that studio? Yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to feel like the same shit, really. Like a nigga just hopping on songs and shit. But I got a coach song by myself, but man, me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the pain.
Yo.
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Lil Cole, my cousin, we just got that.
That been hard.
That motherfucker too hard. Them folks, add dog back that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add dog back that motherfucker.
Yeah, he down there with he in Don Bernard, don't know.
Damn, man.
Yeah, they had done jumped on him and shit.
Cool.
They say a mod nigga ain't got down. Nine dude nigga, but the mod nigga got pulled out because got down. They were like, shit, he ain't had nothing. They ain't got nothing to do with that. That wasn't nothing they business. So got down.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So no, I gotta move. No, I gotta move it in the dawn with him though.
I heard something about Playboy, man.
And then we're going to publish April 23rd, 2022 at 5:57 p.m.
Hello.
What's up, nigga? I could hardly hear you. What you was saying?
Nah, I was just saying. I said, boy, you on that motherfucker?
Yeah. Straight up. Where the hell you at?
Right on the east side.
Man, what the hell Tounk talking about? He heard something about police been lock up 43, they got a 43-man indictment.
That what Font said?
That what Tounk said.
I don't know. He ain't told me that.
Yeah, he said that what he heard, but he probably just talk. Ain't no telling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What he said? What?
I had Jig out of what's the name of him.
What he said? For what though?
He just said Rico, I guess.
For real?
That's what he said. But I don't know how true it is. I told that shit that stuff Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ain't screenshot.
Nah, I can hear him. That shit was blurry here. I ain't even see.
Oh yeah. At first I couldn't see you. I'm about to send you a picture to your phone.
Alright, send it to me.
I'm about to.
Alright.
And were you familiar with who Mr. Garlington was speaking with?
I am.
And who was that?
Mr. Kenneth Copeland.
And the date of this call was April 23rd, 2022. Do you know what was the date of the indictment in this case?
May 9th of 2022.
Now, through your investigation, have you ever heard of or familiar with a place called The Web?
I am.
And how are you familiar with the place called The Web?
There was an incident that occurred at the location, as well as some calls, jail calls that I had listened to previously.
And when you listened to Antonio Sumlin's wiretap, did you hear any calls that referenced The Web?
I did.
Right. I'm going to publish from Antonio Sumlin's wiretap, April 22nd, 2022 at 2:18 p.m.
How you doing? I poured out yesterday, twin. I had them got that straight though, bro.
I know. Shit. Hey, I'm. Where you gonna be at today when I get out?
What time you get out?
I get off at 5. I'm gonna be on that way because shit, I'm in like Clark County right now.
I'm be in the hood.
What about 250?
Nah, we back at the well.
What, slow spot?
Yeah, we got that spot now. Ain't slow spot though.
All right. Well, shit. Let me when I come through, I'm gonna come get a 60 from you.
A what?
60.
Alright.
I'm gonna fuck with you.
Alright, brother. Appreciate it.
Shit, no, I'm gonna call you when I want to wait though.
Alright.
Alright.
And with the calls that we heard from both Mr. Sumlin's wiretap as well as Mr. Garlington wiretap, was that just a sampling of all of the calls that you heard over the course of the month and a half that the wiretap was ongoing?
Yes.
Now, have you ever heard of an individual with the nickname of Barter?
I have.
Okay. And how are you familiar with that individual?
From my time working on the YFN indictment and just being familiar with the Summerhill area and the YFN members that operate within it.
And do you know the given name for that individual?
I do.
And what is the given name?
Christian Johnson.
And based on your investigation, is Christian Johnson, aka Barter, affiliated with YFN or If Gang?
Yes, he is.
Now, last week, we discussed briefly about you obtaining Mr. Stillwell's phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
How did you initially learn about Mr. Stillwell's cell phone?
When Mr. Stillwell was taken into custody on the 17th, no phones were recovered from his person. So I began listening to his jail calls and learned that he had concealed the phones and was directing somebody to go retrieve them.
And do you know the location, meaning the home and where the phones were, where the phone was left?
So they were retrieved by a female named China, and I was able to listen to jail calls to learn where they were headed and when they were to arrive. And they were headed to the home of...
You may.
All right, so they're approaching again. Yeah, and I wonder, Lola, if we're getting into maybe like some final context here in the, I mean, I'm assuming, right? This is just an assumption that Hilton is wrapping it up, winding it down. She's starting to talk more about Stillwell again, which to me makes sense. You want to bookend, and I don't agree with this strategy, but the state throughout this trial, whenever they have to talk about somebody outside of who's in the courtroom, they'll start with something mentioning someone in the courtroom and then finish with something mentioning someone in the courtroom and just let it be a confusing, well, we don't really know who's talking. There's a lot of things happening on that call in between. I think with the hope that the jury will just think that this is all the same people. But yeah, we're going to get another Barter mention.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those jail calls prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 527 BV. Tell me if you recognize 527 BV.
This is a disc that would contain the jail calls.
And listen to the jail calls, did they appear to be the jail calls that you listened to back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Did they appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time, the state would like to admit 427 BV as evidence. Excuse me, 527 BV. Permission to publish certain portions. First publishing March 18th, 2022, from 00 to 3 minutes. $14.36.59. course, he's on just for one moment.
Prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fulton County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
Hey. Hey.
What's up?
Nothing. What's up, Chip?
Hey.
Huh?
Shit.
Huh?
Just write the message on a piece of paper or something. So you can text them at the phone. That's like get out of the phone.
Okay. I'm ready.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tell him, do not give my phones to Poker. Because that ain't gonna cause a problem around here. Tell him to
Is Poke Tyesha?
keep my phone. Or give them to me or my dad or one of y'all.
Do he know where I live at?
Oh, nah, he don't. But tell him, if she asks about him, tell him he went and looked for him but didn't find him.
She asked about him. Tell her. He went to look for him.
What the pen is?
So I said, Mr. Shannon said, do not give his phone to Poker. Keep his phone. Or give him to her.
Yeah.
541.
Okay. If she asked about it, tell her he went to look for them and couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Okay.
541. What's this number is?
Okay. I will do. Did you tell her to ask me for him?
We're going to stop at 304. Next, we're going to play 3/19/2022 at 10:04:36 from 1:40 to 4:13.
I handle business. Don't call. You ain't got I handle business. But
I understand that. I'm saying, like, what the hell he gonna do about these goddamn people to come see us?
they say Monday. I don't know how true it is, but they say Monday. I just told Sham that.
You told him what?
They said Monday, but we're gonna wait till Monday and tell me if somebody come down there. But it's supposed to be Monday.
What the hell big say though, bro? Cause he got a nigga just in here like a nigga buying everywhere, bro.
Big said a lawyer's supposed to be down there Monday.
All right, hold on. I love you, man. I gotta go on the road. I love you.
I love you too.
Hello?
I love you too, Daddy.
He said he gone. Hey, look though. Man. All right, man, I ain't gonna stop where I don't give a fuck this shit.
I'm saying that you know how they get, bro, and that's the only thing he told me. He just said, "Lord, you should be down on Monday." That's what he told me. So I was gonna wait till Monday. I told Quay I was gonna just wait till Monday.
Do he understand that I want my lawyer, not no his lawyer? He gonna.
That's what the fuck I'm trying. That's what I'm mad about. And be Nick acting all like that. That's why I said, why I can't pick my lawyer? Because I feel like I should pick my lawyer and you just tell me what you can help me with. Y'all just picking a lawyer. But that would be me said. Well, that what he just said, lawyer gonna be down on Monday. I don't know who it is. Lawyer gonna be down on Monday. We'll see how Monday go, and then, you know what I'm saying, we'll work from there. You ain't satisfied, that ain't what you want, then I say that then. But you already know how he is. And then these funerals going on out here, they acting like they so busy.
They finna lock it down, man. I love you. We gonna call you tomorrow.
I love you too. You want me to keep these phones or get on the bed?
Get on the bed.
What about the number?
Go on that purple phone. It's 83 969. Get shot number. That's
hold on. Let me hold on, cause they just hold on. You just said too many numbers. What is it? 83 what?
83 969. Yeah. That's the code to that purple phone and get the number. It's a shot. That's patient number.
Okay, cause the phone did. I got charged on. I just told Betty. Okay, I love you. I just told Betty you want some numbers and I'm bright to her. Okay, right. That's the only number.
Yeah, shot.
All right, I got you. I have it for you in the morning.
NY, nah. All right, I love you.
Okay, I love you.
The caller has hung up.
Were you able to determine who, was that Mr. Stillwell talking to that young woman?
Yes, at the end of the call, yes.
Were you able to determine who that individual was?
Yes.
Who was it?
That was Shantisa Lewis. I believe she's the wife of Mr. Nichols.
And did she have a nickname?
China.
And from this call, were you able to get the PIN number to Mr. Stillwell Jackson's cell phone?
Yes.
And was that the number that was given towards the end of the call?
Yes.
Published March 21st, 2022 at 9:29, at 3:25 to 3:40.
Trying to call last night. She was gonna come by today. When I get off, I gotta call her.
I'm going to pause at 3:43. Were you familiar with the voice that we just heard?
Yes.
And who was that?
Betty Jackson.
And she related to Mr. Shannon Jackson?
Yeah, she's Mr. Stillwell Jackson's grandma.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 21:33 p.m. 5:30 to 5:48.
Then.
You got no phone?
Yeah, she 2 up, right?
Yeah.
She brought this afternoon.
All right.
All right, then.
Yeah.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
The caller has.
And was that also Miss Jackson on
It,
your call as well?
it was.
And was that confirmation that she had now received the phones?
It was.
Now, did there come a point in which you were able to go and retrieve the phone?
Yes.
And where did you go? Not address or anything, but where did you go?
I obtained a search warrant for a Fulton County search warrant for Miss Betty Jackson's home, and went to her home with the search warrant with a team of officers with me.
And how many phones did you recover?
2.
And what kind of phones were they?
2 iPhones.
And after retrieving the cell phones, what, if anything, did you do with the phones?
I obtained search warrants for both devices and then provided them to Detective Kevin Leon Packer for him to do a forensic extraction of both devices.
And when you gave the search warrant to Detective Leon Packer to do the forensic extraction, did you provide him with that PIN code or that PIN number that you had learned from the jail call?
I did.
Why did you provide him that PIN number?
It aids in the extracting of the phones.
And have you had the opportunity to go through and review contents of both of those iPhones?
I have.
That's yours. And permission to approach, Your Honor.
Heck yeah, Posy McPauserton. I would pay to watch a stream of Glanville watching Max and Doug cross this witness, this lying liar.
Marked as 227 BVA6, along with 2227 BVA2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A6A, A6B, A7, A7A, A8, and A8A, and tell me if you recognize first those exhibits.
So this would be the disk that houses the forensic extraction of the iPhone or the items from the iPhone 12 mini, and then these are the items of evidentiary value from the device.
So are all those excerpts?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 227 VVB, 12A through D, which is the CD, and 227 VVB2, strike that. From the first set of exhibits, which iPhone is that from?
The iPhone 12 mini.
Now looking at 227 VVB2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12A, 12B, 12C, and 12D. Tell me if you recognize those items.
These would be the excerpts from his iPhone 13 that I recovered.
And looking at first the iPhone 12 mini excerpts, do those appear to be fair and accurate depiction of excerpts from the cell phone extraction from the iPhone 12 mini?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 227 VVA2, VVA3, VVA4, VVA5, VVA6, VVA6A, VVA6B, VVA7, VVA7A, VVA8, and VVA8A into evidence.
All right.
Sorry, I can repeat them for you.
227 VV, A 2 through 6,
Yes,
6A, 6B,
yes,
7, 7A,
yes,
8 and 8A.
yes.
All right, those are admitted.
And then looking at the excerpts from iPhone 13, do those appear to be fair and accurate excerpts from the cell phone extraction from the iPhone 13?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to admit 227 VVB2 through
Let's see if she reads these text messages accurately or skips
2
parts.
through 11,
All right, those are admitted.
and then VVB12A through D.
Admitted.
Now, prior to going and being able to look at the extraction, did you hear any calls with Mr. Stillwell and his grandmother about deleting content from the phone?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to publish State's Exhibit 527 BV, the last call on March 23rd, 2022.
You may. And I'm sorry, but I had written down on all of that you just tendered for admission 227. Was it 527 or 227?
What we just talked about was 227.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
Your Honor.
Just wanted to make sure.
And now we're going back to publish a portion of 527 BV.
Call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up.
To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
What's up?
man. Terrible.
Huh?
Little folk came up in my house last night.
What?
Huh?
What they do?
They came and got them fired.
Oh.
No, I'm telling you, there was so many of them out there. There was so many. They said they had a warrant. We know you got his 2 phones. So they have to be done heard it.
Yeah.
You must be on somebody else's line.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they have to be done heard. Anyway, I did call Brian and told him that's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured he needs to know what was up. Yep. And they got a picture. They got a picture of China's car in the yard.
Huh?
They got a picture of China's car in the yard. Because I knew that. I told her the other day, I said, that's unusual. Somebody was sitting there, they was like they were almost to the mailbox, but not quite. And they were just sitting there. You know, normally when somebody coming for juice or something like that, they'll be like, you know, in the back, like the other car, but this one wasn't. And she finally told her just wait a few minutes because I didn't know if it was, you know what I'm saying, some of them other folks followed her or what, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I told her to just wait, you know, just wait a little bit, see if they move, but they didn't move. But she said, one thing is go. I said, okay, so we just gonna watch her. But then as soon as she left, they pulled out.
Well, they got her too?
She wasn't at the house last night. They spotted her the other night when she bought the phone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
End at 3:02 and fast forward to 8:12.
Yeah, move my iPad.
Move iCloud.
Yeah, off both of them.
Move it where?
It's on remove, delete it.
Oh, delete it. Okay. Okay. You need to see the answer now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, tell them ASAP.
You don't have to have the phone to do that.
Nah, you know how to do it. So, iCloud and Gmail.
I hope they didn't in it all.
Huh?
Because they were trying to do something in it last night and they were standing up there. Hold on, let me call her. Okay, there you go.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, bro, I need you to remove my iCloud and Gmail from my phone.
Okay.
I need to do it now.
Alright, I'm on the way home.
I'll tell him what happened so he can know how important this is.
He know what happened.
All
He
right.
called me last night. So he got both the numbers. How he know how to do that? You know how to do that?
Yeah, I know how to do it.
You have to have phone numbers?
He know how to do it. It's just remove my phone.
Okay. You got it, Petey?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it as soon as I get home. I'm on it. Huh?
Where you at now, man?
I'm on the way home right now.
Oh, okay. It's real important, real important.
Okay.
You on the expressway or something?
No, Espresso is backed up. I'm taking the street lane. But it only takes like 15 minutes to get there.
As soon as you stop, do that because this is great important with the phone. You know they got the phone, so you need to get that done ASAP. Okay. Call me when you do it. You can tell when it's done. I mean, you can tell when it's off.
Hey, I'm gonna call you back, man. You just talk to him.
Okay, call me then.
Yeah.
The caller has hung up.
As you reviewed the content of Mr. Stillwell's phone, did you see that there were some content that was deleted?
Some, yes.
And were you also able to get some content, of course, that which was not deleted?
Yes.
And did you hear when Miss Jackson said they had a picture of her car on the warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Whose car was there a picture of on the warrant?
Shannon Lewis, aka China.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
A white Ford Fusion.
All right. And was that similar to the white Ford Fusion that you saw in the BP gas station video with Chamel drinks?
Yes.
All right. Amira, maybe approach.
Yes.
I wonder if they're gonna try to edge in this where Boyer was located. Because I was wondering, you know, Viverito or the investigators obviously showed Grandma some of the evidence they had, including the photo of the white Ford Fusion, which I'm sure Grandma knows that who Nichols is, who China is. Why are they approaching here, though, is my question. Why are they approaching? Because I feel like it's got to involve Boyer. Because we started off this long series of things by asking a question about Boyer. So... Jury's going to lunch.
All right, for the jury.
Yeah, shout out to Heart of Inspiration. Good to see you. Hilton meant 2 hours in the multiverse of madness. We've got to get through all of them. All the 2-hour sets. Oh, man. Just a whole mess. No, Hilton asked for the approach. So I don't know. Shout out to That's What Lay said.
Anybody
We're
need to put
counting each
anything on record
second
before
past
we
2
take our
hours.
Lunch break. All right, we'll see everybody back at 1.
All right. I think they just approached to say this would be a good time to break, maybe, but why wouldn't she just say that out loud like they normally do? Because that was a quick approach. I don't know. I'm up in the air on that one. I have no idea. No idea. But yeah, clearly we're going well beyond this 2 hours. I mean, we're about 2.5 hours this morning of actual time, not counting the break, and it took about 8 minutes for court to get started this morning. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I do think it's possible she approached and said, let's do the lunch break because this could be a while, but thank you again. That's what Lay said for being a member. Ms. 2T says, hey y'all, I can't wait for Max the Shark. I'm very excited to see Shark and Burrito on the closed captions. It's just going to be extra entertaining. You know, sometimes you just need that comedic relief to get through some of this testimony, through some of these days. You know, while we're on lunch, I haven't done the bush today because the way the camera is, Shart's like sitting right in the corner of the main view. But for lunch, we'll put Viverito and the bush back up on the screen. There's also an emoji if you guys want to use it. Thank you again, Miss Tutus, for being a member. MT says, learned I'm a criminal when I hang up a call to FaceTime my wife at Target. Which brand, honey? This one, or is it this one that you wanted? Yep, don't do it. You're clearly only doing that because you're conspiring. You are conspiring to further the Target enterprise. Shout out to MT. Thanks for all your support today. STS out here dropping 5 gifted memberships. That's 5 new people that can use the Viverito Bush channel emoji. So make sure you take advantage of it. Let's get some W's in the chat for STS. Big thank you there for gifting the 5. I think let's update the count before I forget. And I don't know, should I count that approach? I really think it might have just been lunch, so I don't know if I should up that to a 7 approaches. Maybe because it was literally an approach. Let's just put it at 7. No, she's not done. So when she comes back, there's going to be more. But I do think she'll pass the witness today. Like, it would be so dumb if after Juror 56 came forward, they do this for a full day. So I don't know. Oh, I think this is actually a great theory. Sister Brother Eats, I like this. Hilton didn't want to get yelled at publicly since this is well over 2 hours. I think that's a really good point. That could be it. That could be it. Ike says, with this much information, were they ever able to prevent these crimes? Ike, question of this entire case. They know so much. They're always, honestly, to me, it sounds like Viverito was pillow talking some of these associates and their family members. So if you knew so much and you were always in the bushes, how come nothing was ever prevented? Right? To the point where we're bringing in fights, right? We incarcerate, we arrest somebody, we detain them at Rice Street. And then when they get in a fight, even though it's an extremely dangerous jail, when they get in a fight, then we want to introduce that as an overt act as part of the same indictment. And not even just an overt act, actually charge, too. Some of the charges. It just doesn't make sense. Some of the stuff that's happening, to me, seems like it's only happening because of the way the investigators and the district attorney's office does their work. So, I don't know. Yep, and I agree, Erin, that's exactly it. Cops are only about arresting, not about preventing. Especially, I would say more so in, these select neighborhoods where, remember, it's not just Viverito that sits there waiting in the bushes. With the Eppinger investigation, was that officer's last name Rogers? They said that they would just sit there watching that one gas station all the time, but what did they actually ever prevent? They just sat there watching, listening to thousands of hours of calls. But what are they preventing? It's like they'd rather let it happen and then let everything else play out, if they're actually knowing what they say they know. So, it's a great question, Ike. I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer that looks good for the state. That girl Mia says, Instagram and jail calls equal evidence. Love to clat, mlat, and chat. Yep. And I think on one of those calls, I forget, maybe it was Stillwell, but said something about telling Damekion to stop posting on Instagram. Probably just trying to sell weed or drugs or whatever through Instagram, right? But the state loves to let that imply, this big op rivalry where we're going on the offensive, we're shooting at our ops, we're trying to kill our ops, right? The state wants to infer that, oh, we got to be careful, we got to jump off the phone. It's always just because they're doing something nefarious. Not because, we don't want to put a conspicuous sounding lyric in a song because we know that Viverito's sitting in the bushes watching our every move and waiting to take something out of context and use it against us. That couldn't be the reason. What reasonable person would ever have the foresight to think, hey, unfortunately, maybe we should think about what we say because someone's going to take it the wrong way. Who would ever think that way? Who would ever think that way? So shout out here to that girl Mia for being a member for 4 months. Mary Julips became a member. Thank you. And if you are a nurse, doctor, or surgeon of any kind, shout out to you, just looking at your picture here. Thank you for the work that you do. Yoshiko Pennick says, it's my anniversary. Thanks for being a member for 2 months. Love you, slimes. Love it. Love it. Thank you so much, Yoshiko. Y Turner, and guys, you gotta look at Y Turner's picture. I'm working backwards, but we'll get to it. Y Turner says, I would not want to be her student if she is upset with me. May as well quit because if it's an F. Yep. Retaliation vibes, the real Rico. Yeah, it kind of seems like that. And this reminds me a little bit of the Thorpe 68. You're not giving me anything, right? It's always about reciprocity. You're not giving me what I want. And sometimes someone giving you what they want isn't going to be the most credible answer, incredible thing. So, where was it? Where was it with Y Turner? There we go. The old picture here before Y Turner made the switch. Y Turner said, Hilton looks like Velma off Scooby-Doo to me. And then she came back and changed it. I do appreciate this, you know. The interesting part is with Velma, you know, she was supposed to be the nerd that was so much buried in the books. You know, I think Velma, of anybody on that group, would be the most likely to miss the meaning or possible other explanation about slang, the way words are used by people, right? So I think Velma's perfect for 2 reasons, not just the Bob, but also that. So love that here. And then you guys are so funny. Squirrel Brain in the same vein, the profile picture. Thank you for changing your profile picture. Every day of court, Squirrel Brain Gang gives us a new squirrel. So yes, Mr. Shart, I was trained by the gang experts and in turn trained all the gang experts. As evidenced by my superiority during direct and cross-examination, I conclude that I'm a gang expert. Yep, and she did that a little bit with the questions about how she determined how she came to a certain conclusion. You know, it was a bit more than just, you know, what were you doing? Oh, I was investigating. Hilton asked her a question earlier that was something conclusory. How did you come to that conclusion or your determination? And she just said, because of my investigation. But she didn't lay out like, well, while I was investigating, I saw this and that and put 2 and 2 together. Right? She just said my investigation as if her investigation is a yes or no answer to something being true or not. So she's I think she's different on the stand today. She's a little different on the stand today. A lot more yes or no's, and maybe that's the way that Hilton's doing the questions. So I don't know. But very interesting. Thank you for the 10 Squirrel Brain Gang. Harp City says Hilton time is 2 to 3 hours, looking like Love's 2 to 3 hours as 3 days. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to not be able to predict something, but when you know you're going to play hours worth of material, you should have a baseline of how long you're going to take that's not far off. But here we are doing lawyer math. Definitely some lawyer math going on. Thank you, Harp City, for the 5. MT says, Doug, can we get a time limit on the state's close? Love will use the entire time just reading the entire indictment and the last of the Jungle Book, YSL returning to the human village, and Atlanta loving them. I'm still interested to see. I do think this is Love's baby, and I think she'll do closing arguments, but I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. If she's doing closing arguments, she's probably been preparing and writing for like the last 2 weeks on what she's going to read. And it's going to be the same thing that we all expect. So why she needs so much time to write something that's exactly as we would all expect would be a big question for that day. But yeah, definitely interested in seeing closing arguments. And again, that's really where Doug is going to tie any loose ends together, point out the case that the state probably did not successfully make in terms of his perspective, his argument. So I'm really excited to see that. Doug's closing is going to be a miniature case. And I am still really sad thinking that we never got to hear Bruce Harvey's opening statement because he deferred to his case in chief, which we don't get. So very excited to see this stuff. Thank you again, MT. Harp City says, check out the albino squirrel I saw this weekend. The plate above... Oh, that's your picture. Okay. I saw this weekend. The plate above says Steve. Slime Squirrel Steve. Okay, so we've got a name. Very cool. Very, very cool. You know, it's like, at least in New York and Florida, seeing a brown squirrel or a black squirrel has always been, like, kind of more rare than a gray squirrel. But on the off chance you get to see an albino squirrel, I don't know, it just feels so cool. It's like, whoa, you don't see that every day. But love this. New Squirrel Gang member. Thank you so much, Harp City. Survivor Speaks! Oh my gosh. So, love Survivor Speaks. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Guys, Survivor Speaks, and I want to get the time right, I think 7 years. Worked 7 years as a corrections officer. And this weekend, Friday night, in response to this DOJ report about the Fulton County Rice Street Jail. All the things that they either were or were not doing there as staff members, their management, the organization, the day-to-day routines, the way they check people into the facility, because at Rice Street, they're checking the searches when someone's first brought in, right? They're not checking the skin. So that's a, you know, pretty big open door, red carpet being rolled out to someone coming in that might have lice or bed bugs. We're not washing people down. We're not having them shower. Because of Survivor Speaks experience, 7 years as a corrections officer, she got to lay out, you know, even when things were short-staffed, still found ways to manage and do your job. So I really thought it was a great perspective, a great lens to look at that DOJ report through, Survivor Speaks experience there. You guys have heard me talk about Survivor Speaks channel before, typically covering court cases, but I definitely think that breakdown also one to watch, especially if you haven't caught up with that DOJ report. So here is the link here. Thank you, Factual Lie. So make sure you check that out. Really just makes it seem like Fulton County Sheriff's Department and DA, they just don't care. They just don't care. FFS says, are we done talking about Stacy Sibbets? Yeah, between that and the VV sounding like BV when the way Hilton says the first B is a little bit grating. We'll just say it's grating to the ears. Kevin Kirksey, I pulled this up on the screen. I think the chat seemed to be curious about this. Do you think Viverito was contacted this weekend by the state? There's a bit of a shift, right? I feel like her demeanor is a bit different, and there could be a ton of explanations for that, right? Dealing more with calls, and Hilton's not really asking as many questions between the calls. She's kind of doing... Well, she's asking more questions than she did when she played the Woody interviews. But that could be some part of the explanation. Maybe the weekend. Maybe Viverito decided on her own, I'm going to give shorter answers because I looked up myself on the internet all weekend and saw the way people were criticizing my answers. Because there was a lot of criticism for the way she seems to puff up her credentials and puff up her answers. So now maybe she's just not doing that as much today because she went and looked at the commentary. But at the same time, what if they spoke over the weekend? Who would know? Who would know? And who would be able to tell? Who would be able to tell? Yep. F-bombs with the recall. Love and Hilton previously argued that they have the right to speak to a sworn witness. Like, no, you don't really. You don't really. Just crazy. So I wouldn't put it past her. Wouldn't put it past him. But I can't say for sure, of course. But great food for thought here, Kevin. Thank you. MT, yeah, a lot of debate. Thank you, everyone in the chat with the sticks and the blickies and the poles. When I drive a stick, it's just a manual transmission. Now, how do you define a slider? How do you define a slider? Ghost has been a member for 8 months. Ghost. Wondering if you saw the news about the case that we met through. Well, I guess it's not really about the case, but the big engagement news for a certain couple. Good to see you, Ghost. Thank you so much for being here for 8 months. Love the channel and breakdowns. Much love, Kat. Right back at you, Ghost. Good to see you and hope you're doing well. MT says, Doug in an interview. Yeah, so this is, let's see. Right, it's the Justice Served podcast is Linda and Mike with Law and Crime. Let's see. Yes, Justice Served. They did an interview with Doug over the weekend. And hold on, they've done a few. Okay, I think it's this one, where Doug talks about his approach to the rest of this trial, right? Why he doesn't really have much to cross Viverito on. That's kind of common sense. She's not really talking that much about anything Yak's involved in, but why he isn't going to put up a case in chief. So this is the interview being referenced here by MT on the Justice Served podcast. Definitely a good one to check out, and I really like their show is nice and casual and, you know, serious. They have great insights with a balance of laughter when things are ridiculous, so I like it over there a lot. Let me close this YouTube tab. It is not playing nice. Yeah, what's everybody eating for lunch? Special Bendy Bros is having burritos. That's a good time. I did a burrito bowl over the weekend, so last week. Did a burrito bowl. Didn't wrap it up, but did it in a bowl. Halfway celebrating the momentous occasion, the state's final witness, Marissa Viverito. And I feel like it's worth clarifying that that all started because of the closed captions. I know, people were seeming to think that somebody was calling her burrito because, I don't know, maybe her appearance? I don't know how you couldn't necessarily say that since she's not showing herself, but it's all because of the closed captions, the way the transcription of her name comes out. So, shout out to Special Bendy Bros for making everybody hungry. MT says, I swear an expert testified that if you plug in your cell phone to charge in jail, the state can download the entire contents of your phone. Maybe if they're having it plug in as a USB to USB charger. I wouldn't imagine if it was like a wall unit. I don't know. But that could be possible with the USB if they have a USB port to plug in to charge, like a smart charger. But interesting. So, if anyone remembers that, let us know. Nick Starro says, I bet Miss Hilton has an indoor solar clock. Technically it can tell time, but still useless. Right, you gotta like hold it up and squint when it starts to show like the little zero outlines of the numbers. Bet she wishes she had a Richard Mille watch. Bet she wishes. Shout out to Nick Starro. You guys already know the drill with Nick. Assumption here that Nick will be doing a live recap on TiVo time of today's riveting direct testimony and maybe cross-examination. Yes, he is. So link to that here. So today's recap with Nick. And STS says Slider is a product of White Castle. I had to take a friend to the airport this weekend. Let me not say it that way. That sounds like I didn't want to do it. Was happy to take a friend to the airport so they can avoid paying for that outrageous parking. But there's a White Castle kind of near the Orlando airport, and I was so tempted to get some White Castle this weekend, but I had all my ingredients to make my burrito bowl, so I opted out of it. Oh, but now I'm regretting it. I'm regretting it. When they fly back in, I'm gonna get some White Castle. I'm gonna do it. Love, whatever. I don't know if you love or hate White Castle. I think there's nothing more classic than a little teeny steamy White Castle burger in the little cardboard pockets they put them all in. Love it. Love it. And I'll get a milkshake or something too. So STS, thank you for all the pictures of Simon. I'm going to have to produce a White Castle picture in a couple weeks. MT says, took my stick card to get a slider at White Castle. So I'm hungry, you guys. I'm hungry. We gotta simmer it down here a little bit with the food talk. I am hungry today. Yeah, see, okay, Bilu, that's the thing. You gotta wait till you get home to eat the White Castle. That's the solution. Rest in peace, your stomach. No lie there. No lie there. FFS is out here doing it big again, gifting a membership and then gifting another membership back to back. FFS in the chat for FFS. Let's see. Michelle also became a member. Thank you so much, Michelle. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Nancy New One Too says, we've had Goodfellas and YSL, but Goodfellas and Nine Deuces attack Miles. Then Johnny, well, so I'm confused by that because was she mentioning that she heard Goodfellas and Nine Deuces both mentioned? Because later, the next line of questioning was about how the mob in Nine Deuces, how Goodfellas didn't step in to do what they were supposed to do. And that was like Unfunk, Quantavious Grier, not looking out the way he should have been looking out. So all of that was confusing. And I've got to say, what I think it would boil down to, for me sitting on the jury, I don't even know. The DOJ report, if I heard news about it, would be top of mind, of course. But we've still heard so much about Rice Street. We've still heard so much about Rice Street. And I think even before we get to Max's Cross, where I'm sure we're going to hear more about Rice Street, I think I'd be sitting there saying, like, is this necessarily... We don't really hear that much about Goodfellas, Nine Deuces, or the mob until now. It just sounds like people are trying to make sure somebody's okay while they're locked up and just got thrown into Rice Street. They haven't established their footing yet, right? So I don't know if this whole putting all of that in here would be all that compelling to me as a juror. It would make me, I think it would make me sympathetic. And of course, it'd be making me sympathetic to, in that context, Miles Farley, who isn't sitting here in this courtroom, but still, it's just like, how do you have the jury listen to that? I don't know. But then, yeah, the mention of Johnny with YSL, who then went to YFN, and now she has no clue if he's an associate of any, or an affiliate with anybody. So you don't know. And then another Kell, what the heck is going on? I don't know. She hasn't been that descriptive with her explanations today. So, I don't know. I don't think, do you guys want to like grade direct so far, including last week, on a scale of like 1 to 10? Like imagine there was no opportunity for cross, or the defense decides not to cross. We know Shart's going to cross. But just imagine if it stopped there. Like whatever Viverito has said so far, it's not challenged. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad do you think it looks for, let's do, you could, if you guys want to split it up, 1 to 10, how does it look for the two in the courtroom? And 1 to 10, how does it look for anybody that is charged in this indictment? Right? Because there's kind of two questions there. Some of the stuff I think that sounds a little bit more like, oof, isn't really involving these two in the room here. So, yeah, it's true, Copa. There's the reminder there. They showed Lucci being attacked. It proves that they aren't protected by the jail. And then they had that officer, Wolford. Wait, I think that's not it. Wolford. He was just kind of like, oh, well, can they open the door themselves? And it was like a yes, no mishmash answer. Like, all right, seems like you're being disingenuous because you know that these inmates are at risk because the facility itself and the staff isn't willing to, cannot if they tried, actually protect the inmates. So, yeah, so a lot of mixed answers here in the chat, and I get it's kind of a loaded question. Lots of ones. We have a 5. 10 in the state's mind. 3, 4. Biff says -7. 1, 7. 3, it's too confusing. 7, not a 666. And then STS answers both. So 2 for those in the courtroom, 5 for, the big grouping altogether indictment. 3, 4, 3, 1. I think it's a mixed bag. This isn't, I would say even a 7, right? I think the highest I've seen is 7. Even with the 7, that's not that great without Cross coming into the picture, right? With no pushback, we're only at a 7. Is a 7 out of 10 beyond the reasonable doubt standard? What do you guys think? And I get, Peter, I say this is that question where, beyond a reasonable doubt, weak on the murders, but maybe enough for what the jury is going to look at as a lesser charge because they might not be aware of the sentence, the minimum sentencing, and the circumstances of the sentences. So, but thank you guys for participating in this poll. That girl Mia says a 3 and a 6. But yeah, so Nancy knew one too. Yeah, what the heck is going on? So one of those things, a lot of it, Shart's gonna have to get up there and clear up. MT says this case is whack. Yep, because we're hearing about what whack means today. Leah's dad says she never actually answers a question about how she came to a conclusion or why she's able to know something. It's always through my investigation, nothing factual or substantial, nothing to fact check. Yep. It's kind of akin to using the word in a sentence when you're asked to, like, you give a definition, you're asked to use the word in the sentence to show you've, like, understood and looked at the meaning and know how to incorporate it into language and your writing and your speaking. But instead of actually doing much with it, you just turn the definition into a sentence. Kind of like that. So thank you so much for the 10, Leah's dad. And hearing through my investigation again, it makes me kind of tune out, right? It's sounding cliche to hear it several times. STS says USB charging. I have a power-only charging cable. Yeah, and that's actually a good idea too, right? If you're going to use a USB to USB connection, get one that's power only, not a smart charger. So it's very interesting to me to hear, this idea that maybe they're allowing USB charging without the brick that plugs in with like a regular, what is it, AC? DC? I don't know. But their equipment's all messed up, right? Like their kiosks aren't working. So do we upgrade and add charging stations because it's a priority for us to be able to spy on people that we're holding possibly before they're even indicted? We're focused on infrastructure changes that would allow us to spy more often, but we can't even fix basics like lighting where people are getting sodomized behind a stairwell where there's no lights or camera angles, surveillance, right? We're not fixing the kiosks where people can make a report of a sexual assault or deal with other issues like a report of misconduct by staff, a report of issues in their cell, even just dealing with things like commissary back and forth. We're not fixing those things. We're not fixing the locks on the doors in the report. one of the things that the report noted was that a worker tried to notify, hey, there's over 100 doors on this level, and only 5 of the locks work on those doors. Only 5 are functional. That's less than 5% of the locks on this particular floor actually being functional. Going back to the video of the Lucci stabbing, how are more than one person out of their cell at one time? We don't know. We don't know. They must have popped the locks. Well, when you hear that there's a 5% or less chance that someone's being housed in a cell where the lock doesn't function on the door, kind of changes up that representation a bit. And they won't fix any of that stuff, but they'll install something, it sounds like, where they might be allowing a modern charging table with USB smart cables. Shows you the priority. Shows you the priority. And again, going back to what Ike said earlier, can't pull it up, but Ike earlier had said all of this information, they do all this information gathering, listening to calls in real time, watching surveillance in real time, but they don't prevent anything. They never prevent anything. So, really big questions here. And I know it sounds like, oh, they're just charging devices, but I think that it's a good question about what they choose to spend their money on at this Rice Street jail. One happy white girl says, Crystal burgers are better than White Castle. I've only ever had Crystals one time, and I'm not gonna lie, not a fan. But it was during that first ice storm. I don't know, was that back in like, geez, it was a long time ago. I don't know, like maybe like 2015, 2016, 2014 in Atlanta. They canceled my flight, so I rented a car and started driving from Charleston to, well, I flew to Charleston. They canceled my flight, so they redirected me to Charleston, and I rented a car. And by the time I was about to touch down in Atlanta, I was like 30 minutes away, and there was a Crystals, and everything was shut down. There wasn't a lick of snow, rain, precipitation, but like everything was a ghost town because of this ice storm that was coming. And I found a Crystals that was open, and it was just not good. And it could have just been the circumstances, so I'll forgive it. But I was not impressed. I was not impressed. But again, it could have just been whoever was stuck there while everyone else got to go home. It translated to the quality of my order, so. Rice Street says, did I tint the windows on my rental? You know, I feel like there may have been some tint already on the car. But no, I did not. I did not. Was in a big rush. Was in a big rush. The woman next to me on the phone, on the plane, was also on my canceled flight. She did the same thing, went over and took a flight to Charleston instead. And the whole time next to me, she was flying because she was going on like a Bumble or Tinder date. So I was like, all right, we out here making sure we can make it happen no matter the circumstances. Do your thing, girl. So that was the whole time. And let's see, I think, where is Laugh Always Have Fun? Good to see ya. Crystal's better. We don't eat ketchup on them, only mustard and onions. I just remember it being really dry. Like, I must have just gotten old food. They weren't making food, probably because nobody was out driving except for me. So, let's see here. Nancy knew one too. Was she there when Yak was arrested? Do you mean the grandma? Wait, was she there? Viverito? Are you asking about Viverito here? I don't know. They didn't really ask her about the search on... I don't know. I could have missed that. And not for nothing, but it sure seems like, you know, every time they're planning to arrest someone, there's like a million officers that show up for it, so... Oh, you know what? This actually got me thinking in the opposite direction. So Tisma, Tis It Not, says, daft question, but if inmates are not supposed to have cell phones, why do they need charging stations? I think, aren't they allowed to have iPads, like tablets? Maybe not iPads specifically, but tablets. So there's a need to charge that, and then probably by making it a USB charger, there's no risk that someone's going to sit there and electrocute themselves. So, especially since that's another big problem with the Fulton County Rice Street Jail, exposed wiring and electrical fixtures not being repaired. So, when I'm looking here, let's see. Yeah, that's true, but I don't really remember Viverito being part of that conversation. So, because sometimes with the testimony we hear other names mentioned, and I don't really remember here Viverito being mentioned during that, but we'll have to see. Because again, there were a lot. There were a lot of people. Todd Diggy, thanks for becoming a member. Swear you've been a member, so I think welcome back. Welcome back. Great to have you here. And Michelle, so it's supposed to be 2. So how many guns is the state suggesting SB throughout the car, and really like maybe Nichols throughout the car, but the state isn't trying to attribute to either, they're trying to attribute it to both. One was picked up during the chase and one later. The helicopter video doesn't show guns being discarded. Yep, so 2. So 2. I think we're going to hear more. I think we're going to hear big time cross on that when Shark gets up there. Very interested in seeing, because now some of the things that Shark might not have wanted to poke into with Tyesha Alexander on the stand, Marissa Viverito's testified to some of it. The Tyesha Alexander call. You know? I think Shark knows that he can ask more questions with Viverito. And there are certain things I think I'd rather ask Viverito about than Tyesha Alexander. Right? It's a little bit difficult to approach, even if she has immunity. Right? It's a little bit difficult to try to guess what somebody's answer might be. If it's possible the state could misconstrue their testimony to incriminate them. So, definitely excited to see that. But yes, 2, Michelle, 2. And then MT says the McDonald's video shows the theft of the white watch, the flashes from the third car. It's the reflection of the wash, just doing the flares. Heck yeah. And finds Rico all in 2 minutes. Yeah, well, don't forget that Viverito, you know, she runs down to the courthouse at 2 in the morning to start listening to those calls and find the answers within the calls. Those calls are her crystal ball. Those are her crystal ball. Yeah, right? Example questions. Why did 17 inmates die at the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary? So there's more problems. Yikes. Why is it so overrun with rats that they welcome stray cats into the facility to catch them? Oh my god, is that true? Gross. Gross. Ugh. Holy moly. Where was... I had clipped a part with Al Hogan's testimony. We've got like 20 minutes. And it's where he goes, he gets the license plate reads. So he gets the reads for the Audi and the Fusion heading towards the BP gas station that night. So before they go to the gas station, finds a match. And then this was Al Hogan's process. how he said he looked to his colleagues and other members of APD to help him identify possible suspects. And this is where Viverito walked upon his desk. So we heard Viverito explain this from her perspective. Their stories seemed to align, almost as if she was watching this testimony. I thought it could be interesting to rewatch this before they come back from the end of lunch. Oops.
Learning of the LPR reads, did you get any other investigative assistance?
I did.
What other assistance did you receive?
I was at my desk, I was going through the video, and I had some really good video of who I consider persons of interest or suspects in the murder, but I didn't have any idea who they were. So I was going through the video and taking screenshots out of facial shots as close or detailed as I can get. My intentions were to post those in a citywide email throughout to the police department to see if anybody would recognize who they were, and I could put a face with a name or a name with a face. As I'm doing that, Detective Bender is searching the LPRs. All this kind of came together at the same time. And then a detective, Marissa Viverito, and Sergeant Belknap from the gang unit visited the office and came to my desk. Detective Viverito happened to see, or I asked her, do you recognize this guy? And she said she did, and since she recognized two of the individuals that I had identified as suspects in the murder.
Okay.
Between her and Sergeant Belknap.
And do you recall what day of your investigation this interaction occurred with Investigator Viverito?
It happened on the 14th. It was either the 15th or the 16th. I don't remember exactly what day it was. Took the warrants out, I think, on the 16th. So I don't remember when I got the video, but it was the 15th or the 16th, one of those days.
Okay. And
Now, what's the issue if this all happened on the 15th? What's the issue if this all happened on the 15th? Because Marissa Viverito surely got up on the stand and made it loud and clear. She said loud and clear that this all happened after she'd already spoken to the guys. After. While they were victims, speaking to them while they were victims after the Waters Road shooting. But what would be the issue if this conversation happened before she spoke to them? But she made sure she aligned. No, it was the 16th. It was the 16th. I remember because I went over there after I spoke to them. She said the thing she needed to say to make sure she cushioned herself from already thinking they were suspects when she was speaking to them in the capacity of them being victims of this other Water Rose shooting.
Investigator Viverito able to show you any pictures regarding any of the individuals that were contained in the video?
Yes, she had been called out, and the gang unit had been called out to an incident where there were several gang members inside of a house that they, being from the gang unit, went and responded to the house. And while they were there, they took pictures of cars and of the people that were there and detained. And she showed me images of the people that were there, including the two people she'd identified, and they were still wearing the same clothes. The one image that I spotted was a young man in the back seat who was wearing the leopard print shower cap. He had it in his pocket at that residence on the call that Detective Viverito was on.
Okay. And at the time, do you recall, was Detective Viverito working in Atlanta Police Department, or was she working somewhere else at the time?
She's kind of jumped around. I think she was either with the DA's office and assigned there, or she was with the gang unit, but she was in between, or one of the two.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 166 VV. And does 166 VV, is that the image that she showed you when you saw her at APD headquarters?
This is the image that Detective Viverito took on the call she was on after my murder. Again, the pink hat, the hoodie, the same hoodie, and just recognize the face.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 167 VV. Was this another one of the pictures that she showed you while you were at APD?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to get a name for the individual in 167 VV?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Miles Farley.
And then were you able to get a name for the picture, for the person who was in 166 VV?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Shannon Bernard Jackson.
And were you ever able to get a name for the third individual who was in the beige jacket and the green hoodie?
Yes.
And what was that name?
Quamarvius Nichols.
Now, were you also shown pictures of any vehicles by Investigator Viverito?
Yes.
And what picture did she show you?
I remember seeing a picture of the Audi.
Now, after looking at the surveillance video, looking at the LPR readers, and speaking with Investigator Viverito, did you request any other assistance as related to your investigation?
Detective Grimsley helped me with, once we determined the tag numbers of the Audi and the Ford Fusion, we discovered that the Audi was a rental car. Detective Grimsley, who was in auto crimes and has connections in regards to that, I asked him to help, and he made us, it was rented from Alamo. He contacted Alamo, or put me in touch with a person from Alamo to give me the rental information for the Audi.
And were they able to provide you that rental information?
He did, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 186 VV. A. Tell me if you recognize 186 VVA.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 186 VVA?
This is the information, or it's a copy of the information I received from the rental car company.
Okay. And who was the renter of the vehicle?
It's indicated here it was Shannon Bernard Jackson.
Okay. And was that the same person that you had identified from the two surveillance videos?
That's correct, yes.
Excuse me, from the surveillance video and from the picture?
That's correct, yes.
Did you ultimately take out warrants in this case?
I did.
All right, so let's look at, now this would be Viverito's testimony from Thursday.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on the homicide?
Yes.
Of Samel Drinks? When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14th, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any knowledge of a suspect vehicle as related to that March 14th, 2022 homicide?
No. Other than the victim, I had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
You said this is about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, maybe a couple hours of sleep, but I could. I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigations?
All the time.
Okay. And just as a side note, what types of things would you ask Detective Leonpacker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Okay. Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leonpacker's desk where he sits?
Yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes.
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
It's Detective Leonpacker, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leonpacker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
Okay. And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some of the YFN guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know, not much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, "Well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got." And he's pulled. I talked to Kevin for a second. Said, "Come on over," and I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
Okay. And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
Okay. And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes, and I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
And you said the night before, were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had just, not just, but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
Right. And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
All right. Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with them, but I didn't know his name. So I told Investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. A name, I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, well, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were meeting with, or not meeting with, but speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 and Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but.
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
Oh, yes. When I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before. When I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident.
Here's the messy part.
And learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember, but I don't think we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for the location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
The gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Liam Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
You're on permission to approach. You.
I am still watching the live court. We're still not back in live court. But yeah, this was that messy bit about, well, I got the information from the warrants. Well, actually, I got it because I peeked through the door. I mean, I got the information from the body cam footage. Well, actually, I got it because I personally peeped through the door.
We all think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a restroom break. We'll be back in a few.
And this is that part that everybody liked with Yak and Doug.
No problem.
So I think we left off that you went to Waters Road and you went to a search van.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road.
All right, court is back, you guys. So we're going to switch back over. But yeah, that was the whole mess where the whole flub about the search warrant. Did I see it personally? Did I see the surveillance personally? Big shout out also Peter Ortiz dropping 5 on somebody's heads in the chat. So make sure you're saying thank you if you got a gifted membership from Peter Ortiz. You can throw a boom emoji in the chat, or you can spell out Peter Ortiz. The choice is yours. Big thank you here. And also I bet Hilton is eating crow for lunch.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hilton, you can pick up where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Viverito, we left off getting ready to discuss some of the excerpts from the iPhone 12 mini. Do you still have those exhibits in front of you?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to first start by publishing 227. First, but we can get admitted.
Yeah, they got it.
VVA2. Looking at 227 BVA2, and if we're able to zoom in. And is this an excerpt from the iPhone 12 mini?
It is.
Right. I want to just look at the portions that are actually highlighted and bracketed. We're going to start at the top of the page. Do you see a highlight bracket on December? Can you scroll up? On December 24th, 2021 at 9:26:29 p.m.?
I do.
And do you see a message highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the person sending the message?
That would be Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And what does the message say?
Save this number, SB.
All right. Now I want to scroll down to January 14th. Okay. This highlighted box, do you see this highlighted box at January 14th, 2022?
I do.
At 3:32 a.m.?
I do.
Okay. And is that the same call that's highlighted in black on the screen behind you?
It is.
And if we can zoom in just a little more. What does the text say?
If Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting.
Okay. And what's the date of that text?
July 14th, 2022.
Okay, clearly that's asking someone to lie.
Okay. Do you see January 14th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to the next page of the exhibit, 227 VVA3. Do you see a highlighted box on February 9th, 2022?
I do.
And if you can turn and use your laser pointer, do you see that on the screen behind you?
I do. It will be right here.
And if we can try to zoom into the first box?
Here.
And if we can try to zoom into the first box. And who is sending the message?
Mr. Stillwell.
Okay, and what does it say?
12 hot.
All right. Now I want to scroll down to February 9th, 2022. Do you see a text message?
I do.
And who's that text message from?
Mr. Stillwell.
What does it say?
Tell Reek I'm scared to be over here. Police said they blitzing everything on Cleveland behind what Big Brisk did. They locked Slug up yesterday.
And is there a response to that text message?
The respondent says, I know, I just heard they wanted anything that got tied to YSL.
And then was there a response?
Right.
All right. And on February 9th, 2022, was that the day that Christian Ebinger was arrested for shooting Officer Rogers?
I believe so. Within a day or so, yes.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 227 VVA4.
Okay.
Who is the recipient of these text messages?
The recipient of the highlighted text message would be Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And who is the sender?
Khalif Adams.
And you said Khalif Adams. Do you see Khalif Adams' name on here?
I do not.
Okay. How do you know it's Khalif Adams?
Khalif Adams also goes by the alias of Bobby Hunt.
And is this the same phone number that you looked at when you investigated the stabbing of Rayshawn Bennett?
It is.
All right. And to start at the top, do you see a text on March 5th, 2022?
I do.
All right. And if you can just go through the text messages on this page until the end of the page with the date and time and the contents of the text.
Sure. Mr. Adams says, call me ASAP, to which Mr. Stillwell responds, what you on? Mr. Adams then says, I'm trying to figure something out. Mr. Stillwell responds, what that twin? Mr. Adams responds, Scar said it was a price for that feature, but racial expletive, ain't seen nothing. Then Buddy done made a counter offer of 100 on my little man's. I got keep paying him. And then Mr. Stillwell responds, you ain't talked to him.
Okay. Now, in reviewing that text message, was this of note to you?
It was.
Why?
Because it would fall in line with.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Was this, did you have text messages from Mr. Adams' phone number or the Verizon records regarding payment of a feature in his text messages that you reviewed regarding the Rayshawn Bennett stabbing?
I did.
Okay. And in looking at those text messages and these text messages, did you find some commonality between what you looked at with the Verizon records and this text message here?
I did.
Okay. And what was that?
The timing and the context of the text messages.
And Scar, is that SXAR?
It is.
And what is Damekion Garlington's Instagram name?
Scarface, but there's a purposeful misspelling of the C with an X.
Right. Is that similar to what is contained in this text message here?
It is.
And is, based on your investigation, was Bobby Hunt communicating with Damekion Garlington regarding the Rayshawn Bennett stabbing?
He was.
And was Bobby Hunt trying to reach?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on the text message that you reviewed, did it appear from the text message that you read that Mr. Hunt, did you see any text messages in which Mr. Hunt was trying to make contact with Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And in those text messages, was he attempting to get payment or get some communication about payment for the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Going to 227 VVA5. And Ms. Viverito, I'm going to ask you to read from the screen behind you if you can. And we'll zoom in starting at the top. Who is the recipient? This text message, who is Mr. I'm still in communication with.
Mr. Garlington.
And starting on March 14th, is that the first text message at 4:30 a.m.? Excuse me, p.m.
It is.
Okay. And if you can just read for the jurors the content of that text message in 227 VVA 5 from the beginning until the end.
Okay, so he said, "Be ready, bruh," and he
And
says,
who says that?
Mr. Stillwell says, "Be ready, bruh," and Mr. Garlington says, "Been ready," and he says, Mr. Stillwell says, "Share low," and then what appears from the extraction to be a location is shared, and then Mr. Stillwell responds 3 minutes, and Mr. Garlington responds, "Okay," and then Mr. Stillwell says, "Turning on your street." Mr. Garlington says it's been 7 minutes, and then Mr. Stillwell says outside.
Okay. And on March 14th, 2022, was that the date of Mr. Drinks' killing on 20 in Windsor?
It was.
Now showing you what's been admitted as 227 VVA 6. What is being highlighted in 227 VVA 6?
What you'll see highlighted is the date and time that this video that was located in the phone extraction was created.
Okay. And what was the date and time that the video was created?
March 14th, 2022 at 8:52 p.m.
And is this also still the same day of Mr. Drinks' homicide?
It is.
And have you had the opportunity to watch this video?
I have.
Right. Now I'm going to publish on 227 VVA 6A.
One thing about the boy money stays. I mean, everywhere. The boy shit everywhere.
I should have did what he did.
Oh God. Oh God. Hey, you talking about? I ain't had nothing. I'm baking the broke days. We ain't had 2 bottles.
He got an old down. He got an old down one.
And he leave out the snow with a whole guy. With some bag little shoes on. Cheap motherfucker though. $98. Yeah, he his bankroll for this stuffy. With his tight jeans. He gonna put that motherfucker all the way together to him.
Exactly. I'm gonna have these clean ass shoes on, packers on
$20. $20.
I hate them days, bro. I'm so happy I'm paying this shit.
Hey, bro, I'm trying to buy.
I don't know why a nigga was so fucked up back then.
We were way better than last time, anyway.
Way better than last time. I don't know what happened this time. Last time, bro.
Yeah.
Shit went wrong then, bro. If you won't believe it, though, sometimes shit happens for a reason.
You know what I
Now, I'm going to pause here. Are you able to see the individual in the cream jacket and the green hoodie?
I am.
And do you recognize who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That would be Mr. Quamarvius Nichols.
And does he appear to be wearing the same clothing as viewed in the BP surveillance gas station video?
He does.
Right. And are you familiar with, or can you tell where they are within this video?
I believe that's the inside of the home located at 2830 Waters Road.
And do you see the table that's depicted in the video?
I do.
And on the table, are there any weapons?
There are.
And how many weapons do you see?
I can see what appears to be 2 weapons and then a extra magazine on the table.
And if you can kind of use your laser and point out, where do you see the 2 weapons and the extra magazine?
So here you'll see weapon number 1, weapon number 2 will be here, and then the extra magazine will be right here.
And As a law enforcement officer, do you carry weapons?
We do.
Okay. And do you yourself carry weapons?
I do.
Do you have a specific type of weapon that you carry?
A Glock.
Do you own Glocks?
I own 4 at the present time, yes.
Okay. And with Glocks, are you able to describe for the jury how Glock firearms are designed or what they look like?
Yes.
I was just back here raging about where that was going. They're going to have her with her eyes as an experienced cop, investigator, identify through a angle on a still frame of a video what type of firearm it is. Oh, and I missed 2 sustained objections. Let me update that. And we have this new approach. Yeah, I was just over here off camera like hello. Very glad that Shart put a stop to it. Let's see where this goes. Yeah, this is crazy to me. This is crazy. And not just a gun expert, but a gun expert with those photos where she says, I believe you can, it kind of looks like 2 firearms. And then we're getting IDs. We're going from it kind of looks like 2 firearms to being able to ID from this angle, this still image. Shout out to the Snapple. Also, big thank you. FFS is out here sniping again. FFS just sprinkling away. Appreciate you, FFS. Yep, exactly this. Exactly this, Salma. She can say which bullet it discharges so that they connect it to the Chamel Drinks shooting. Yeah, no, this is just not okay. And it's all after they had that weird... They tried to create the match with the guns that they received, the firearms that they recovered after the helicopter chase. They had the examiner, they had, what was her name? Campo, Angela something. They gave her a weapon in December to test, and then in January they gave her casings to test. And then Lee and Parker found just 1 round the day after they did the Waters Road search that they didn't find on the day before. I don't know. Seems like they're trying to see what they want to see and force the pieces to fit together. Personally, that's how it looks to me. Okay, yeah, Angela Camp, and now it's North. I don't know why I always want to say that. I want to switch it around, so it just messes with me, the maiden name. Yeah, Mixed Chick, I heard that the Law and Crime Studio was robbed. I didn't really, look into it. I just saw Kathy post about it, but weird, right? Kind of odd choice. All right, let's see where this goes.
And I'm gonna actually go to 227 VV.
One thing about the but money stay.
227 VVA6B. Now, I don't know if you remember the last question I asked of you, but tell the jury about your familiarity with Glocks.
My entire career, since 2009, I've possessed and shot Glocks for work, my own.
Guys, this sounds like a little bit more foundation, but it's going to be allowed. The ID is going to be allowed as long as she establishes her personal knowledge.
Multiple Glocks, personally, outside of work. So I've had a good deal of experience with different models.
And in looking at 227 VVA6B, are there any guns that are consistent with looking, that are consistent with the design of a Glock?
It would be the one further towards the back here.
And how are you able to tell from your experience that it is consistent with looking like a Glock?
So based on the bottom of the grip, typically Glocks are straight across at the bottom. This one, it's kind of flat, goes up, goes across, and comes back down, almost with like an indentation in the bottom right here, which would be consistent with, I would think, a Glock 27.
And why consistent with a Glock 27 versus any other type of Glock?
Based on how the bottom is cut. Typically they're straight across, very few are cut like that.
And outside the Glock 27, to your knowledge, are there other Glocks that have that kind of similar cutout?
Not that I can think of offhand.
All right. And to your knowledge, what, if any, type of firearm is a Glock 27?
It's a handgun that shoots 40 caliber ammunition.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 227 VVA7. Looking at looking at 227 VVA7 and VVA7A, what are we looking at in both of those two exhibits?
This is an example of the phone extraction of the iPhone 12 mini. And you can see to the left here, or if we go down a little bit, you can see it's going to over here, it's going to come from the searches category of the phone.
And when we say the searches category, what do you mean?
So when you're looking at the phone extraction, you can look at messages, files, photos, calls. Here, when you select web, it lets you look at a few things. Bookmarks, history, I can't read the top one. Cookies, things of that nature. So I selected the searches tab here, and it'll show you anytime you conduct a search on the web.
All right. And I want to look at 227 VVA7A and scroll to the right. What were the date of these searches and what was being searched?
They start on March 12th at 6:38 a.m. and it was various different keywords concerning a murder or shooting on Atlanta Avenue.
And was there a shooting on Atlanta Avenue on March 11th, 2022?
Yes.
And approximately what time was that shooting?
The call for service came in around 9:47 p.m. on March 11th.
And is that the shooting we referenced earlier that came in later in the day after Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
It is.
And are there multiple searches for either murder on Atlanta Avenue?
Yes.
And is that the location of where the incident occurred?
The incident location was 12 Atlanta Avenue.
And is that the same incident where you discussed that someone was shot in the head?
Mr. Cortez Houston, a YFN associate, was shot in the head.
And is that location a food mart?
It is.
And do you see searches for drive-by shooting at food mart?
I do.
Or food market, excuse me.
Yes.
And are there multiple searches for drive-by shooting at food market?
Yes. If we zoom out, you can see there's like numerous searches.
And are those searches at different times ranging from 6:38 a.m. to 6:52 a.m.
Yes, yeah. So from 6:38 to 6:52.
Now I want to show you 227 VV88 and VV88A.
Okay.
And what is being depicted in 227 VV88A?
I believe this is the web history for the phone, the iPhone 12 mini.
Okay. And are these different searches than what we just looked at previously?
They are.
And what are the dates of these searches?
March 17th, 2022.
And around what time?
The first one is 2:31:56 a.m., but they're not they're visiting, they're records of the website being visited versus searches.
Okay, what is the distinction?
So the distinction is like when you see a search in a phone, that's I go to Google on the phone or open up the browser and search what day is today. And then it'll bring you to the Google results for that. Then you may click on that one of the results or a calendar that it may populate. That's what this would be. This would be you going to the actual web address, not searching the web address.
Okay. And what, if anything, are you able to tell what was being populated for these various access to these websites?
Fox 5 Atlanta.
Okay. And was there a specific search within Fox 5 Atlanta?
I don't know if it was a search within Fox 5 Atlanta, but it appears as if somebody went to the Fox 5 Atlanta website and clicked on the article regarding a homicide that had taken place.
Okay. And where's the location of the homicide?
So on the Fox 5 Atlanta website, you can see, if you look at the second highlighted result, it appears that it may have been searched for Windsor Street homicide. You'll see where it says search Windsor Street homicide.
Okay. And do you see multiple for Windsor Street homicide?
I do.
Right. And then as you scroll down, do you see searches on Fox 5 for I-20 and Windsor Street?
Yes.
And then do you also see search man shot dead inside car?
Now that one looks like the result, based on the searches, that result may have populated and was clicked on.
Okay. And is that what you can tell from that other comment?
Hilton left out a word here. It says man shot and killed inside car under. Now, why might the word under be important? Why might the word under be important? Was he under the overpass when the car was shot up? Why would you search for that if you're the one that did the shooting? And know that you were not under the overpass. You hadn't pulled away yet. So Hilton skipped a word. Hilton skipped a word that changes the meaning of the search.
Column, what's actually the link that's clicked?
Yes.
All right. And March 17, 2022, was that the day that Mr. Stillwell was arrested?
It was.
And was it before or after these searches?
This would have been in the early morning hours of March 17th, so he would have been arrested maybe 12 or so hours later.
Now I want to direct your attention to the iPhone 13. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as, or published, what's been admitted as 227 VVB2. And looking at 227 VVB2, again, are these excerpts from the iPhone 13?
They are.
Okay. And looking at 227 VVB2, do you see a text communication?
I do.
And who is Mr. Jackson communicating with?
Tyesha Alexander, also known as Polka.
Right. And looking at this first exhibit or excerpt, can you go through, and you can use the screen behind you, the conversation that is occurring on this excerpt? And let me ask you, what is the date of this conversation?
The date will be February 9th.
Of what year?
2022 at around 7:31 p.m.
All right. If you can just go through the conversation.
Sure. So Mr. Stillwell is going to say, they just wet Lucci bitch ass up. And then Miss Alexander is going to respond, in jail, to which he responds, yeah. That's going to be hard to see, but that's like the face palm emoji, like this little one on your emoji keyboard. And she says, I thought he was in that special part of the jail. To which Mr. Stillwell responds, poor little tink tink. And Miss Alexander sends 3 laughing face emojis. And she says, not tink tink. And then she says, he's stabbed up. And then she mentions needing tires, which is unrelated. And Mr. Stillwell says, I guess he thought he was hard to come out of PC. And again, Miss Alexander sends the 3 laughing emojis.
Now, to your knowledge, on February 9th, 2022, was it public knowledge that Mr. Bennett had been stabbed?
Objection, Your Honor, vague public knowledge.
Sure. To your understanding, was there any media reports about Mr. Bennett being stabbed on February 9th, 2022?
There was not.
Okay. When was the first media reports that you were aware of Mr. Bennett being stabbed?
During the first week of March, when Mr. Bennett's attorney filed an emergency motion for bond and it hit the news.
I want to show you what's been admitted as 227 VVB3. And are these conversations also between Ms. Alexander and Mr. Jackson?
They are.
All right. And what are the dates of these conversations?
March 15th at approximately 6:50 p.m.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks has been killed?
Yes, Mr. Drinks was killed late in the evening of the 14th, so this would have been the next day.
All right. And starting at the beginning, if you can just go through what the conversation is on March 15th, 2022.
Mr. Stillwell says, I'm at Baba house. He says, we got to leave that house ASAP. To which Miss Alexander responds, okay. And then she responds, that's why I didn't want to come back there. And she responds, SMH, which I know to be shorthand typically from my investigations of phone attractions for shaking my head. Mr. Stillwell responds, if we don't get a room, you need to just stay at EJ house or something, or some.
Did he say something or did he just say
some?
Okay.
And then he says, call Denise. She tried to talk to you about the car. Miss Alexander responds, this shit's scary. I'm not even going to lie. And to which he responds, it's okay. I got you protected. Miss Alexander asks.
Let me make sure the screen behind you.
Oh, sorry. She said, so got everything put in storage, question mark. He says, yeah, so we don't have to go back and get from there. And then this is a part of the text message, but it says Miss Alexander says, somebody needs to tell Young, stop calling me. I only took Rice Street off. So I straight didn't answer. And then Mr. Stillwell responds, don't pick up for nobody, but the close ones stay off the radar.
And going to 227 VVB4.
Mr. Stillwell continues and says, everybody other than family. He then also responds, we need this shit to be solid, tight, no information need to be out, nothing at all. And then in all capital letters, he says, no information. Miss Alexander responds, so how do I get money? Like, how do I get my plays? And he responds, or she responds, and who can take the TVs down? And I'll leave some of the cameras up until I get, and that's part of the text message. And then she continues, but bed and living room suite and clothes and kitchen and bathroom shit has to, and it continues on. Mr. Stillwell says, I'll tell Shania's grandpa to do it. She says, take the TVs down. He says, yes. Mr. Stillwell then says, and get your plays, but move smart, different cars.
Going to 227 VVB5.
Miss Alexander then says, I'm trying to see what they're going to trade me in. Mr. Stillwell says, I might extend this rental. And Miss Alexander says, I might have to go get one. Yes, and I might have to get one. I don't know what to do. Trade it, get it wrapped, like, and the text message continues on. Mr. Stillwell then sends her a booking.com confirmation for a hotel in Douglasville. Miss Alexander says, tell them you'll pay extra to check in early. Mr. Stillwell then says, this F racial expletive got me thinking it's another date.
Before it goes off screen, I think it's very telling that right here, you know, if they're talking about the rental and it's the YSL guys that have to watch their back, this, and to me, it sounds like Viverito tried to brush this message off, but Tyesha says, yes, and I might have to get one. I might have to get a rental. She's saying she might have to get a rental. I don't know what to do. Trade it, get it wrapped, talking about her own vehicle. So it sounds like she's worried that she is a target. Which kind of adds extra meaning to this whole conversation.
Says, this F racial expletive got me thinking it's another date. And Miss Alexander said, I'm like, I know I'm not slow.
And then does this conversation transition into the morning of March 16th, 2022?
It does.
All right. And what time are these text messages on March 16th, 2022?
The ones that I just recited?
Yes.
About 5 in the morning.
Okay. Is this before or after the home was shot at on Waters Road?
It would be after.
Looking at 227 VVB6.
It says, Mr. Stillwell says, watch your surroundings no matter where at. And when you're taking the car, don't keep prolonging that. And she says, to get wrapped or trade. And Mr. Stillwell says, trade. And she says, that's what I'm telling you. The State Farm folks want to fix it. But Sean said I can trade it. I don't know what to do.
Change the 227 VVB7.
Mr. Stillwell tells her, man, just get it wrapped for now. She responds, okay. He tells her also to get the tag changed. Miss Alexander says, I take it tomorrow to get, I think it's a typo, wrapped. So I'm scared to even go pack my shit up. And then Mr. Stillwell says, send the address, send Addie to the room. Don't tell not one person where that room is at, where that room at. And then Miss Alexander sends an Apple map. And she says, I'm not, baby. I didn't tell nobody.
And looking at 227 VVB2. B8, I'm sorry. Is that the location map that we saw in the text previously?
It is.
All right. Now looking at 227 VVB9.
Mr. Stillwell tells Miss Alexander, let's go to Miami for some days till it cool down. And she responds, okay, bae. Mr. Stillwell says, them, said everyone going tomorrow, but ain't made up my mind yet. He says the driving, and then says they driving. And Miss Alexander says, okay, babe, we can go if you want. We can go, or you can go if you want to be with your bros, and I'll try and make, and it continues. Mr. Stillwell says, you can stay, but I don't want you to be in the city. I'm gonna leave you the car so you can give brother his car.
And what are the date of these text messages?
March 17th around 2:13 p.m.
And then March 17, 2022.
It is.
All right. Now going to 227 VVB10. Do you see text message to a phone number 470-661-7761?
I do.
Right. I'm going to focus on the highlighted portion.
Okay.
And do you see the highlighted portion on the screen?
I do.
If you could just indicate that for the jury.
It's going to be these two messages.
Okay. And what are the two messages?
The person asked Mr. Stillwell, so what happened to your IG? And he responds, deleted.
And what is the date of these text messages?
March 15th at 3:38 p.m.
And is that March 15, 2022?
2022 at 3:38 p.m.
Now looking at 227 VVB11. What is 227 VVB11?
So anybody that has an iPhone, if you're familiar with the Notes app in your iPhone, when you go through a forensic extraction of a device, you can view all the notes that have been created or saved within the phone.
All right. And looking to the, we'll screen to the right.
Okay.
What is the date and time that this is modified?
March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m.
And do you know what it means for it to be modified?
The last time that it was either edited or added to any kind of modification as it would.
Okay. And does it have what the text says?
It does.
What does the text say?
Pop my shit, I really got options. Poor little Opps, look how they just dropping.
And what time was this?
March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m.
And what time was Mr. Drinks killed?
March 14th at about 10:02 p.m.
So this is about approximately 3 hours after that?
Correct.
I want to go to State's Exhibit 227 VVB12, just flipping through A through D. On the phone, were there audio recordings on the phone?
There were.
And have you had opportunity to listen to some of the audio recordings on the phone?
I have.
Right. Your Honor, so I'm going to publish 227 VVB12A. And permission to sit during this portion, Your Honor.
All right, Muta McMuterton. But that looks like, you guys ever like write something down in a notes app? I know a lot of artists do it to put lyrics in there that they think of so they don't forget it later. But that could be, he's writing something that he's writing thinking about what Tyesha Alexander just went through a few days prior, where she had two girls run up on her and they're trying to rob her. Tyesha Alexander, lucky for her, is carrying and fires, hits the girl. She told us on the stand she didn't just fire, she hit. She had actually landed. And that girl in the video footage falls to the ground. Now, they haven't shown this video in court, but it was viral online. And those lyrics mimic exactly that situation, if you ask me. So that's all it could be. That's exactly what it might be.
Oh, I guess this ain't.
Okay, they're probably gonna play the whole thing. And then not for nothing, but this said Slime Life Shoddy, so is this the one where SB has the verse? Right? I'm scared since they're like showing it this way that I'm gonna miss when they start talking again. Yes! Sean P. Tyesha said he wrote a song about me that night when they go to the studio from March 14th into March 15th. Or, yeah. This is crazy. All following a conversation that clearly seems geared at making sure she was good and she could not be found and she could not be spotted. Getting her car wrapped. They're talking about an owned car, not a rental. Because she's speaking to her insurance agent. Oh my goodness.
Now, do you see on here the file name? What is the file name?
It is Ran This Money Up, Slime Life, Shorty, and SB.
Okay. And did you hear in the song a verse that says, or words that says, I'm a big lizard?
Yes.
In your work with YSL, have you seen some YSL members use a lizard?
Yes.
Did you hear words riding down the block, hanging out the top?
Yes.
Have you heard words of that nature previously?
I don't know if it's concerning this, but yes.
Okay. Did you hear the words in the song, I just beat a homicide, ha, ha, ha?
I did.
Now, in listening to that song, were you able to determine Mr. Stillwell's voice?
I was.
Okay. Was he in the beginning, the middle, or the end of the song?
The end of the song.
And is that where the words, I just beat a homicide, ha, 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 was that during that portion of the song?
Yes.
And was that also the portion of the song that says, I'm a big lizard?
Yes.
I want to publish 227 BV B12B. And what's the file name?
The file name is B Slime X, which usually means a collaboration, Veto Red Light, featuring, or FTSB.
And let me ask you this, there's some created dates. Do you know sitting here when these songs were made?
I don't.
Do you know what created date means?
That would be the date that the files were added to the device.
Thank you.
Hey, load up, hey, load up. Time to get wicked.
I think these might be okay. Were these like actually released? Like distroed?
We're gonna pull up on them and make them sing, you know what I'm saying? We'll be loud with this one. Gonna sneak up on them. Fuck sneaking, you gonna creep up on them, walk down on them. Hey, turn that up, Day-Ro. Tell me what killers that run with the sticks. Run with the motherfucking bleed. I got a bitch, she swallow my kid. Ain't no much of snake shit. Real cold in my liver, yeah. Ready to slap my nigga, yeah. I ride with them killers, yeah. Send them a picture deliver, yeah. Red light, red light, red light. 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 I can make it rain on a birthday. I set the flames on the dark night.
I don't know, was this distroed? I don't know if this one was distroed. Whatever. If it's clipped out and you hear me talk and it just jumps here, it's because I had to clip something out of the video. But it sucks because I do think it's important to like hear the song. Like Red Light is the hook. They think it sounds good. So the black butterfly is caught up over here. Poor little Tink Tink, I'm hollering. And what drives me crazy is, like, it looks like it's playing here, but it's not actually, like, a duration. It's not, like, the timeline of the song playing, so I can't really use this to gauge if we're close to stopping. But yeah, again, if the stream is, like, unavailable, I'll bring it back. It just needs time to cut out a part. Yeah, and Jennifer Devine says, there are many people that I would love to have a chat with, Mr. Death, but doesn't mean that I did it. Yep. And again, I think, going back to with our vote in the chat, a 7 sounds like, some of this is great. It's got to be cleaned up. But a 7 is something that I think someone like Shart is capable of cleaning up. I mean, none of this to me takes away. They said that Stillwell was in the car that pulled away. And that was not the car, according to the medical examiner, that would have been responsible. So, wrap all of this back into the context of that video that Hogan told us about.
Now, are you familiar with the name B-Slime?
I am.
How?
That would be from previous investigations. That's a gentleman named Jaborius Grier.
And is he associated with YSL?
He is. He's a member of YSL. He's also the nephew of Jeffrey Williams.
Now, in this song, are you able to hear Mr. Stillwell's voice?
I believe Mr. Stillwell comes in at the latter part of the song.
And in the latter part, is that where you hear the words, I see an op, I gun him down?
Yes.
Walk him down from a mile?
Yes.
The last homicide, I smiled it off?
Yes.
That's what they mad? That's why they mad?
Yes.
I can send their whole gang to the heavenly house?
Yes.
Published 227 BB B12C. What is the file name?
Bullshit, parentheses, back on SBX, which usually means.
Are you looking at B12?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see. It's Lizard Walk, parentheses, 2020 MP3.
All right, so we'll mute that one. Chad Dickey's gonna break down the lyrics in the chat for us. But yeah, like, I get how this can look really bad. Do you think it's specific enough? Have you heard songs by other artists mentioning some of these same themes? Even some of the same bars and rhymes? So I don't know. And I saw, you guys don't have to agree with me on the stuff about the car being wrapped, but I think those text messages look a lot more like Tyesha Alexander was the one that was afraid for herself that somebody was coming after her. I'm not trying to shame her for feeling that way. I'm just saying the state's representing that wants to make this theory that it was Shannon Stillwell that was scared because he thinks that Shamel's people were going to come after him. And I didn't get that from those Tyesha messages. I can see a very slim possibility of that being a chance, that Tyesha's also scared that maybe they'll come after her because they might know that SB and her mess with each other. But I don't know. Seems like a very slim, small explanation there, as opposed to what would make more sense. that the girls were going to come back for her. Casey, Doc, thanks for keeping us entertained with the music emojis while I have the music muted. Love it. Oh, nope, not done yet. Oh my God, end it.
Were you able to discern if that's Mr. Stillwell's voice?
In the latter part of the song, yes.
Okay. Did you hear a verse, "Let that bitch rain" out of the top of the drop?
Yes.
Did you also hear a reference to "Long Live Boo"?
Yes.
Throughout your investigation, are you familiar with an individual who went by the nickname Boo?
Yes.
And in this song, it said, "It's a light show when I bring Little Tick out."
Yes.
Through your investigation, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Little Tick?
I am.
And do you know that person's given name?
That would be Trontavia Stevens.
Okay. And same thing for Boo. Do you know?
Boo, that would be Mr. Quentin Porter, who's now deceased.
And then did you hear him said, "It's a light show when I bring Tounk out"?
Yes.
And again, as a part of your investigation, are you familiar with who that is?
Yes, that would be Antonio Sledge.
And all of those are real individuals, correct?
Correct.
227 BV B12. And what is the title name?
Bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry. Bullshit, parentheses, back on, SBX, Dolly, looks like produced, or PROD, AJ.
All right, and that's the one with Thug Sister Dolly. FFS dropping the gifted memberships out here, keeping us busy through the muted music. And I get it, guys. I see you guys are saying like Law and Crime is playing it. That is true. But just because Law and Crime plays it doesn't mean that, 2 weeks ago when the stream went down, it took hours and hours to put it back up. So I don't know if Law and Crime just has an easier time appealing things, or maybe they don't get struck in the first place. I am not Law and Crime. I am not Law and Crime. And I don't want to be looking at like 10 or 11 p.m. tonight to see if the video's ready, the stream is ready to put back up again. So we're just going to avoid that a little bit. But thank you again, FFS. This is 5 new sniped memberships here, one at a time here from FFS. Thank you so much, FFS. Let's get some FFS in the chat. We've got time to kill anyway, so we have time to type 3 letters. And don't forget, like, if I have to cut something out to restore, I know some people like to replay with the chat on, and the chat will end up not being available if that needs to happen. So another downside of just letting it play and seeing what happens. All the love here for FFS. Thank you, guys. Yeah, and that's the thing. The mention of the drop top is kind of like, all right, I wouldn't even call a sunroof a drop top. So, like, what do we mean here? Where was the convertible? Where was the convertible? Thank you, Shanita.
Again, were you able to tell that was Mr. Stillwell on that song?
The male voice was Mr. Stillwell, yes.
All right. And in that song, did you hear the words, go catch a homicide, show me if you down the ride, want to know if you slime or not?
Yes.
Beat the hom, no evidence, no slime left behind.
Yes.
Back on that bullshit, ride around with a full clip, effing in with a blue tip.
Yes.
And at some point, every slime play nasty.
Yes.
Yeah. In your investigation, have you, with YSL, have you heard that term, every slime play nasty?
I have.
And have you seen it abbreviated?
I have.
How has it been abbreviated?
ESPN.
And throughout your investigation, have you seen individuals affiliated with YSL with tattoos ESPN?
I have.
Going back to March 17th, 2022, when Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols were arrested.
Yes.
What were the two types of guns that were found on Meadowlark Lane?
FN handguns.
And this wasn't used in the Shamel Drinks murder. This is good for Shart. Because you're saying the song is about the Shamel
And
Drinks
slime,
shooting.
have you heard
different
that
firearm.
terminology used with YSL?
I have.
Problem is that saying it all is prejudicial. The jury might not be able to work out the difference, the mismatch.
Now, during the course of your investigation with this specific indictment, did you have the occasion to get Instagram records for a Damekion Garlington?
I did not retrieve them, but I reviewed them, yes.
Okay. Was that a part of your investigative task for the team to get the records for Damekion Garlington?
Yes, tasks were split up amongst the team.
Okay. And have you seen a copy of the business record certification as well as the Instagram records for Mr. Garlington?
I have.
And Anthony Dobson, you might be right that maybe this is just for the possession of the firearm.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 510VV, 510VVA, and 510VVB. Tell me if you recognize those items.
I do.
And how do you recognize those items?
It'll be the records themselves or a portion of the records, the business record certification, and then the disc that contains the records.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of both the full record, this business record certification, and the excerpt from Mr. Garlington's Instagram?
It does.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 510VV, 510VV, 510VVA, and 510VVB into evidence. Oh, no. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. B, yes. Now I want to publish 510VVA. And looking at page 2879 of 510 VVA, I just want to scroll down to the middle to June 26, 2021 at 15:30. Do you see a message from an Instagram handle og.bull_?
I do.
And are you familiar with that Instagram?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that Instagram?
I know that to be the Instagram associated with Mr. Stillwell.
Okay. And looking at that Instagram at June 26, 2021, what does the body of that message say?
It says real 30 deep shit.
Okay. And through your investigation, just are you familiar with 30 deep?
I am.
And how are you familiar with 30 deep?
Earlier in my career, I worked a few investigations involving members of the 30 Deep criminal street gang.
Okay. Now I want to flip to page 8793. And do you see a post by slimelife.shawty?
I do.
Is that on September 9th, 2019?
It is.
And I'm going to go to 8794. Do you see this image?
I do.
Okay. If you could just read the image for the record and for the jury.
It's a flyer that says Rudy Slimy 18th balloon release. Cleveland, where? Cleveland Park, time 6:30, when 9/9. Bring your own balloons. Some will be provided.
And do you see some information in the background of this picture?
Yeah, I see a photo of, I believe his name is Jaquan Stevens. He was killed several years ago. And he's putting up, you'll see the YSL in green letters, and you'll see him throwing the hand sign typically associated with members of YSL.
And do you see any emojis?
Green heart and a snake emoji.
And in your experience investigation, have you seen members of YSL wear a Rudy Gang tattoo?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 8795. Do you see what appears to be a group chat on 8795 through 8796?
I do.
All right. Now, starting on 8795, are you familiar with, do you know the Instagram handle _LittleQuay1?
I've seen it, but I'm not sure of the actual account holder.
All right. And then do you see a message, excuse me, an author, keep up, we up with several P's?
I do.
Right. Are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with the handle, yes.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
I keep up, we up is pretty common. They'll put different names with it, so I'd have to see a photo, but.
Right. Looking at slimelife.shorty.
That would be the Instagram account associated with One Lee.
Okay. And then what about 1bslime_?
That would be the Instagram account associated with Jaborius Grier.
All right. And then do you also see on here a Instagram handle with Ocean Drive Slim?
I do.
Okay. And who is that associated with?
Christian McMiller.
All right. And then flipping to 8796, do you see 2x_unfunk?
I do.
And are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That would be Mr. Quantavious Grier.
And is that the same Quantavious Grier we talked about earlier?
It is.
All right. And looking at this message, do you see the two messages that are back to back?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier you said that Mob and YSL kind of linked up together.
Correct.
All right. Now looking at these text messages, what, if anything, do you discern from those two text messages? Or messages, excuse me.
From these messages?
I can approach it.
All right, we're approaching. We're approaching. I mean, we're back in 2019 that we're looking at. We just looked at something from June of, was that 2021? And now we're back in September of 2019. Going back to, it looks like a group chat of people trying to go to Club Crucial, maybe on a Monday. And because someone mentioned like showing up as a mob, Unfunk is like, hold up now. Hold up now. Pump the brakes. YSL's not that great. Like, I don't know. If they get into it, is it really that, is it going to be helpful to the state's argument? I don't know, but when do I ever know? When do I ever know? Big thank you here also. STS is out here dropping 5 gifted memberships. Super generous of you, STS. Thank you so much. This is like one of the first approaches that isn't just like a camera pan to the seal and a camera pan away. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, like David Cox, I'm confused on this. And honestly, like, it seemed like the first message, they just wanted to say we're rolling out as a mob, but they capitalized the first letter of every word. So maybe it looks like they were talking about the mob. And then the next message seems like they ran with it talking about the mob. Doug over there chopping it up with Miss Persifield.
I'm gonna go back to page 8797.
So
I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom of 8797.
Chart 1.
Do you see a message on September 9th, 2019 from Instagram handle og.bull_?
I do.
Okay, what does the text say?
PFK look crazy. We gonna tear that shit up. I'm putting you down now.
And flipping to page 8798.
I'm on the bullshit would be the continuation of that message.
And then do you see an emoji response that we can't see from Ocean Drive Slim?
I do.
Okay. Is there a response after that?
Go for the
change.
change.
Mr. Stillwell's account.
Okay, what does it say?
If we get into everybody, go for a chain.
And is there a response by slimelife.shawty or the Instagram handle for slimelife.shawty?
There is.
What does it say?
Or the B-roll.
And is there another response by the Instagram handle og.bull_?
Yes, to which Mr. Silver responds for show.
Right. And then is there a response by Ocean Drive Slim?
Yes, and it is if racial expletive don't ride, you be ride back with the Opps. You'll be more safer with them.
And then is there a further response by the same Instagram handle?
See y'all soon.
And then is there a response by the og.bull_ Instagram?
He says, Mr. Silva says, I agree with that.
And is there a response by Instagram handle blocklife_Aki or OKKY?
Yes.
What is the response?
He responds and says, accurate.
And then is there a response by keep up, we up with 3 or 4 Ps?
Yes, he says, is it a particular person who y'all are talking about not riding?
And then is there a response by Ocean Drive Slim?
Mr. McMillan responds, hell nah, fool, just a friendly reminder.
And going to page 8799. Do you see a text on September 10th, 2019?
I do.
By individual or Instagram handle Bloody Rari.
I do.
And what does it say?
Stay dangerous, everybody.
And do you see the message, the author, Do It for Phil?
I do.
Are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I am.
And are you familiar with who that account is associated with?
I am.
Who is that?
It's a gentleman by the name of Miles Farley.
And that's the same Miles Farley that was discussed on the on the wiretap calls.
It is.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, did you obtain a search warrant to get photographs of tattoos? In this case.
I did.
And were you able to get tattoos for Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 513 VV through 517 VV and 518 VV through 526 VV. Tell me if you recognize those pictures.
513 would be the photographs of Mr. Stillwell's tattoos, and then starting at 518 would be the photographs of Mr. Kendrick's tattoos.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the images that were taken as a result of the search warrant you took out?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 513 VV through 526 VV into evidence.
You're admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at 513 VV, who are we looking at 513 VV?
Mr. Stillwell.
And are you able to tell from this image if he has a tattoo along his neck?
I am.
Okay. And what, if anything, does that tattoo say?
Omerta.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding of omerta?
Typically favored by members of the Goodfellas. It's meaning the code of silence.
Now, is there also a tattoo that says, the price of loyalty is wealth and the price of disloyalty is death?
Yes.
Now looking at 514 BV. Oh, let's stay on. Sorry, we can go back to 513. On the top of Mr. Stillwell's chest, do you see two B's at the top of his chest?
Yes.
All right. And if you can indicate that with the highlighter.
On the left side, or on his right side, and on his left side.
Okay. And the omerta tattoo, where's the omerta tattoo?
Across his neck.
And then the tattoo that I read, the price of loyalty is wealth and the price of disloyalty is death. Where's that located?
On the upper right portion of his chest.
All right. Now looking at 514 VV. And 515 VV. 514 VV. Looking at 515 VV, do you see a tattoo on his arm?
I do.
Okay. And are you able to see the top of that tattoo?
I am.
Okay. What does it say?
It says blood money, but there's a purposeful misspelling of the word blood with the O's replaced with the 5-9.
What's the significance of the 5-9?
Mr. Stillwell has I'm not sure if he still does or not, claimed affiliation previously with the 5'9" brim set of Bloods. And they'll use the 5'9", or sometimes when we talked about 9 deuce earlier, you'll see the O's get replaced by 9-2. So in this case, he replaced the O's with the 5'9".
And then looking at 516 VV.
Okay.
Are you able to read the tattoo that's on the left side of his neck?
I am.
What does it say?
Family before all.
All right. And then looking at 517 VV.
2 face, 1 tear. It's hard to read in the middle portion.
All right. And if you could just show the jury on the big screen.
2 face, 1 tear.
Now looking at Stacey's exhibit 518 VV.
What's the word in the middle? Did I miss it? What was the word in the middle? Is it a name?
And who is depicted in 518 VV?
Mr. Kendrick.
Finally.
Okay. And I want to go to 520 VV. Looking on Mr. Kendrick's right arm, do you see a tattoo?
I do.
And what does it say?
In green, you can see the word slat on his right forearm.
And again, as a part of your investigation with the YSL gang itself, have you seen that terminology?
I have.
Okay. And do you have an understanding based on your investigation what slat means?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a play. Traditionally, the Bloods will say blat, blood love all the time. It's a play on that to stand for slime love all the time.
Now, also looking at 521 VV.
Okay.
Do you see a tattoo in the middle of Mr. Kendrick's stomach?
I do.
What is depicted in the middle of his stomach?
It's a snake, and it comes up through his chest. I think the head of the snake comes up over here, out through his shoulder, and goes around his neck.
All right, I want to look at 522 VV. $523 VV. Is that the snake that you're still looking at going to the left side of his neck?
Yes.
All right. 524 VV. And there's this snake wrapping around coming out the right side of his neck?
It is.
And then 525 VV.
That will be the middle of Mr. Kendrick's neck, where you'll see the YSL.
And in doing your investigation, is there some symbolism with the snake and YSL?
Yes, those are 2 identifiers for the gang.
Say that again.
2 identifiers for the gang.
What are the 2 identifiers for the gang?
Well, the snake, they like the emoji. You'll see it used a lot sometimes in music videos. You'll even see they'll have a live snake around their neck. So it's something that's widely used.
Okay. And then looking at 526 VV.
Okay.
Do you see a tattoo on the back of his left arm?
I do.
And what does that tattoo say?
ESPN.
And can you show the jury on a big screen?
You see ESPN. It's kind of blurry, but it's right there.
And is that similar to what we discussed a few moments ago, every slime play nasty?
In relation to YSL, it stands for every slime play nasty.
Now, during the course of your investigation and work in this case, did you continue to pull social media from individuals that are being investigated as a part of this case prior to the indictment of this case?
Some, yes.
And did you have occasion to pull public social media posts from og.bull_?
Yes.
Did you also pull social media that had pictures of Mr. Kendrick from various different Instagram accounts?
Yes.
Did you also pull any music videos in which Mr. Kendrick was featured?
Yes.
And then did you also pull social media from an account Slime Business Rod?
Yes.
And whose Instagram account was that?
Slime Business Rod would be a gentleman that goes by the name Rodelius Ryan.
And did you also pull video from that account as well?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review those items prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And I'm sorry, did you also pull social media from the account doitforphil_?
Yes.
And is that the same mouse file that we discussed earlier?
Yes.
A million more exhibits. That's what
I'll
Lay
first
said's
show
calling
you
it.
what's been marked as State's Exhibit 435 VV, 436 VV, and 436 VVA. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
These are going to be postings from Mr. Stillwell's private account, public account.
And do those appear to be fair, accurate depictions of Instagram posts that you pulled as a part of your investigation in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 435 VV, 436 VV, and 436 VVA into evidence.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I just briefly look at this?
Yes.
But yeah, I think that's what Lay said. I think this is right. And for her next piece of evidence, she'll be introducing 999VV, which will be an actual kitchen sink with all of the dishes. Don't wet up those dishes.
Those numbers again.
Yes, Your Honor. 435 VV, 436 VVA, and 436 VV.
So 435 VV, 436 VV, and then 436 VVA?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Those are admitted.
Thank you. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 433 VV, 479 VV, and 480 VV, tell me if you recognize those three exhibits.
These would be from Mr. Farley's Instagram account.
And do those appear to be fair, accurate depictions of posts from Mr. Farley's Instagram account?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 433 VV, 479 VV, and 480 VV.
Those are admitted.
Now I want you to look at 430. For 30 VV, 434 VV, 511 VV, 512 VV. First time if you recognize those.
These would be posts concerning Mr. Kendrick.
And do those appear to be fair and depictions of pictures of Mr. Kendrick from different Instagram pages?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 430 430 VV, 434 VV, 511 VV, and 512 VV into evidence.
Admitted. Oh, sorry. Sure.
Whisper, whisper, whisper. And yeah, Mike the Mob, the 5.7 shoots blue tips, not 40. That could have just been them trying to tie the possession. Like, he's in a song, he's talking about it, and they found that an FN, they recovered an FN. Maybe it was just for the possession. But at the same time, that would mean that that song wasn't about the Chanel drink shooting. So they're trying to say both. So to me, if it's supposed to be about one, but then it's also supposed to be about the other, they're either hoping the jury's confused and just hears another big scary gun being mentioned, and they heard someone say that there was a match at some point and can't keep track of what's what. Or maybe they're just trying to go to substantiate that possession. So, I don't know. I don't know exactly what their angle is with that. I don't know. But thank you for the 2. Good to see ya. Angie Lay says, hey guys, cannot believe they are still going. Yeah. I mean, and we don't have any TiVo time, guys. We are all the way caught up. You're all the way caught up. So, I don't know, Angie. I hope they at least pass the witness before the day is over. Can you imagine if they're coming back with direct tomorrow? That's just way too much after predicting 2 hours. Shout out to one happy white girl who started off a green waterfall. Let's get some slime green happening, and then gifting 5 memberships, which is super nice of you guys. One happy white girl in the chat. Maybe multiple, but you know what I mean. And I'm catching this as I come over. John Coleman says, I feel bad for Vivi now. Yep, the Final Fantasy, thinking of Final Fantasy. It's a great game. Yeah, and maybe a little... Well, we could just go with the either Burrito or Miss V, right? Because that's what all the guys call her. So there we go. We've just got to rename Viverito. Oh, or you're saying because of the exhibit numbers. VV. Can't help you there unless you want to hear BV, like it kind of sounds like she's saying sometimes. But good to see you, John. Thank you here for being a member. Tracy Fagan, I know she said 2 hours. I don't know what 2 hours is supposed to mean anymore. Time is relative. Time is relative. And this is still much shorter than a love version of 2 hours, I would say. Fancy Fox, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Appreciate you. Tina Haskenhoff says, wishing this was reality TV. We vote court not to recess until Max's cross. Yeah, unfortunately, here we are. Wrecking my buzz. Yeah, I thought we'd get, I thought right around this time we'd already have some cross-examination going. So my guess is, especially with how many times today, Shart mostly, but also now Doug have said, like, hey, can we just see that? Can we look at that real quick? It seems like maybe the state is getting into more than they said they were going to get into. I don't really know for sure. So, I don't know. Yes. Let's all hope that it's shorter than Love's version of 2 hours. Touche, thank you for the 5. I think this is a really good point. It's something that every defense attorney always has to think about. Again, a little bit less when it's a shorter trial, but still, you never know how the jury's going to receive the information. Even if you have a valid reason to counter it, it's still up to the jury to catch it, perceive it, and make of it what they want to make of it. But Touche says, I fear this case might be decided on the random bits the jury caught between long periods of being totally checked out instead of the totality of it. And, like, I think that really goes to Doug Weinstein's motion of time limiting, right? There is no we don't really have scientific data on the psychological impact of somebody sitting for a jury trial for 162 trial days, let alone all the time in between, and how they retain and utilize and recall information. Additionally, hearing things like ESPN. Well, maybe a juror doesn't really remember the context of Wooney Lee saying, no, we were talking about this ESPN tattoo, not on defacing somebody's tombstone. Well, what if they just remember hearing ESPN at some point and they go, oh, that box ticks. And they don't really discern exactly how that box is being ticked. They just said, oh, Hilton has Viverito mentioning ESPN, and we heard them say something about ESPN previously, so they made a match. There's something that's too coincidental there. Right? I think that's the problem with not being able to recall, is you can't really discern what you can't remember clearly. So, and maybe that's strategy on the state's part. So great food for thought here, Touche. Thank you for the 5. Dee Dee's out here dropping 10 gifted memberships. Dee Dee is one of, when she's in the chat, some great commentary, very witty, very happy to have you here. And it was really nice of you to gift memberships while you're here. So big thank you there. Definitely appreciated. Get some Dee Dee's in the chat. That's D-E-E, D-E-E. Thank you so much. And then let's see. I might be a little behind with this counter. We'll get that updated. Yes, all the love for Dee Dee. Yeah, make sure you get those green hearts in there. And then Angie Lay out here sprinkling. Angie Lay said, look, I can't believe they're still going. Can't believe I walked in, haven't been here, tuned in, and it's still Hilton doing direct examination of Investigator Viverito. Can't do it. You know what we can do to break up the monotony? We'll sprinkle some green memberships. Thank you so much, Angie. Always appreciate you. And good to see you today as well. Yeah, I mean, jury nullification could be on the table. But just because jury nullification is something that a jury can do doesn't mean that a jury will do that, right? So definitely seems like a way too much optimism for a defense attorney to just cross their fingers and hope for jury nullification. Touche earlier on had said this is just getting more and more outrageous, and here we are. To me, this looks like we're going through some stuff that we weren't aware the state was going to try to introduce. That's my best guess. I don't know. Maybe they'll carry this over into a break and we don't know that it's taking longer than it should because they let the jury take a break and we're just waiting for them to get back. But I don't know. I definitely think that the state's expanding the scope of what they plan to finish up on direct with, adding more in, maybe as a Hail Mary. Because remember, this is their last witness. This is their last witness. So, the Honorable that says, so talking about those searches, right? That search history where we had some words skipped, if he searched how to clean car of gunshot residue, I would get it. But I also search many times about murder/violent crimes near where I live or areas I frequent. Right, and what's the thing? Like, you hear somebody gets word, like, check your peoples, and maybe you hear, like, on a dispatch, you hear a location of a shooting, you hear the description, and that's all that the public or the word that's starting to spread before an article's really out there. Those are the basic things that you hear. I don't know, there were just a bunch of cop cars, and there was, a red car at an intersection, right? It was near that BP gas station, near I-20. Right, word spreads whether or not there's media articles, and Hilton was really trying to make it seem like because she wasn't aware of any media articles that there was no reason that someone might have heard of something or have a reason to be searching. And you're right, he wasn't looking for things to do to cover up a crime. He was looking for information, which one, as the state argues, could be because he wants to see what they know, right? So he can try to figure out what story to come up with to alibi himself or whatever. Or two, it could be he's trying to just hear what happened. The who, the what, the where. Right? So he didn't do that search. That search would have been, I think, we did the scale of 1 to 10. I think if he was searching for how to clean gunshot residue on the 14th or 15th or 16th from a vehicle, I think that would be a 10, right? A 10. But if he's just searching for news of what happened, I don't know, maybe a 1.5 or 2. So great food for thought here. Thank you so much. Jeanette, thank you for the "You're Awesome," the cute little sticker here. Thank you so much. Jennifer Devine says, it's art. It imitates life. It's how artists get their emotions out, and every love song is about me when I feel romantic. Right? Or, you ever see an artist do a cover song, but they'll change like he to she because they'll switch the song someone else wrote. They'll just switch it to fit their situation, and everything else applies to them, right? They adopt everything else. So I agree. Right. Or anytime you're feeling yourself to a song, like this song's right about me now. So, and that's the thing. I think it's interesting to try to have it both ways. If you want a song to be about one incident because it mentions X, Y, Z, and that's why you're saying it's applicable, even though you don't know when it was actually created. You just know when it was put up on the phone. But then you have Tyesha Alexander, and I think it was a bit humorous. I laughed in the moment that she said it. Yeah, he was writing a song about me. But what if that lyric was really... What if he was writing really about her? Right? He had a note in his phone talking about dropping the Opps, and she had just gotten robbed a few days ago, shot, hit somebody, and they fell to the floor in the video. And it seems like she was still looking out for who might recognize her in her car. Right? Should I get it wrapped? I don't know what to do. I don't even want to go back and get my stuff from where I stay. Don't even want to do that. So, I don't know. Big questions here. Big questions here. Could have been writing about anything. And if he was writing about something specific, do you think it's more likely it was about what Tyesha Alexander just went through, or more likely that it was about Shamel Drinks? Because remember, that's the same lyric that they're trying to say when Shart argued that it wasn't about Shamel Drinks. They switched and tried to make arguments that it could have been about Donovan Thomas instead. Right? So I don't really think the state knows. They just want what's prejudicial. Lyrics that sound prejudicial. They want to make the argument that there's some specificity. That way they can get it in. Right? But they're just stretching it. Because they don't even know the particularity of it when they're asked, when they're pressed on it. So I don't know. I hate to see it in a way. And I'm not saying that people haven't put specific things in songs, but I'm just saying, like, some of these bars that switch from, like, riding around strapped and then doing things with women, jumping back and forth between topics, it just seems like, broadly speaking. FFS is out here sprinkling memberships again. FFS. Just out here, like, do you have, like, a timer on? You're like, oh, 15 minutes has passed. Time to go turn somebody green. Big appreciation here for FFS. Wendy says, what's up with Hilton's purple wristband? I don't know. But I do think it's interesting if it were to represent something like a cause. And a juror could reasonably believe it was associated with a cause. Is it appropriate? Because, like, an attorney can't just go in there with a message written on their shirt, but can a certain type of wristband give off a message? Certain message. Like a yellow wristband, you might think of Live Strong, right? So I don't know. I don't know what's up with it, but she's had it on, and I guess nobody's making a fuss, or maybe they did. Yep. And that's, maybe they think it's okay because this isn't really a DV case, but at the same time, kind of a weird thing to have on people's mind, to draw that association in a courtroom where, that type of association could be an unfair inference on character of the defendants. So, but I don't know, maybe the defense doesn't notice or doesn't think the same way that, maybe I'm thinking about it. Spice S, thanks for becoming a member. And then one happy white girl says, Hilton really believes these questions are helping the state's case. I mean, I think there is some stuff in here that doesn't look great. But then 2 seconds later, when Hilton skips reading a word in between 2 lines of a tattoo, I don't know, any traction that somebody gains, now all of a sudden when you do something like that, you skip a word, now it draws me right back 2 steps backwards to questioning the way you're presenting things, the way you're trying to put meaning onto things. Are you really coming correctly with your interpretations when you're skipping certain things that would, in my opinion, drastically alter the meaning of something? You skip a name in between a tattoo referencing like teardrops. Well, that could have been a memorial for somebody rather than just we took the bodies out. We did the teardrops because we killed somebody. It could be talking about teardrops because you lost somebody. What's that word in the middle? It started with a K. So I didn't really catch what it said, but they didn't ask. They didn't ask. Oh, and maybe it could be March of Dimes. Yeah. Joanna, don't forget, Miss V skipped the whole sentence last week. Like, yeah, put him down, right? Just jumped. And that's Mr. Garlington saying, put him down. Come on, that definitely changes the meaning when you're talking to someone else to see if they'll put someone down. Put him down. Like, get him on the list. See if he can perform. Then today we're talking about features, so that's the thing. That testimony could sound pretty damning. Garlington's telling someone to put someone down. That's an order, and it sounds like it could be something violent. Oh, but they skipped something to make it sound that way. So. Ladybug, thank you for being a member for a month. And then FFS is going bananas over here. Hold on, there's another chain here. FFS, 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 FFS. 4 more memberships from FFS here. Big thank you to FFS. FFS is giving us the opportunity to vent. Vent that we're still on direct examination all day. STS says, I love burrito at dinner time. Yum. Yeah, maybe tomorrow instead of Taco Tuesday, we'll do burritos. We'll do burritos. What is it? A chimichanga is the one that's deep fried, right? Depending on how Cross is going. Maybe get a deep fried. Get a chimichanga. It is not a wristband. Oh my god. Club Crucial wristband. Fight night. Stay dangerous. Stay dangerous. And I do think that mention of like, if a fight breaks out, go for the chains. Like, I get that that was like that could be speaking tongue in cheek, but I also think it could look bad for that one person that thought of that. But I don't know, the rest of the chat didn't really say, heck yeah, we're gonna come up. We're gonna start this fight and plot on them and steal people's chains. All right, I think we have some movement. And we got a chair squeak.
If so, let's go ahead and get them in. Let's get the witness back.
We're back to the seal. We tried, guys, we tried. That was short-lived. And then one happy white girl, thank you for the 2, says Isabel. I agree. So not entirely sure what this applied to, but thank you for the super. And shout out, we like our Isabels, and we have an Isabella in the chat. Good people, good name. Ah, not enchiladas. I love enchiladas. All kinds. It's like a best of everything, right? You get a little smother action, tortilla, meat, filling, sometimes cheese. And hey, Dee, thanks for the 5 and the reminder. Hit that like button, you guys. Free 99. Hold on, we've got the red sauce and the green sauce gang war going on in the chat room here.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would like to admit .430 VV, .434 VV, 511 VV, 512 VV, and .482 VV into evidence.
All right, admitted.
And then looking at Investigator Viverito, 477 VV, 478 VV, and 529 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
It's gonna be a post from Mr. Ryan's Instagram account, as well as CDs that should contain the video of his posts that he made.
Okay. And did those appear to be fair, accurate depiction of both the Instagram post of Mr. Ryan as well as the videos from his Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time state would like to admit 478 VV, 477 VV, and 529 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
I'm going to start with 435 VV.
Oh, we have a different pink hat.
And what Instagram post is this from?
Did it from Mr. Stillwell's account.
All right. And looking at the picture, are you able to see the person posted?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to tell who that is?
Mr. Stillwell.
All right. And is he wearing a sweatshirt?
Yes.
And are you able to tell or read what the sweatshirt says?
It says slime, and then it's going to define it. It's kind of blurred on this one. You can.
Okay. All right. Are you able to read it from the picture?
You're going to have to zoom in a little bit more.
Okay. I think that might be the capabilities right there.
But you can identify a Glock.
436 VV.
Down to the make and what caliber.
Looking at Stacy's exhibit 436 VV, is that from that same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell?
It is.
And is that Mr. Stillwell in the picture?
It is.
And what is he wearing?
A sweatshirt that says slime, and it's going to have a definition.
Okay. And then is there a post?
I'm sorry, could you?
Is there a post?
Yes. Oh, it says, I fell off 100 times. 100 times I bounced back. hashtag life size lizard emoji, and then it says Mani Tumba de Piedra,
And is there another emoji?
the devil, the purple devil emoji.
Okay. And as we discussed earlier, the members of YSL sometimes use a lizard as one of their emojis.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you were pulling this Instagram, did you know what Mani Tumba de Piedra meant?
I did not.
Did you do anything to see if you could determine what it meant?
Yeah, if you can see right here, you can hit the see translation button, and typically on Instagram, when you click that, it will translate anything that's not in the language that the majority of the post is in.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
All right, I'm showing you what's been admitted as 436 VVA. And what did the translation translate to?
When you click the translation, the automatic translation from Instagram is going to generate a caption of peanut stone grave.
And does it have the same purple devil emoji?
It does.
Okay. Now, when you were observing this on Instagram, did that post stay the same the entire time that you were observing it on Instagram?
It did not.
Okay. What happened?
I'd say it was up for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and the Spanish portion the post was edited to remove the Spanish portion.
If you could repeat your answer.
I'm sorry, it was up for about 2 or 3 minutes, and the portion of the caption that was in Spanish was edited to be removed. So the post remained, but the Spanish caption was taken off.
Now, one also published was already been admitted as 47 NN.
I'm trying to rob them.
Well, for looking at 47 NN, are you familiar with what's in 47 NN?
I am.
How are you familiar?
That's a video posted to Mr. Stillwell's account.
Okay. And is this one of the videos that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Right. Now, in looking at this video, are you familiar with the location where the video is filmed?
Yes.
What is it? How are you familiar with the location where the video is filmed?
Just from being familiar with the area, being out there.
Okay. And where is that location?
It was Cleveland Avenue.
And I keep a stick, ain't no avoiding no smoke.
Now, in that video, were you able to see any actual snakes in that video?
Yes, there's one intertwined on Mr. Stillwell's YSL chain. It's like a smaller, like live snake in the chain.
And when you pulled this video, what, if any, significance did this video have for you when you pulled it?
The location, some of the imagery, the people involved, and the lyrics.
We talked about the location. What imagery was of significance to you?
The snake, the chain, things of that nature. The hand signs.
And then what, if any, lyrics were of significance to you as your investigation?
The lyric concerning drop top coupe, looking for who? Also, the ones involving me and my slimes were above the law. We don't walk into court at all. Wiping
they've been in
somebody's
court.
nose and sit in their family's face and smell it off.
Wiping someone's nose, had you heard that terminology before?
I have.
How have you heard that terminology?
It's used quite a bit, and I know what to mean to harm or kill someone. And also, the blue T-shirt, I couldn't read, but you can read it on here in the definition of slime.
And what does it say?
The definition of slime on here is going to read, can't be trusted, a repulsive or despicable individual, wipe your, pardon my French, fucking nose, and then it says, is you slime enough at the bottom.
So you recognize it on that sweatshirt, but also hearing inside of the song.
Correct.
Anything else that was of significance in this song?
I did see Miles Farley and Quamorbius Nichols in the background of the video, as well as Winnie Lee.
Right. I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit 433 VV. Now, whose Instagram handle is this?
This would be do it for Phil _ associated with Miles Farley.
And do you see the picture?
I do.
And do you see a tattoo on the back of the person's neck?
I do.
And what does the tattoo say?
ESPN.
And again, is that the Every Slime Play Nasty?
Yes.
Right. And is that Miles Farley?
It is.
And do you know him to have that tattoo on his neck?
I do.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 479 VV. And looking at Exhibit 479 VV, if we can scroll in, is that Miles Farley?
It is. It is.
And do you see a tattoo on his arm, Rock Crew?
Yeah, right here on his upper right forearm, you're going to see the name Rock Crew.
And then looking at 432 VV. Do you see anything on his shirt? Any writing on his shirt, excuse me?
Yes, it says slime or die.
Now going to 434 VV. Who's depicted in 434 VV?
Mr. Kendrick.
Right. And what is he standing next to?
Graffiti that says slat.
And what, if any, color is he wearing, or what is he wearing?
A red bandana print T-shirt.
Now looking at 430 VV. Are you able to tell who's in that picture? Is that also Mr. Kendrick?
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Williams.
Okay. And is Mr. Kendrick, what is he wearing?
A red bandana and a YSL diamond pendant with a red shirt.
And do you know where they are in this picture?
appears to possibly Cleveland Avenue Park. It's hard to tell.
Looking at 511 BV. And is that Mr. Kendrick as well?
It is
And what is he holding?
a hat with a image of a rat crossed out.
All right. And what color is the head?
Red.
All right. Now looking at 512 VV. And looking at 512 VV, who was in the picture?
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold.
And who's posted the picture?
Mr. Arnold.
All right. And is there a caption?
Roll down the window. He running like Ricky.
And are there any emojis and hashtags?
With a running emoji, an eye emoji, hashtag Slack Gotti, hashtag Blue Devil with a snake emoji and a blue heart.
And in your investigation, did you learn if Mr. Arnold was a part of a gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL and the Rollin' 60 Neighborhood Crips.
I'm sorry.
Rollin' 60 Neighborhood Crips.
And did the Rolling 60 Neighborhood Crips have an alliance with YSL?
Yes.
And as a gang investigator, are you familiar with hybrid gangs?
I am.
Okay. And would this be consistent with the understanding of being a part of a hybrid gang?
It would.
I now want to publish State's Exhibit 482 VV.
Muting McMuterton time. Now this one has all the stuff on the screen, so definitely think we gotta mute that one. Right, lots of orange. There's a lot of like hand motions that are more than just the supposed YSL signal. Like, they've done a lot of, of different signs. Speaking of, while we're talking about orange being the new red, we have a pretty even break here on the preferred enchilada sauce. The poll ended with red at 53% and green at 46%. Did you just find all of the orange emojis?
Now, did you pull this as a part of your investigation?
I did.
Okay. What, if any, significance was this song to you as a part of your investigation in this case?
This song was a great showcase of the alliance between the Goodfellas and YSL. There was a couple of songs that they did together, but this was one of the ones where the video and the song were a good showcase of that due to who is present in the video, the lyrics, and some of the imagery.
And let's talk about the imagery. What are some of the imagery that you saw that showed the alliance between Goodfellas and YSL?
The hand signs, Mr. Grier is a prominent Goodfellas member. He's thrown up the YSL hand sign. The main singer, if you want to know, a rapper, is a gentleman by the name of Ricky Hill. He holds the rank of capo. When we talked about Frank Hubert earlier, he's a capo. Ricky Hill is another person in a leadership role with the Goodfellas. He goes by the name 24 Heavy. And he's kind of showing the alliance, letting them all be in the video with him. There's a gentleman named Eric Moore. He had a gray Audi that was on scene at 2830 Waters Road the night that we were out there. He's in the video as well. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Wonnie Lee. So it's a really good representation of the alliance between the two groups.
And did you see any green flags in the video as well?
Yes, some of them they'll see around their wrists and things of that nature.
Now, you also talked about the lyrics. Why were they of significance to you in this song?
Because they're talking about a slime mob, combining the two terms slime. They talk about the Goodfellas go by mob, talking about play with oomp, somebody will get hogtied, knocking off your big homie, even his small fries, referencing some other incidents in the past.
All right. And did you also then pull some Instagram for Rodalius Ryan?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to publish what has been admitted as 478 VV. And is this one of the posts that you pulled from the Slime Business Rod account?
It was.
And it's who's depicted in the picture?
Rodalius Ryan.
And what does the caption say?
If you caught a case, and the C's are going to be a purposeful misspelling with X's, and stayed solid with the strong emoji, you deserve a bag emoji when you get home. Triple threat B emoji, free Psych and Quay, free Lil Bally, love ya.
And where are you able to tell where this picture is taken?
Appears to be in a correctional facility.
And was there any significance to you to the caption that is posted?
Talking about staying solid. If you catch a bag and if you catch a body, or if you catch a case and you stay solid, you deserve a bag when you get home. We've seen that theme throughout some of these social media posts throughout this investigation.
And what is your understanding of staying solid?
Not snitching, remaining quiet.
All right, I'm going to publish first 529 VV.
Fuck the fake, man. Yeah, man. Gang shit, man. You know what the fuck going, man. Yeah, man. Slime business shit, man. Man, happy birthday to me, man. Really mean everything to me, man. This shit on me for real. Can you get the only tattoo on me, man? Gonna say it again. Nah, for real, no cap. Nigga, slack, nigga. It been a minute since I suited up. It been it bothered me.
And where does it appear that he is posting this video from?
A correctional facility.
Okay. Now publishing 477 VV. And did you hear it while we were waiting for that? In the video, the song saying getting your stain up?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding of getting your stain up?
Stain or increasing your rank or status within a gang. Stain is your rank or a status within a gang.
And in your experience as a gang investigator, what are some of the ways that gang members get their stain or get their rank up in a gang?
Typically in gang investigations, we look at it two different ways. There's hustling and there's banging. Hustling brings you money and proceeds towards the gang, and banging is acts of violence. So there's two different ways you can do it within the gang.
And would an example of maybe shooting at a police officer, would that be a way of getting stain up in the gang?
Sustained.
In your experience, have you heard of gang members shooting at police officers?
I have.
Is that a way of getting stain in a gang?
Yes.
Is murdering someone a way of getting stain in a gang?
Murdering, drive-by shootings, home invasions, robberies. There are several ways you can do it with the use of violence.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man. Yeah, man, live from Chain Gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Spank that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. Fuck the DA. And we catching the bun on this shit. Yeah, and we about to catch that bun, fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. That shit in the hood right here, gang. Free the gang. Yeah, YSL shit. That's the hood right here, son. Yeah. Slack Benny. Damn, man. Slack, man. Free the gang. Had to get more bun, though, so let me get more bun, okay. Fuck Rashawn the Devil Boy. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. By the way, the gang way. Big Rich with the big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. Smell me. YSL? They gave my nigga a bun today, y'all. Shit crazy.
And looking at that video, why was that significant for you to pull that video?
Well, first, he was in a correctional facility with a cellular phone, covering the news coverage of Mr. Eppinger receiving a bond for shooting Officer Rogers. And associating, talking about where that's the gang, that's the hood, throwing up the YSL hand sign, F the DA, things of that nature.
Now, were you involved with drafting the search warrant for the search of the home of Mr. Jeffrey Williams on May 9th, 2022?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the execution of that search warrant?
I was the affiant of the warrant that covered the body of Mr. Williams for his arrest, cellular devices, and gang evidence. I made, once entry was made by the SWAT team, I then arrived at the location.
And do you know if Phoenix was a part of that search?
It was.
And to your knowledge, do you know if SWAT announced entry before making entry into the home?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when you were working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, how did you notate the work that you did on this case?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office, even though we do have a law enforcement component, doesn't have a traditional report management system like a police department where you enter reports or have a database where records are kept. So typically, to make sure stuff wasn't just stored on a hard drive or in an email, my affidavits and search warrants would be lengthier than usual or most that you would see, so that when they get filed with the clerk's office, something is memorialized, something for good, somewhere for good. So I know I did numerous search warrants that totaled hundreds of pages just to be all inclusive of the facts of the case, pretty much, to serve kind of as my report, because we didn't have a traditional report management system.
And to your knowledge, with this case, do you know how many search warrants you did or drafted?
Say at least 15.
Now, I want to kind of transition slightly as we come to a close.
Thank goodness.
Regarding gangs and guns, in your experience as a gang investigator, and investigating gangs, do you see, in your experience, gang members switching guns through various hands?
Yes, often.
Okay. And based upon your understanding, your investigation, can you tell the jury your understanding of why that happens within the gang?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
As a gang expert, are you able to enlighten the jury to your understanding as to why that happens in the gang?
I'm going to permit that.
Because if a murder is committed with a gun, you probably don't want to ever be caught with that gun or associated with that gun if you can avoid it. Sometimes they will trade the gun in whole, and maybe the person receiving the gun may not know what's been done with it. There are other times where you can take pieces of guns, such as Glocks, if they're the same make and model, you can take the barrel out and exchange it.
I'm going to object to relevance. In 403, there's no evidence at all.
Sustained.
As a gang expert, have you seen individuals switch barrels of guns? And Your Honor, I can approach, we do have.
I'll permit that.
Yeah, have you seen that occur?
Yes, we've seen that happen.
Now, earlier, I believe you discussed how social media is kind of the new graffiti for the gang.
Correct.
Right. And in the course of your investigation with YSL and YFN, were the social media posts that we've seen throughout your testimony some of the examples of what you were speaking of?
Yes.
What about music? How have you seen, as a gang expert, music promote gangs or promote gang violence in your experience?
Music is often used to promote gang violence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that this is outside the expertise of this witness.
Sustained.
Have you taken courses on gang music and gang culture?
Yes, I believe during the GGIA, one of the GGIA conferences I have.
And as a part of your investigation with gangs, have you listened to music associated with various gangs?
Kell approach.
Is this a sua sponte approach request? Woo. Update that banner there. Oh, yeah, literally. Page said, pass the witness. Whew. Yep. And wait, if she's pissed now, wait till cross. Wait till cross. Oof. And it's like what Hilton's doing here is try to really like close out with their last witness this idea that what's in the song is what they're doing. It's the Kimberly Underwood lifestyle comment that this is the lifestyle he lives, right? It's a slick way of getting that same concept across. Oh man. Yeah, one happy white girl 1000%. Magical words as we come to a close. And gracias Dios. I might need some we might need to look back at that Instagram post with the translated hashtag that wasn't a hashtag. But yes, magical words here. Thank you so much for the 5. I think the whole chat was happy to hear that. Yeah, 2-hour gang conference, and one of the classes taught within it was about music. It's a little late for Whitaker to see what the state has tried to do with each of their 5-6 investigator gang witnesses. Fletch said, I googled purple wristband and it can mean do not resuscitate. Oh. Pretty appropriate of the whole trial. Oh my gosh. That is good. We're gonna go with that meaning for this purple wristband that Hilton is wearing. Flesh, thank you for doing that. Today I learned. Survivor Speaks is out here sniping with the gifted memberships. Show Survivor some love in the chat.
As you sit here today, do you know if the beef between YSL and YFN is still continuing?
It is.
Course indulgence for a moment.
We're going to count this as a win for the defense. Pass the witness. Pass the witness.
No further questions.
W's in the chat. So I think a lot of the cross today might focus on, well, if Doug's going to go first, that makes sense.
Good afternoon, Investigator Viverito.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weinstein.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. As you know, I represent Mr. Kendrick.
Yes, I do.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions. Excuse me. Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you DK16. Do you recognize the individual in that picture?
I do.
I'd like to admit DK16 into evidence. Permission to publish? In Exhibit DK16, who do you see?
Dwayne Carter.
And Dwayne Carter is also known as Lil Wayne, right?
He is.
Okay. In the image that is on the right side of the two photographs,
Yes,
you see his arm there, correct?
I do.
Do you see ESPN on his arm?
I do.
And what do you maintain that the ESPN, or do you know what the ESPN on his arm stands for?
On him, since he's not a member of YSL, I couldn't tell you what that stands for.
But he's not a member of YSL, as you correct?
Correct.
And yet he has ESPN on his arm.
Correct. Like I could have a star, Bloods could have a star. Different tattoos mean different things to different people.
So the ESPN on his arm could mean ESPN, the sports network, correct?
As not being a member of YSL, yes.
So if you're a member of YSL and you have ESPN on your arm, are you saying the only thing it could possibly mean is your interpretation of ESPN?
That's what I've seen it mean thus far with members of YSL.
And that's the only thing you believe it could mean?
As far as members of YSL, yes.
So the fact that my client was a football star at Grady. Okay. Do you know if my client played football at Grady?
I do now.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to University of Georgia as a football player? I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to the University
I've
of
heard
Georgia?
that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other.
Oh.
If it's tattooed
Hold
on
on.
you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL. You just said that Dwayne Carter
Hold on,
has
did something get
ESPN on.
skipped?
Do you know my client got a scholarship to University of Georgia as a football player? I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to the University
I've
of
heard
Georgia?
that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other TV channels also that aren't tattooed on him.
She really buffered.
So if it's tattooed on you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL. You just said that Dwayne Carter has ESPN on his arm, but he's not a member of YSL.
Sustained.
You just said that ESPN on Lil Wayne is not a YSL insignia, correct?
Correct. Like I could say, you can see a college sorority girl with a star tattoo on her, right? And then you can go down to the prison and see members of blood gangs with 5-point stars tattooed on them. It's going to have, we look at everything on an individual basis. So I can't make that determination. When it comes to YSL members, when you see ESPN associated with a YSL member, I have not seen it mean of anything other than every slime play nasty.
And you said you could see a sorority girl with a star on her, correct?
Correct.
And you could see a University of Georgia football player with ESPN on their arm too, correct?
Correct, but they're both not members of a blood gang or YSL.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can I get you to come up? May I approach again, Your Honor?
May.
I think Kokomo is a distraction bait here for Viverito, perhaps. Not to minimize the hard work I know Kokomo does, but get closer to the witness. Let the witness get a good look at Mr. Kokomo. Oh, it took 2 whole seconds for her bias to show. I cannot believe that.
Mr. Kokomo is going to show you a video. I just want to know if you recognize that video.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. you play a piece of that?
Can I stop for a second? Is that going to show my face on camera?
No, we're not going to.
Okay, I just
I'm
want
not
to
going
make
to.
I just want to make sure.
I'm not going to show you.
Okay, yes, absolutely.
Do you recognize that video?
I do.
I'm not going to publish this video, but I'd like to introduce DK15 into evidence.
Okay. It's admitted.
Okay, now I'm going to show you a still from the video.
Sure.
Okay, do you recognize that?
I do.
And do you recognize the individual in that?
That is me. I do.
Okay. I am going to introduce DK15A. And it's redacted. Are you okay with that redaction?
No objection. Okay. All right, and that's a still from the video.
Yes, it's
Submitted.
DK15A. It's a still from the video, and it's been redacted to remove the image of Investigator Viverito.
Thank you. It's
Okay.
submitted.
Would you please publish DK15A? Okay. Who is in this still image from DK15?
That is me.
Okay. Do you recall when this was taken?
That was on March 9th of 2020. I'm sorry, May 9th of 2022
And where was it taken?
at 355 Allison Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30342.
And whose home was that at the time?
The home of Jeffrey Williams.
And where in the home are you?
Should be the master bedroom closet leading to the bathroom.
And in the video that you watched, which I'm not publishing, again, because it has your image on it.
Correct.
What are you doing at that point in the video?
We're inventorying the jewelry and items that are in the home.
Okay.
Inventory?
And is this image that is taken, that's part of your inventorying procedure in the home, is that correct?
It's a documentation procedure, yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what you're holding in your hand in this still image?
I do.
And what are you holding in your hand?
A watch of some sort.
Okay. Do you know if do you recognize that as a Richard Mille watch?
I guess, yes.
And that's a pink watch, correct?
It's pink and either pink and light pink or pink and white, yes.
It's a pink band, correct?
Correct.
And it has a white ceramic, I'll call it the body of the watch.
White, or, yeah, I guess it's white if you say so, yes.
Okay. After you took this image and you did this inventorying process, where did the watch go after this?
If you watch the video in its entirety, we're inventorying everything in the closet. There's a bunch of small boxes everywhere. So if you watch the video in its entirety, you take it and the watch is photographed like this, box is closed, it's taken and put up on the shelf in the upper left-hand corner, and the inventorying continues. And then jewelry starts getting packed up and getting ready for the evidence team to come and take it down to property.
Okay. Since November the 4th of this year, have you spoken to the state about this particular watch, the pink watch with the white band that I've been calling the Richard Mille or Richard Mille watch?
To the state, no, but I've seen the
social media,
Twitter coverage of it going missing or whatever you want to.
Maybe.
Well, no, I mean, there's a camera in here. They know that it's being live streamed. You just are not supposed to be watching it. And you asked that in the evidence, so
Well,
just keep moving.
I wasn't watching the trial, but my name.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep moving.
Okay.
Unless you need to
But
approach
you-
about something
No,
else.
That
that's
seems
fine.
like a lie.
Okay.
Because what about the Tyesha Alexander
Tell me,
comment?
I'd like to know about this. Tell me in the whatever coverage you saw, what did you learn about this watch that came up in this trial?
Sustained, well, yeah, sustained.
Okay. So after this watch was inventoried and you left it for, I'm sorry, who did you say takes the watch after the inventorying process?
So if you watch the video in its entirety.
Which I can't show here, but go ahead.
But if you watched it, like I watched it, the watch gets boxed back up and placed up on the shelf, and it gets left there by the team as as an accident. It was left there. The home was then turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond to take possession of the home.
And is it the normal process when you're taking jewelry from the home? or high-valued goods that
Inventorying.
you leave behind a $500,000 watch on a shelf?
First, I don't know the value of it. Second of all, like I said, there were numerous jewelry boxes. It was, if you watch the video, everybody in there had on body cameras. I was made sure I was on camera at all times. There was cameras throughout the home. So you would be able to see if one of us removed a watch, the box remained in the closet. And like I said, the home was turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond, who were the two people on scene that took custody of the home for Mr. Williams.
Okay, can we go back to my question?
Sure.
Sure. Is it the normal procedure to leave high-valued items behind when you're doing a search and then a seizure pursuant to a warrant?
Objection out of relevance and answer.
It wasn't answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I don't know if there's necessarily a procedure on what you take or what you don't. Like I said, it got left behind. There were other things, like other items of evidence that I had asked to be taken, such as photographs and artwork that had relevance to this case that were left behind by the evidence team. It was quite a big operation. There was a hostile crowd gathering at the bottom of the driveway, so we were trying to speed it up to get out of there.
So are you telling me that law enforcement has no procedure with what you do with high-value items that are subject to a seizure warrant?
Objection out of relevance, asked and answered.
It's asked and answered at this point.
Okay. So the watch you say was left behind. What else wasn't done according to your instructions at the home that day?
I believe there were two pieces of artwork that were, one was Mr. Williams in a general uniform with snakes on his arm, and then one was Mr. Williams as like the Jesus at the Last Supper with all the people around him that I thought were relevant that were not taken. And like I said, it started to get pretty hostile out there, so we were trying to speed things up.
You said that there were many people with body cams in the
Correct.
home at the time. How many people approximately at the time of this raid of the home, let's call it that, were wearing body cams?
Almost everybody.
And did these body cams capture Mr. Kendrick within the home?
I believe they caught Mr. Kendrick running from the home.
That's not the question I asked.
They caught him outside of the home. I don't know how to better, I'm answering
Well,
the question.
it's either a yes, no.
No.
Is there body cam image of Mr. Kendrick within Mr. Williams' home?
The body camera image I saw was him running from the home.
Is there body cam image of
No.
Mr.
Answer
Williams
yes or no, and then you can explain.
in the home?
I haven't reviewed it, all of the entry team's body camera, but no.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick in Mr. Williams' home?
On that, by the time I arrived at the location, the entry was already made. So I did not, no.
You did not? Okay. Did you, there were approximately a half a dozen firearms found within the home, correct?
Correct.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick possessing any of those firearms?
I have not.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick near those firearms?
I have not.
There were drugs found in the home, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick with any of those drugs?
No.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick anywhere near any of those drugs?
No.
As far as you know, was Mr. Kendrick in actual possession of any of those drugs?
No, I wasn't there when they made entry.
Have you spoken to anyone? No, let me take that back. Did you speak to Mr. Kendrick at all at that time?
I did not.
Okay. As far as you know, did Mr. Kendrick have any of those drugs, as far as you know?
As far as I know, no.
And as far as you know, did he have any of those guns?
I just know he was in the home where they were located at some point that day.
Okay. Let's talk about the mob ties video for just a moment.
Yes.
So in that video, at the very end, right, we have Mr. Kendrick saying, excuse my language, saying, knock it off your big homie bitch, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how many times that line was stated prior to Mr. Kendrick uttering that line at the very end?
Multiple.
And it was stated by 24 Heavy, Ricky Hill, correct?
Correct.
And I believe he states it 3 times, right?
Correct.
So Mr. Kendrick is just repeating a line that someone else has written or someone else has said. He's repeating that at the end, correct?
I'm not sure who the writing credits go to, but he did say it at the end.
He's not freestyling it in that it's never been heard before in the song, correct?
Well, it wasn't part of the song. At that point, the song had ended, and he yelled it.
But it had been said 3 times before in the song, right?
Right.
So you're aware there's post-editing that lines can be put into music after the song is recorded, correct?
Right, but the context of how he was saying it, the way he said it, wasn't going along with the song.
Ooh, this is interesting. Tell me about that.
It was after the song had concluded, and he kind of yelled it out with Miss Raven, and I forgot who else was
Look
with
at
him.
Sharp.
How do you determine that a song has concluded?
The video, the way it's portrayed in the video. I didn't edit it. The way that it's portrayed in the video has ended, and he utters it at the end after the song is concluded.
So what training have you had in music to know, when a song is ended in a particular video, when there's an utterance after a song is ended?
Are you asking me how I know when a song ends?
Yeah, how do you know this in this video? Like you've had training and expertise that tells you when a particular rap song ends and then something is just blurted out afterwards?
I mean, I've listened to the song independent of the video, and that's not on the track.
But it's in the video, correct?
Right, but when the song concludes, it's not part of the track.
Can we put up, I don't know, which one of y'all are throwing up exhibits? Can you put up 512 VV? Yes. Mr. Atkins, thank you so much.
This is crazy. She's so resistant to everything. And whether that might be fair on one point or not, it doesn't look good as a whole.
I should have told you
Oh.
that. Thank you, though.
Yeah, Kevin Kirksey, I agree. Little sleight of hand going on.
Sorry, just give us a minute to get it up.
And not to stereotype, but it is pink, right? KC Dog says Burrito's got the watch.
Okay. We'll talk about something just a moment while it's going to take a few minutes for this to get pulled
Okay.
up, okay? We'll come back to it, I promise. Again, I'm going to go back to the closet, and I apologize for jumping around.
Sure.
When you're in Mr. Williams, did you call it the jewelry closet?
No, it was a closet where there was a jewelry and other things, money, other things were stored.
Okay. When you're in that closet, do you recall in that video that you mentioned how valuable that watch is when you pull it up?
I don't believe so.
I can play that for you so you can hear that.
You can. I don't. Yeah, if you'd like to.
I'll be careful.
Are we playing the video or just the audio?
I just want to do the audio, so I'm going to make sure we can get that done.
Well, that ought to not pose a problem.
I want to make sure we can technically do that without having an issue.
On it, okay. I mean, he could just play it from his laptop if that's an easier way to do it, as long as the jury can hear it.
Okay, can you turn it up?
Just put a mic next to your speaker.
Well,
on your laptop.
Kokomo's queuing it up, so it's spicy when it's something that the state doesn't have to pull up, that they haven't introduced yet with this witness. So whenever we see Kokomo, I know Kokomo watch all the time for you guys in the chat. But additionally, new exhibits, different exhibits.
Ferguson, good swing? Yeah. All the all right, so Marissa, just so you know, all the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or gunna's name in there.
I'm not sure that's working. There's a lot of an echo there.
And there's
We'll just play it for you so you can see that.
Let's look at this. I wish we could watch the body cam. I guess they're not going to show
I
it
just
to
don't want
us.
to risk your image being shown.
I appreciate you, Mr. Weinstein.
Oh man. You can still hear her. And we'll get the questions from Doug if there's something visual on the screen. I'm sure he'll ask questions about it.
Ferguson, good swing? Yeah. All the all right, so Marissa, just so you know, all the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or gunna's name in there. One of the vehicles with one of the Porsches contain windscreens and
I'm gonna put all the jewelry in this. Do we have an evidence bag?
You don't hear it in there?
I don't make that remark, no.
Okay.
We're going to put all the jewelry in the evidence bag. Did we?
What was the first watch?
I made it, like you said, I made it about the first watch that made it to
Made
evidence.
about the first watch,
Yeah.
which was also a Richard Mille watch, or Mill.
I don't
know how to pronounce it. So you did make it about the first Richard Mille, just not the
That is
second
in
Richard
evidence.
Mille. Okay. But they're both Richard Mille watches, correct?
I mean, there were several much more expensive pieces of jewelry that were there also. And this is not my first case with a lot of expensive jewelry.
So how did you play dumb earlier?
Did you get it pulled up, Mr. Atkins? Oh, great. Thank
Her
you.
explanation made that look
Okay.
worse, sound worse.
Let's go back to 512 VV for just a moment.
Okay.
Look at would you read that line below again about running like Ricky?
Yes.
And what is the import of running like Ricky?
It's from a movie.
And what movie is that from?
Boys in the Hood.
And what's happening to Ricky in Boys in the Hood that's running like Ricky has become a meme?
He's getting gunned down in a drive-by shooting.
And what's he doing when he's getting gunned down?
Running.
And he's running down an alley, correct?
Yes.
And he's running at a pretty good clip away from the vehicle that is shooting him with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He's not standing on a sidewalk, right?
I didn't insinuate that.
Sorry?
I didn't insinuate that.
No, I didn't say you did. I'm just
Okay,
asking
yeah,
you a
no.
question.
Yeah, he's running.
Okay. And he's running directly away from the shotgun that's coming out of a car to shoot him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This picture here of I guess it's Duke, it's Martinez Arnold, correct?
Yes.
And Diamante Kendrick. This is from June 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And that is approximately 5 years and 5 months after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, this picture was more so of importance to me to show the alliance between the Crips and YSL.
Oh, that's right. That's a hybrid gang, right?
Correct.
Okay. And a hybrid gang is kind of like a nose of wax, right? It's something that you can twist and pull so that any type of characteristics that you find can meet the definition of a gang, right?
That's not true.
It isn't true. Why wouldn't that be true?
For example, this hybrid gang with Mr. Arnold, this came about when Mr. Keith Troop died and Mr. Williams gave the eulogy at Mr. Keith Troop's funeral. And if you listen to Mr. Kitchens, he tells the story about how Mr. Williams was put in charge to take care of Mr. Kitchens and guide him. And he's the one that kind of took them under their wing and it was okay. And Mr. Williams was the first one to cross color lines when it came to gangs here in Georgia. And they were first uneasy with that, but Keith Troop explained to them, no, it's okay, this is something we do now. So That's an example. And the Department of Justice defines hybrid gangs as a gang member's participation in multiple gangs, vague rules and code of conduct, gangs or different gangs collaborating together to commit crimes.
Start.
And there's several other definitions, but it's not just something I made up. The Department of Justice defines
No,
it
no,
too.
no, I know, and what I'm trying to understand from you is I've seen multiple gang experts come in here and talk about definitions of gangs and definitions of hybrid gangs. And it just appears that if a group of individuals don't fit your definition of a gang, that they automatically get classified as a hybrid gang. I'm asking a question about hybrid gang.
Well,
can you explain what a hybrid gang is?
yes, it's
Yeah.
I gave you part of it. It's traditionally a neighborhood gang or local gang that tries to take on the identifiers of a traditional gang. Like I'm from New York. The gangs in New York are much more structured. The gangs in LA, Chicago are much more structured. I apologize, from New York. The gangs are much more structured here in Georgia. You'll see there are neighborhood cliques that will adopt the identifiers, like YSL, for example, adopted the identifiers of sex, money, murder. They were sex, money, murder based in the beginning, but then Mr. Williams decided to do his own spin on it. Like I said, when he was very close to Keith Troop, when he was deceased, or prior to that, like I said, if you watch, there's history about it where Mr. Kitchens talks about he was sent to go help out Mr. Williams at one point. And at first he was uneasy, like, oh, do we do this? And he said,
Slow down also and
Yeah, just-
sustain
yeah.
to hearsay.
and that's,
I'm trying to understand, without giving examples, if you can define hybrid gang.
it is a neighborhood gang that takes on pieces of traditional gangs. And like I said, you'll have individuals from different gangs working together. You will have the mixed use of identifiers, like we've seen through the presentation of evidence here. Like here, this snake and the blue heart for the Crips. Vague rules and code of conduct. Sex, money, murder, bloods have a rank structure. I don't know a rank structure within YSL. So they take pieces of what they like and they put their own spin on it, but are still backed by a traditional gang.
So a traditional gang would have a hierarchy, correct?
Correct.
But you, according to I believe the testimony we've heard, YSL as a gang doesn't have a hierarchy.
They don't have, but the Goodfellas, for example, they have.
I'm asking, let's go back to my question.
Right.
What YSL?
Right.
The witness to be able to explain her.
Well, the answer wasn't responsive to my question.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. YSL does not have a hierarchy as a traditional gang does, correct?
They don't have a set of leadership like roles, no.
Okay, so in that sense, they wouldn't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
But they're still welcomed by members of the Sex, Money, Murder, Bloods.
Can you just answer my question?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was, they don't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
Correct.
So instead, they get slotted over to this catch-all category of hybrid gang, correct?
I wouldn't call it a catch-all, no.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein.
Look at Max ready to get out of that chair.
All right. A minute, let me just ask y'all a scheduling issue.
Okay. Approaching for a schedule issue. We won't count this approach. Shart is ready. Whoo! All right. Rate that cross-examination. Let's do, instead of how Doug did, let's rate how Viverito held up during the first cross. Scale of 0 to 10. How did Viverito hold up during that cross-examination? Oh, man. Shannon Alexander. Yep, Shart is waiting like a lion in the bushes. You know, alpha predator, really, in this situation. FFS says Max looks like a pit bull about to bust off their collar. Jennifer Devine says Little Miss can't be wrong. Magical thinker. Break, they can't bend. Yep. Thank you for the 5 here. And we got 2 squeaks. All right. Max Shark cross-examination. Or maybe not. Maybe another second. Oh, it's like a giraffe print, right? Is that giraffe? KC Dog says the bolstering effect strikes once again. Yep. I'm so good. We're so good at our jobs. And then, oops, we don't follow a procedure. Well, that doesn't sound good. Either it's skeptical about an explanation for the one watch being left behind, or you're saying that you didn't follow procedure, which doesn't sound good when you're the one that's supposed to follow processes. So, it's her own catch-22 she set up there. Thank you, KC Dog. Thank you, Jim Cox, for becoming a member. Good to see you hanging out with us today.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you, Honorable. Please, court, Investigative Viverito, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shard.
Good afternoon. Okay. Let me just start off with something that you said on direct. When did you start working on this case with the DA's office?
I'm trying to think. I got to probably fall of 21, maybe.
Fall of 2021. And in fall of 2021, when you started working with this case with the DA's office, you were in the section or in the working group with under ADA Love, correct?
No.
Okay, who were you under?
Kara Convery was the deputy district attorney at that time.
All right, and with the DA's office, eventually, you're not with the DA's office now?
Correct.
Okay, but with the DA's office, you worked on this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you worked under Kara Convery. Who else did you work under?
Well, she wasn't on the case, but for the case, I worked under Don Geary.
Don Geary, okay. All right. Now, in your testimony over the last few days, you've spoken about the work that you did on this case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
And you've given us your opinions about certain things that you learned through your work at the district attorney's office, correct?
Some, I don't know. I don't think I've given many opinions.
Okay. As part of your work with the district attorney's office, you reviewed surveillance videos.
Correct.
Okay, you drafted affidavits for search warrants.
Correct.
You collected evidence from Jeffrey Williams' house.
Correct.
You collected social media posts.
Correct.
From various people.
Correct.
You reviewed Mr. Stillwell's phones.
Correct.
You've reviewed music, in this case, by various artists.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, today, I guess you reviewed a video to make a determination of what type of gun is in a picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All those things that you did, and there were other things that you did with the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you testified that you were asked by Ms. Hilton, how did you notate your work on this case? And then you said that you talked about your search warrant affidavits, that you make them thorough.
Correct.
Okay, but search warrant affidavits aren't memorandums, are they?
No.
Okay, they're not police reports, are they?
No.
Okay. And your explanation, you don't have reports written for the work that you did in this case as a district attorney, with the district attorney's office, do you?
I have, I think, one or two that were witness memorandums, but other than that, no.
Reports about when you were collecting social media posts?
No.
Got any reports on that?
No.
Okay, about whose addresses you were looking at and whose you weren't? Do you have any reports on that?
What do you mean by addresses?
Instagram addresses or Instagram, which people that you were following on Instagram, which people you were looking at their Instagram, what dates you were looking at their Instagram. Do you have reports about that?
No, but they were compiled, and each date that they were looked at were noted on the photo.
Okay, so we're just supposed to look at the stuff that you compile and bring to court, and that's good enough to let us fill in all the work that you did.
Objection, argument.
Just take your word for it?
It's cross, I'm going to permit it.
I mean, I'm here to explain it.
Okay, well, that's fine, but,
Right.
you know, what if we want reports? Do you have reports?
I said, the DA, now I work at a different facility. When I worked at the GBI, we had a reporting system. The DA's
Okay.
office doesn't have that. So I would, in my affidavits, make them as lengthy. There's some, when you see an affidavit of mine, it's pretty lengthy for a reason.
Okay, well, I didn't ask about your search warrant affidavits. I'm asking about reports and memorandums right now. Okay, and you seem to be saying, well, there was no record-keeping software with the district attorney's office that you could memorialize the work you did.
Correct.
Okay, they don't have a typewriter, they don't have computers, they don't have Microsoft Word, they don't have a pad of paper, they don't have pens, they don't have pencils. Is that what you're saying?
They do.
Okay. But you just didn't write any reports about any of this work that you've been testifying over the last 3 days that you did.
I don't really know anybody that would write a report saying, on this date, I screenshotted this picture. On this date, I screenshotted this picture. That's not really a report. That's not an event I would write a report for.
Well, what if I want to know exactly what Instagram addresses, what individuals that you looked at on Instagram and which ones you didn't, which ones you checked out what they were posting and which ones you didn't? How would I know if you don't write a report?
Well, if I looked at them, the name would be on the post. And if I didn't, there wouldn't be a picture.
Okay, so again, we're just going with what you say happened years later based on the evidence that you bring into court.
I compiled my findings into a folder and provided it as part of the case file.
Okay. And you didn't write any reports about the work that you were doing in real time, did you?
There's a report for Waters Road, and the rest of the investigation, like the investigation into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett, can be found in pretty lengthy affidavits.
So you wrote a report for Waters Road?
I did.
And then an affidavit.
At that time?
I wrote it on a piece of paper. It was a Word document.
So you were able to make a Word document about that work, just not the other work that you did, like when you were reviewing my client's phone, like when you were collecting things off of social media, like when you were reviewing surveillance videos. You couldn't write reports for those matters.
Today, with a report management system, I wouldn't write a report for screenshotting social media or reviewing a phone. I traditionally put together a PowerPoint or a visual presentation for trial.
Okay, I didn't ask what you traditionally do. I asked what you did do and didn't do.
But that's what I would do that's what I did back at the DA's office, is what I'm telling you. I would do that today with a report management system, as I did without one. Those things are not responding to Waters Road. I wanted to make sure it's better suited to put it in an affidavit because it's memorialized in the clerk's office. Systems can get hacked, hard drives can get lost, things can get deleted, files can get lost. So I prefer to anything that's noteworthy, make sure it's memorialized somewhere.
Things can get lost. That's your explanation? You can't lose something if you don't make it, can you?
Which is why anything regarding my investigation is probably in an affidavit that I've wrote hundreds of pages.
Probably in an affidavit?
If you would give me a case that you're specifically referring to, I can give you an example.
In your affidavits, I would like you to show me an affidavit for a search warrant where you list all the Instagram addresses and people that you checked out in March 2022 when you were pulling their posts. I want to know everyone that you searched.
That was served to you in a discovery folder.
Okay. I have the posts.
Correct. So that's all of them.
All right. I'm not asking for the posts. I'm asking for a list of the people that you searched for.
If you look in the folder, you will see the list of people I searched for.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Stillwell, you have known him since 2012, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
He was about 17 at the time?
If that's what the math dictates, then yes.
Okay. You know him to be from the Thomasville area of Atlanta, correct?
When I would encounter him, he would be more in the Mechanicsville area.
Okay, fair enough. You know him, and you know personal information about him, correct?
Such as?
You know that he was raised by his grandmother, Betty Jackson.
Yes.
Okay, and you know Betty Jackson is the mother of his biological father.
Correct.
And that's where the Jackson comes from.
Correct.
And the Stillwell comes from his mother.
Correct.
And you know that his mother has never been a part of his life.
Correct.
You know that she was a very bad drug addict.
Objection relevant, Your Honor?
It's going to explain communications on the phone.
All right, overruled.
And you know that she's now deceased.
I know that she's deceased. I don't know the circumstances.
Okay.
Great
you know that-
investigation.
and Betty Jackson raised Mr. Stillwell, and you've met Betty Jackson before?
I have.
Okay. And you identified her voice on the jail phones.
Yes.
And also in your review of his phone, the extraction of his phone,
Yes.
You saw her number under the name Boss Lady.
Correct.
Okay. You know Mr. Jackson has a 9th grade education, correct?
I do not know that.
Okay. Do you know him to be a high school graduate?
I don't know that.
Okay. As far as his occupation, as far as you've known him, you know, let's be real for a second. You've reviewed his phones.
Correct.
Okay. You saw mentions of drugs, weed, pills in his phones.
For sale, yes.
Okay, for sale, right. Okay. There was indications in his phone that in 2022 he was selling drugs.
Correct.
Okay. And also in his phone, you saw substantial evidence of his aspirations to become a musician, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen social media posts with him and Wooney Lee at the studio.
Yes.
You've seen social media posts where he hashtagged his upcoming projects.
Yes.
You've seen, you saw on YouTube that short video Slap Talk, correct?
That was on his Instagram profile, but yes.
Okay. Did you note at the time that you captured that Instagram post with the song, how many views it had?
I did not.
Would you dispute that it was 17,000?
I don't know, so I have no way to.
All right. And you also observed in his phone his communications with other individuals that were rapping, correct?
I mean,
You saw communications with Wooney Lee.
with Mooney Lee, yes.
Okay. And you saw different references and conversations about renting studio time.
Correct.
In his phone. Even, we're talking about in March 2022, on March 8th, for instance, there was a discussion about him going to the studio.
Sure.
March 9th, going into the 10th, discussion with Wooney Lee about going to the studio. The Yo is what they call it, correct?
Correct.
Evening of March 10th, discussion of going to the studio run by Mook Tovin.
Correct.
And you know Mook Tovin to be someone who runs the
Tovin.
studio, correct?
Producer of some sort, yes.
And you saw the evidence of, you see file transfers on those dates from Mook Tovin and other people transferring audio files.
Correct.
Okay. And that's consistent with someone making music in the studio and then their work being transferred to them at the end of the night by the studio engineer.
Sure, yes.
All right. Evening of March 11th, discussions with Wooney Lee about going to the studio.
Yes.
March 12th, booking a session at the studio.
Yes.
The evening of March 14th, your investigation, and I know that, and we're going to talk about 10 o'clock and Windsor Street, but later on in the evening, talking about midnight. Your investigation revealed that Mr. Stillwell was in the studio.
Yes.
In fact, when people were looking for him, he informed his grandmother that he was in the studio.
I don't know if I remember that, but I know he did after the murder of Schmeldring. They were at the studio. Yes.
Okay. So, and you've observed some of Shannon's music.
I have.
You've observed a lot of music in your profession.
I have.
You observe a lot of music. Let's just
I
put
have.
it that way. You're familiar with drill music, correct?
Yes.
All right. Drill music is something that extends beyond Atlanta.
It does.
It's worldwide, correct?
I know throughout the U.S. I'm not too familiar with it internationally, but yes.
Okay. Common themes of drill music, brutality and violence.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Who's the baddest? Who's the toughest? Who's the most powerful?
Correct.
A lot of bragging.
Correct.
Okay. Claims about women, about who gets the most women. Is that a recurring theme?
Yes.
Bragging about the guns people own and carry.
Yes.
Okay. Bragging about how much money people have.
Yes.
Bragging about homicides, whether it's true or not.
Some.
Okay. It's a type of music, and whether you like it or not, and I'm not suggesting you like it, and I'm not suggesting I like it, but it glorifies violence.
I don't know if I would use the term glorifies because there are a number of drill rappers that have been charged with homicide
Okay.
or engage in violent acts. So I don't know if it glorifies. There's two sides. It can glorify it and it can also tell the story. So there's two different sides to it.
Okay, so one side, you know people that are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
What I'm saying is music of that you're describing often feeds into violence.
Okay, and you don't like that, do you?
I don't
You
I
feel
don't like
that-
anybody getting hurt.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You feel it feeds into violence, okay? And what I'm asking though is when you said it glorifies, you said, I know some people who are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
Correct.
Okay, and you also know a lot of drill music where people claim they did this and claim they did that.
Correct.
All right. And it's not always factual.
No, but being a drill artist doesn't negate the fact that you engage in violence.
Okay, you may.
It could go either way, but
Right.
being a drill artist doesn't negate that fact.
That's fine. Okay. Common terms in drill music, Opps.
Correct.
Stands for opposition.
Correct.
And that is a recurring theme that you almost hear in every song. Isn't that fair to say?
In every song and almost every investigation that I work, yes.
Okay. And if we, and we're not going to do it, but if we Google and get on YouTube and type in rap Opps, we'll see dozens of songs with Opps in the title.
Correct.
Including by well-known artists.
Correct.
All right. Glizzies. Glizzy is a term that comes up a lot in drill music, correct?
Correct.
It's a gun.
Yes, but I don't know if I've heard that used that much by these folks that we investigated with this.
I'm just
Yeah,
talking about.
it does. Guns do come up, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's in one of Shannon's songs.
Okay.
Lizard Walk.
Okay.
Okay. And that's another term that comes up a lot in drill music.
Glizzy, blick, fire, whatever you want to call it.
Red light is another one that comes up a lot in drill music, correct? Red lights?
I don't hear that as often, no.
Okay. You ever hear of the song Red Light by Future?
I have not.
You heard the lyrics? Yeah, and this shit real out here running through the red light, looking through your rear view and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you. You hear that? Heard that lyric?
No, but if Mr. Wilburn would have engaged in a homicide at a red light, I probably would have looked into it.
Okay. I didn't ask anything
Well,
about a homicide or Mr. Wilburn. I asked if you heard the lyric.
But yes,
Okay,
but
well,
it was
I'm
something I
just-
would look at.
Okay. Chalk. Chalk you out, chalk them up, slime and chalk. Those are,
Slime and chalk, I'm familiar with, yes.
all right, those are things that you would hear in drill music, correct?
Slime and chalk, I've heard. The others, I don't know if I've heard.
All right. We heard 5 songs by Mr. Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
And they were, let's see, Slat Talk, Ran This Money, Bullshit, Lizard Walk, and Red Light.
Yes.
And all those songs, you have identified Mr. Stillwell, and they were in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, there were other songs in Mr. Stillwell's phone as well.
Correct.
Okay, so we heard 5 of all the songs that Mr. Stillwell had in his phone.
Correct.
And do you know, outside of his phone, how many other songs Mr. Stillwell has made?
I know through the years I've seen him make a few, but I couldn't give you a number.
Okay. Now, with those songs, do you know when they were written?
No, and on direct, I said I can only see the date that they were added to the device.
Right, and you don't, and let's just be clear, the date that they were added to the device was 3/17. There was some sort of file transfer according to the report.
Correct.
On 3/17. You don't believe that on the morning of 3/17, he was in the studio making all those songs?
Not to say that 1 or 2 of them couldn't have been made in the days prior, but I can't give you exact dates on them.
Okay. So we don't know when they were when they were made. Do we know when they were written?
No.
Do we know who wrote the lyrics?
We don't.
Okay, and in fact, on one of the songs, Red Light, it says featuring Vito, correct?
Correct.
Veedo.
Correct.
You know Vito to be a songwriter, not an artist, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment, correct?
He could be, yes.
Okay. Okay. Some of these songs that we heard have the typical Opps, Red Light, Glizzy, Homicide, typical things that are hallmarks of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, also, in one of the songs, Mr. Stillwell makes reference to his bankroll, right?
Correct.
Okay. Bankroll is the amount of money you have,
Correct.
the wad of cash.
Correct.
All right. And he's bragging about his bankroll.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what he's saying. That's what he's releasing to the public through this song.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you know him to own a car?
No.
Do you know him to own a house?
No.
Do you know him to be independently wealthy?
I mean, sometimes, yes. He has a lot of money on him.
Okay. His bankroll, is that something that artists often talk about, their bankroll and how big it is?
Sometimes, yes.
Is that always true, that the artists that are bragging about their bankroll is really as big as they're claiming it is in their songs?
That's an individual basis.
Okay. Could it be, you ever heard the term, like my son says it all the time, cap? Like, just made up. Cap.
That was slick. That was slick.
It could be, but that's not necessarily the case with Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
I'm asking if you've ever heard the
Yes,
term.
I have.
Okay, and artists cap on songs all the time, don't they?
Some do, some
Okay.
don't.
And Mr. Stillwell, in his songs, was claiming that he had a bankroll.
And he did sometimes. Yes, he did sometimes.
Well, on the phones, you reviewed his phones.
Correct.
You saw him basically begging Miss Alexander to give him $1,500.
But if you listen to the March 16th wiretap call, he talks about all the money he had,
Okay.
and he didn't want to go to jail with all that money. So he had a lot of. It fluctuates from day to day. So I don't know. Some days he has a bankroll. Some days he has no roll. So.
Okay. Did he have a bankroll? Do you know if he had a bankroll the day he recorded that song?
Do not.
Okay. Could that have been Cap?
Could have been. He could have been reminiscing about when he had his bankroll.
Okay. In these songs, while we're talking about Cap, let's see. Mr. Stillwell referred to himself as Big Slime.
Yes.
Okay, you ever hear anyone else refer to Mr. Stillwell as Big Slime?
I'm trying to think. He's been referred to as Big Slime and Life-Size Lizard.
Right, that's what he calls himself.
He's also referred to as that. I've heard him.
So he was claiming to be Big Slime in
Correct.
the song that he wrote or performed. Okay. Then we got, let's see, Dolly White in one of the songs. Bullshit, right?
Dolly, yes.
She brags about making $201K in a day.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know, is there any evidence that you have that on that day that Dolly White was claiming that she made $201K that day, that she actually made $201,000 that day?
I wouldn't know what day it is to be able to tell you. She could have been on Instagram or somewhere bragging about having 200K. So without knowing the day, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Dolly White, I'm not talking about Jeffrey Williams, I'm talking about Dolly White, has ever made $201,000 in a day in her life?
I couldn't tell you what Miss Grier makes.
Could that have been Cap?
So yes.
But it also could not have been.
Oh my God.
So. We talked about the lyrics on Direct. In these songs, Mr. Stillwell never mentioned an infinity.
No.
Never mentioned Diamante Kendrick.
No.
Never mentioned Demise McMullen or Nard.
No.
Never mentioned Justin Cobb or Doo-Wop.
No.
He mentioned being arrested for a homicide and beating it.
I don't want to, I'm going to tread lightly on it. I don't know. Can I get some direction on how
He said I beat.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I'm approaching it correctly. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'll ask you a very targeted question.
Okay.
He mentioned on Slat Talk, I beat a murder rap.
Yes, he did.
Paid my lawyer $30 for that.
He did mention that.
Okay. He also mentioned beating a homicide on another song, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have, the fact is that Mr. Stillwell, he's on trial for that here today. At the time he wrote those lyrics, he had never beaten a homicide.
That's a real slippery slope to explain that. I don't want to say if I can get some.
He had never been cleared or went to trial and was found not guilty of a homicide.
Yes.
I think this is an approach just to save the witness because the witness is asking to be saved. Just my take on it there. So let's get one approach. Because they've already had Sprinkle talk about who they were looking at previously, right? So there's stuff that's in evidence that dances around this. I don't know why she's acting like, oh my god, woe is me. She doesn't want to concede that he's talking about beating a homicide, paying his lawyer 30 racks, and it's not actually a true statement. She wants to hold on to that being true. I hope not. I hope Whitaker doesn't dismiss for the day. Yep, she wants to answer her in her own way. And regardless of why let's say she's genuinely concerned about slippery slope, pulling a Dennis, right? It doesn't matter if the jury is thinking about it the same way it's coming off to me, right? The jury gets to decide her credibility. The jury gets to interpret what she's doing here. So, yeah, this too, right? Good point, Tufu. Maybe it's Tofo. Not answering just makes the jury pay more attention to it, right? And we're marinating on it. Now look at us in the chat. We're sitting here marinating on it because we have nothing else to do but twiddle our thumbs until they come back. So, same with the jury. They don't even have a chat to keep them busy, so... Yeah, I personally think her credibility is shot. She can't... And there are personality types that just can't answer questions, yes or no. But here, when you're in the witness stand, that's a huge for your credibility for me. Like, why be resistant on absolutely everything? And every time you're willing to say yes, you say, outside of this, but here I'm certain that this was this in this example. When on direct, the whole way through direct, every time Hilton asked you how you knew something, how you came to know something, you just said, because my investigation. My investigation that I didn't notate anything unless it was to obtain a search warrant, which is a different motive for taking notes for, filling out an affidavit for a search warrant. That's a pretty selfish motive to actually notate stuff in length when you don't do it otherwise. So let's see here. Oh, they're sending the jury out.
We need the witness. I need the witness.
Are they going to question her without the jury there?
The witness is walking back.
KC Dog says, I'm convinced SB, Shannon Stillwell played her and she's salty. Look, I wouldn't put it past anything can happen. Anything can happen. So who knows? I think we're going to press question, hold this out with Viverito without the jury. Which is essentially a break. She gets a chance to run through a test run, get it together.
Mr. Shart asked you a very specific question, and you seem to have answered in a way that surprises everybody. So we need to get some clarity from you. Okay, so can you listen really carefully to what his question is and answer that question? And then if your answer is still the same, we need to ask some follow-up of you. Okay, go ahead.
In the songs that we reviewed, Mr. Stillwell claimed to have beat a homicide, correct? Or
Correct.
beat a murder rap, beat a homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Did he in fact beat a murder rap or beat a homicide, as he claimed?
I think he...
Go ahead and explain it now, because the jury's not in here.
Yes,
We're just
yeah.
trying to sort out what
I
it
think
is.
from my understanding of Mr. Stillwell back in that time, he was under the impression that the Donovan Thomas case had been, that they were going to beat it, like they were about to beat it, or it was beat, or it wasn't going to be an issue. I didn't want to say that because I didn't know.
Well, that's good that you didn't
Yes.
say that, but that's not the question that he asked
I'm
at
not
the
asking
time.
what Mr. Stillwell thought. I'm
Okay,
asking-
yeah, then no.
So listen
Okay.
very carefully to what he actually, that's not what he asked a minute ago, but You don't have like knowledge that nobody else has that he was tried for some
Oh,
other
no, no, no.
murder and got a hung jury or an acquittal, right?
No, Your Honor. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure.
So if Mr. Chart asks you, has he ever beaten one, and by beaten, I mean, gotten an acquittal or however he phrases it, what would your answer be then?
No, I just didn't know the specific outcome of if it was
Has he
dismissed
even
and
been
reinvested.
tried for
No.
another murder?
He has
Okay,
not
so
been
don't
tried.
say, I don't know the specific outcome if he has never been tried for one other than the one he's on trial for right now, okay?
Yeah,
You understand?
I just thought, I didn't know if he meant it was
Shut
drunk.
up.
That was all, Your Honor.
That's not what was asked.
But that's not what he just asked right here, Your Honor. And
I
think
know
that's
that,
the-
I know that.
And I think that's the clarity that needs to be had, because at the time, Mr. Stillwell was on bond for the murder, and so.
That is not anywhere near what he asked. He asked, has he ever been tried for and acquitted of murder? Being given a bond before a trial ever occurs does not a yes answer for, has he ever been tried and acquitted?
Right, but even the question he just asked right now was not that direct.
I know, that's because, I know, but just now what he asked, we're just trying to figure out what it is she might mean. And are you then gonna ask?
I'll ask about the bond next.
Okay, so if he asked about bond, then you can answer whatever you know about whether he was released on bond.
I can be
okay?
respectful of his rights, Your Honor. That's all.
Okay, is anybody need any more clarity on,
I definitely do, because I think on redirect,
Okay.
I think it becomes very relevant to ask the witness, at the time he wrote those songs, is it, based on everything that you know and speaking to him and other people, that did he believe he beat the murder?
I would not let you ask that, because how on earth can she know what is in his head? I mean, you could ask it, but I would overrule it if objection were made.
I wish she sat through the Daubert hearing.
I understand, Your
And
Honor.
you point that, if that is in evidence, then you point that out in closing argument.
I think we will put them in now.
Well, y'all have to make a decision, each of you, as to how you're going to present your case, or. All right. Do we have clarity now?
I think I'm clear. Yes, I'm clear.
You're gonna answer first a direct question about whether or not he's been tried and convicted. You're gonna ask that direct question first, and then you're gonna ask about the bond. Okay.
And then, I mean, Mr. Abadi, you suggested that you might then introduce evidence that he said what were you saying?
Well, I think I have to find the call, but I think that creates the questions on redirect that then can be asked is, at the time that he wrote those songs, had he been on bond for a number of years? I mean, he makes all of that very relevant as it relates to diving into why he said that in the lyrics of the song. So I think the whole point of this is a very slippery slope, because we begin to talk about things that I don't necessarily we all want to get into as it relates to objections and objections for mistrial, because all of these questions allow us to then ask on redirect the specifics as it relates to when he made the song and being released on bond, things of that nature that you can argue as to the belief as to why he believed he beat the murder, because it had been 3, 4, however many years. So he had not.
Well,
been
you can
indicted.
ask that had he been on bond 3, 4, however many years. What you cannot ask this witness is, so then do you think he believed he beat it? I mean, that is something that this witness can't testify to, that I know of. If you have some reason to believe you think she can testify to that. But I mean, if it's just, oh, I can put 2 and 2 together, he'd been out for 17 years on bond and not been, tried yet, then that's something that is not beyond the ken of any juror, and you can argue that in your closing, but you can't ask this witness that question, okay?
Yes.
Everybody clear now?
Yes, Your
Okay. All right, we'll get the jury back.
She was
How
going
long
all the
is
way
there gonna
against
be like a
Glanville there.
natural stopping point? I mean, I don't mind keeping them till 6.
There'll be a natural stopping point,
Okay.
and I'll be.
If we do that, we have 5 minutes.
Right now?
Recess, just 5 minutes.
All right.
Yes. Yes, we can, because I don't want to break yet again if we're going to go for another hour or so. So y'all.
All right. So if you in the chat paid attention to like the Daubert hearing, we looked through the transcripts, I think 2 weeks ago now. Everything that Paige is laying out here and arguing with Hilton about, and even arguing with Abadi about, is something that when Love was doing the Daubert hearing to qualify Marissa Viverito as an expert witness in October of 2023, she was insisting that because of her experience and expertise, she should be able to get into something that should be an ultimate issue that an expert witness shouldn't be able to testify to. And that's what's in someone's head when they're doing or saying certain things. And Glanville sided with Love against the arguments from Carlton Matthews, Bruce Harvey, and Mr. Steele, Brian Steele, and said, no, it's absolutely fine for the expert to opine on. You can get that on cross. And they kept arguing. The defense tried to argue and say, look, this is not outside the ken of the jury. The jury should be able to decide this fact, not have an expert witness tell them, as if their belief of someone else's belief is fact or should be evidence. And here Whitaker's laying it out, and I really agree here with Carrie H. Carrie H. says, I'm kind of glad Glanville let this in. Shard is demolishing them. It looks super ridiculous. It looks super ridiculous. And you already see that the state has been hinging on this, and they already have a wraparound plan. They want to be able to ask about it again on redirect. They want to be able to ask about it, talk about it in closing. So this is a centerpiece. This whole idea that Viverito can tell the jury and then they can use in closing what Viverito told the jury about what was in someone's head when they were doing or saying things. It's a major component of their argument, and it's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be. So, let's see how this one plays out. This is a mess. We're not really behind. We should be real time right now. I don't know. And I think Max Shart has a long cross-examination, so I imagine come back in the morning and Viverito might reset, refresh a little bit, but she'll unwind just as quickly again tomorrow. Shout out to FFS who's out here sniping again. We've got 2 more here from FFS. Big thank you to FFS all day. Melissa Peters also says, thanks FFS, predicted that so much, with the green heart and the 100 emoji. Be careful, because that 100 could be Viverito's definition of a bankroll. Luke Kelsey says, if I was a juror, I'd vote not guilty. These boys and all of us have done a life sentence just listening to the state. Yep, a jury nullification just based off the waste of time. You never know, the jury could do it. Could be their reason. Could be their reason. And yeah, I see the chat saying it sounds appealable. I mean, I agree, but that poor appeal is going to like take out a whole rainforest of just printing the record. Like, think of the time that will take. So great point, but also not the greatest pathway to pursue a trial, run through a trial. Because imagine what they're doing here when there aren't 3, 4. At the time of the Daubert hearing, there were multiple co-defendants. It wasn't just 2 co-counsel. Imagine if a room full of some of the most well-respected criminal defense attorneys in the state of Georgia, if not the country, couldn't get something that's supposed to not be admissible blocked during a Daubert hearing, right? So, thank you again to Luke here. Survivor Speaks out here gifting 5. Let's show Survivor some love in the chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Now I'm just thinking, like, I don't think we'll get to it today, but I am so excited to see Shart go back into, when we're talking about the stabbing, YFN Lucci, we're going to get back into the jail conditions again. Whoo, boy. Survivor Speaks. Always appreciate your insight. It was so great on what a corrections officer can do to keep things together in a facility. So big thank you here for Survivor Speaks. Jennifer Devine says in all caps, can't fix crazy. I think Viverito's got a little crazy going on. She's stuck on her track, her linear track of thinking. And she was probably placed there somewhere from A to Z when she joined the force, following the word of Belknap, Viverito, and Dennis. I mean, Underwood and Dennis. So they gave her a crazy idea to start with. Yep, and to add insult to injury, she's been watching the trial. I mean, should we get the bush back up since she's paying attention to things? I'm also going to count that approach, I mean, as an objection, but not sustained. All right, Casey Dog, you're right. All caps, 60-second all caps vent is overdue. My bad, you guys. I should have done one when direct ended. Let's go. You guys have a 60-second all caps. Show the mod some love, too.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Investigator Viverito, I'm going to go back to where we were before. In those songs, in Slap Talk,
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell says, I just beat a murder rap, paid my lawyer $30 for that.
Correct.
Okay, and in other songs, he says, I beat a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My first question. To your knowledge, in this case, I'm talking about Donovan Thomas.
Correct.
Had Mr. Stillwell ever been acquitted or the case been dismissed?
No.
Okay. The case was still open, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he had not, in fact, beat a homicide.
Correct.
He had not, in fact, beat a murder rap.
Correct.
Yet he claimed that on his songs.
Correct.
Also, he claimed to pay his lawyer $30 for that. Do you know if he actually paid a lawyer anything?
I don't believe he's the one that paid the lawyer, but a lawyer was paid
Do you know a lawyer's been paid?
at some
What
point.
lawyer?
He was represented at some point.
Well, what lawyer?
I don't know which lawyer he was. I said at
Well, you
some
just
point.
said you know the lawyer's been paid, and now I'm asking you what lawyer?
Okay. A lawyer back then would have been paid for him. I don't know.
What's the lawyer's name? Since you had an opinion on it, that lawyer had been paid, what is that lawyer's name?
All I said was, Mr. Sharp, if he had a lawyer, they would have had to have been paid somehow. I don't know how or who.
Wasn't an
So
if.
you don't know how much anyone
I did
had
not
been
work
paid.
on the Donovan Thomas case at all.
Okay, but you just gave an opinion on it. And so you don't know how much, who, or how much anyone had been paid.
I just said I don't know who his lawyer was or how much or how they were paid.
The reality is Mr. Stillwell was released on bond.
Yes.
He didn't beat a murder rap. He had been released on bond.
Yes.
Okay, so claim I beat a murder rap, that was cap.
If you want to call it cap. I would say incorrect, but sure.
Claim that he paid a lawyer $30 for that, we don't know. We don't even know who the lawyer is.
Correct.
Okay. He also said in Lizard Walk, bond was $500,000 N-word. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Stillwell's bond in the case that he paid for Donovan Thomas, do you know it to have been $500,000?
Believe it was almost, not $500,000, but it was a very high amount.
Okay, was it $500,000?
I think, if I remember correctly, it was 300,000.
Was it $500,000?
It was not.
Okay, so that was incorrect. That was cap as well, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, since October 2015, has been charged with the Donovan Thomas murder, correct?
I'm not sure the exact date he was charged, but
Late 2015?
sure.
Okay. And in these songs, he openly talks about being charged for that murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he talks about the money he paid lawyers.
Sure.
And he talks about the money, the extravagant amounts of money that he paid for bond, $500,000.
Sure.
Okay. I'm not saying you like it. I'm not saying I'm like it. Do you deny that potentially an artist, an aspiring artist, being charged in a high-profile case, beating a high-profile case, paying large amounts of bond, would be something that would be appealing in the world of drill music? Do you deny that?
No, engaging in violence and homicide skyrockets you to the top of the corporate ladder in drill music.
Okay. And he was saying he had been charged.
Corporate ladder?
And
Correct.
beat it.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Atkins, could you, or Mr. Abate, or Ms. Hilton, could you do me a favor? Or Ms. Knightsback, 436 VVA, please, if you could display that for me.
We're getting a replay on something that they probably half represented.
Okay, this is my client, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is him while he's trying to be an aspiring artist, correct? This time period?
I guess.
Okay. And first of all, let me just clarify one thing. In the background, we see a gas station. That is the gas station on Cleveland Avenue, correct?
I believe that's 221 Cleveland.
Okay. That's not McDaniel Street.
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stillwell, in this post, also makes reference to Donovan Thomas, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. He makes reference in the hashtag Peanut Stone Grave.
Correct.
Okay. Publicly, he is tethering himself to that incident.
Correct.
Okay. And in the message he writes, in the caption, it says, "I fell off 100 times, 100 times I bounced back." Okay.
Correct.
Let's talk about some things that happened prior to this post about falling down 100 times. Mr. Stillwell, prior to this post, had someone drive by the green store and shoot at his head, did he not?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, prior to this post, was driving in a car with a young lady named Tiara Jones and another lady named Ms. Duncan, and a car sped up behind that car and started shooting at them, correct?
Correct.
And killed Tiara Jones and put Mr. Stillwell in the hospital.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell, after he spoke to the investigators, about the Tiara Jones case was attacked on social media for talking to the police.
Correct?
All those things happened before he made this post about falling off 100 times and bouncing back.
A lot of things happen, yes.
Okay. Does this post ever say, I killed Donovan Thomas?
No, but he's attaching himself to the incident.
You're absolutely right. He's attaching himself to the fact that the police arrested him and people have been attacking him ever since. Isn't that true? I've been knocked down, I fell off 100 times, and 100 times I bounced back.
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you about some of the work you did in collecting the posts from social media. And again, I don't mean to harp on this. Maybe I'm not asking correctly. I understand that you have given how many total social media posts did you pull within a folder?
I don't know. They were all compiled into a folder of relevant posts.
Okay, you say relevant posts.
Correct.
So who determined if they were relevant?
If they had anything to do with the hyper-violent back and forth, I felt that they were relevant to the investigation.
Okay, again, I'm going to ask, who
So
determined
you-
if they were relevant? Who?
It's just that if I felt like they were
So
anything to
you
do, I would,
determined.
from
you
my, as being the person that's listening and monitoring the wiretap and knowing the ins and outs of what's going on, I was able to determine what was relevant.
You determined what was relevant.
Correct.
Okay. And I understand that we have a thing of posts. What I want to know, when you're on Instagram, do you have notifications set for when people post? Are you
16
scrolling
seconds.
Instagram? Are you looking at certain people's pages and not other people's pages? How are you doing it?
We were monitoring both sides of the conflict, and it's not just me. There are several people that would monitor. We'd all look together
I'm
collectively.
talking about the social media posts.
Correct. We were monitoring both sides. Part of my job is to mitigate violence. So as a conflict is occurring, we're monitoring both sides of the conflict. So when we see, it's a constant job of monitoring, to where if I see YFN down on Cleveland Avenue, which a bunch of assault rifles, probably not great. So we need to monitor constantly to say, okay, we need to get marked units down to Cleveland to mitigate that. So we're constantly, I have a unit that I work with. Everybody was involved in the wiretap, the investigation. So everybody was tuned into what was going on.
Who's in that unit?
I mean, the gang unit, there's a bunch of people. I couldn't tell you give you a roster at that time. It's changed, but.
Okay, well, if we had reports, could we know who was on that unit? Since
They
it
wouldn't,
changed.
I don't know anybody in our gang unit that would give you a report of every social media post they screenshot.
Okay, well, I didn't ask if anyone in the gang unit would. I asked if you did. Did you write a report about exactly which users you were following to pick up specific posts?
Mr. Sharp, you've asked me that before, and I've told you I've compiled every user you see in the folder is who I was monitoring.
Okay, and
You
what
didn't
about
monitor
other-
anyone else.
Is there no one else that you were monitoring that's not in the folder?
That folder pretty much covers a whole lot of people.
Okay, and we just take it from you. No reports.
Whether you have all the posts, that I captured. They're in a folder, gathered collectively, organized in a folder for you. So I don't know what, do you want a list of screen names that were
Just
captured?
want documentation of the work you did.
It's documented in a folder that was served in Discovery.
some of those posts that you deemed relevant are actually lyrics to songs, correct?
I'd have to see what you're referring to.
Could you, Ms. Knight, could you display 471 VV? 471?
W's in the chat for Jim M gifting 5 membership. Super nice. And very handsome doggo.
Okay. This is Mr. Nichols, Comarvius Nichols, right?
Correct.
Okay, and 471 VV is exactly how the state has put this into evidence.
Correct.
All right, and we're going to get back to exactly what this is in a little bit.
Correct.
But those words, what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, okay? When are you saying that you collected this?
Probably 2 days or a day or two after the murder of Mr. Drinks.
Okay, and those words, those were written by Mr. Nichols?
No, it's a song by NBA Youngboy that he used to, he chose those words to put on the post 2 days after Mr. Drinks was killed.
He chose those words?
So what this is it's an Instagram story, and you can select a song and which portion of that song. You can select anywhere from 10 seconds to 30 seconds, and you select that, and you can overlay it onto your story. That's what was done here.
Those words?
Mr. Nichols made the social media post, and in the post, he picked this song to accompany his post.
All right, you know what? We're not going to get back to this. Let's deal with this right now. Mr. Kokomo, if you would.
Play the whole exhibit. She took the screenshot at that part. She is so resistant.
Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach?
Yes.
Play the whole video. It has all the lyrics over the screen as they're playing. She chose to screenshot the lyrics at that part. And then she just doubled down and made it seem like he put those words and chose that specific little bar.
Start from the beginning. Go.
Show the lyrics on the screen. I'm gonna have to mute it, but I'm sure we'll see the lyrics this time playing on the screen. This is crazy. They've weaponized Instagram in such a deceptive way throughout this trial. This is done for me. She's absolutely not credible after this. She doubled down and stomped her feet that he chose these words.
We're going to hear the audio?
We can.
No, we're going to see the words on the screen.
Yeah, so that is a screen. Oh.
Now you're doing it!
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, I think the witnesses had sufficient time to view it. So thank you, Mr. Kokomo.
She knows she's trying to correct it.
Been marked as 60 VV.
Yes, it's a video of his story in its entirety.
Okay, and is that the way you saw it on social media?
It was both a video that was submitted in discovery and a photo that was submitted. The relevant portion of that would have been relevant to our investigation was that you're posting a video the day after somebody's murdered in your presence.
We haven't even gotten there yet. Do you recognize?
Yes.
That video? Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit DS60 into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Your Honor, maybe your post before it's published.
Yes.
Panic. You're ruining my... He's laughing. You heard Shart laugh? He's like, yeah, that is a you're ruining my case. So if you guys didn't catch it, I saw someone say, you know, she's worried her face was going to be shown. No, as soon as Kokomo showed her the video, you hear her ask, is the audio going to be played? No, she realized that the point of this exhibit is to show the full video with all of the words, the lyrics from the song, scrolling on their own as the song plays in the background of this Instagram stories post. And then she goes, oh, it's a screenshot. And then Shart was like, hey, hold on. Mr. Kokomo, she's seen it. She gets it. And now Hilton's asking to approach. What credibility does she have left? Because she tried to double down. He asked her 3 or 4 times. He chose those words? He chose those words? He chose those words? You can't backtrack now, but that's absolutely what she's trying to do. Like, this is crazy. Crazy, crazy. Like, that's it. No credibility left. And this is the witness that they're bookending their case with, their case in chief. This is the bang they want to go out with. We have that bang, like, seriously, Doug Weinstein. Like, I know Shart's cooking, but, like, let's remember what Doug Weinstein just served up on his cross-examination. The way she got flustered when we're asking about the watch. Oh, I don't know the value of that anyway. And then she's on audio talking about the value of, granted, possibly a different Richard Mille or Millet watch. But when you're speaking of things of a certain caliber, unless they also have, like, a TJ Maxx line, right? Like, Guess Marciano versus the Guess they sell at TJ Maxx. If you're speaking of a price range of one watch, you probably know the general value of that other pink one you were holding individually and looking at on someone else's body cam video. The way she was talking, very sped up. A little bit panic sounding, if you ask me. And it might not be that she's the one that took it, but it sure seems like she knows that inventory wasn't done properly. So Doug goes bananas on his cross-examination, and Shart, I don't even think he's but a quarter of the way through what he's going to cook up. And this is where we are. This is where we are. After panicking because she was concerned for the defendant's rights, she said. She's like, I'm just looking out for the defendant's rights. That's why I wanted clarity. I mean, whatever. Pat yourself on the back. I don't really buy that. I just think you didn't want the jury to hear that lyric was cap. So, because you know the state has hinged on certain sets of lyrics in this case. So you wanted them to hear that he was bragging about getting away with murder, as if it was factually a factual scenario, and not a song lyric. Oh, man. Well, that was my rant there. Yes, and then AK, great point. She's also trying to, well, it was posted when someone was just murdered. Okay, but you just spent a whole question answer telling us how, like, ramble on about how you mitigate things. And then you switch mitigate, you stopped saying mitigate, and you started to say monitor. Because I think you realize people are questioning, what have you actually prevented? I wouldn't be surprised. There was some discussion on X. There was a ton of discussion on YouTube in various chats, different streams of, well, it seems like Viverito and the other investigators, but really Viverito, might have been the one putting targets on people's back by trying to pillow talk and fish for information. So, you know, maybe that word monitor, once she said it, she's like, mitigate, she's like, well, I'm going to get pushback if I say mitigate. So let me just say monitor 5 times and switch the meaning of my words from mitigate to monitor. What have you mitigated? What have you prevented? What have you prevented? Especially when we know that your investigations are being, like, let the state bring up how he was sitting on bond while they waited to get their case together for 2, 3, 4 years.
All right. We're going to, given the time, and we need to sort out something anyway, we're going to break with y'all for the day.
Wow.
And so we'll see y'all again tomorrow at we have a late start, 10:30 with y'all. Is that right? Whatever I told y'all before.
Holy moly.
Is what I mean. I can't remember what it was, but whatever I told you. Everybody just be here then. So 10:30. Hang on, y'all.
I think they're going to argue about something now, but maybe they'll do it
see.
in the morning.
It's 10. It's what we have. What's what I have on my calendar. So 10. See y'all at 10. Good try though.
So as they leave, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. This is just all around crazy. Yeah, one happy white girl. Thanks for the 20. The state didn't prepare her for Max. Oh boy.
All right, and y'all are gonna look this evening to see exactly what the outcome of was when we discussed this particular video before. And we're quickly getting to, I think, needing to do charge conference, and I appreciate y'all's work on this late last week and over the weekend. And I think that there's, oh, you can go. We'll see you at 10 in the morning. Thank you. A lot of it there appears to be agreement on. I think the challenging part, if there is one, is going to be figuring out exactly what needs to be charged with regard to RICO. But I'm wondering, certainly in the morning before we have the jury, but maybe for a little while tonight, if we wanted to go ahead and start getting through some of that, maybe can y'all, unless there's any reason, I'd love to maybe take 45 minutes or so tonight and then get together in the morning and try to at least wrap up everything other than RICO. Does that sound reasonable? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. And then obviously I'll get a final determination after the state rests of whether the defense wants to present a case and whether the defendants want to testify and what have you. But at some point fairly soon, if there isn't going to be a defense case, we'll need to tackle the RICO. And I think that the state wanted to bring Mr. Floyd in for that part of the argument. So I don't know exactly what the timing is going to be, but give him a heads up that, you know, maybe as early as tomorrow afternoon.
He's aware, Your Honor.
Okay.
Probably be this week.
Okay. All right. So y'all have got a draft that we've all been working in, the state, the defense, and the court, exchanging emails back and forth, not emails, but exchanging the document back and forth with various edits to it for the offenses. So if we all want to pull that up. And I assume, just for record purposes, that each side has filed what they sent originally as their proposed. I have not yet. Okay, but you can. Would you like this? If y'all want to. I mean, it seems like we're going to reach agreement as to the final form of most of this anyway, but if, you know, I'll just say if anybody wants your original version in a potential record, just file it. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and so as y'all all know, what Ms. Percival did was just take the state's charges, the defense charges, and consolidate them all into one document. And that's the document we're all looking at now. And anything that the court has asked y'all to think about, I have indicated that in some way in this document. And then y'all took a look at it and you have let me know the things that everybody might agree to. So let's just run through it. I think most of it won't take very long. So the very first one, and I just moved 1.20.30 up to the front because it seems to make more sense there than later. But I had suggested that we use the word admitted instead of presented when it says it's your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence either presented or admitted. And the defense is fine with that, and the state has questions, is what y'all's note says. So what is your question about that particular change? Or I can just explain why I think admitted is a better idea than presented, and that is because all kinds of evidence gets presented but ultimately excluded. And obviously they can't consider anything that's been excluded, whereas they can consider everything that got admitted.
I think my question, Your Honor, was regarding testimony. We normally say admitted as physical evidence, but if there's testimony, we normally don't say listen to the admitted testimony. And so I didn't know there was some confusion that what was testified to is something different than the evidence that was admitted versus like versus pictures or physical.
Yeah, so there's down below, there's going to be an explanation of what evidence is, and it's going to say it's both exhibits and testimony. So evidence encompasses both of those things, and I hear your question, but I'm going to go with admitted for the reasons I already explained. And then the indictment, it sounds like the state agrees that we'll just read out the charges that each of the defendants that are still with us is charged with. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. My question is kind of whether in reading the indictment, y'all want me to read every one of the 150 or 60 something overt acts, which I'm not particularly excited about considering they're going to have a paper copy of it out with them. Thoughts on that?
Your Honor, our preference and our argument is that for count one, just the charges be reread.
191 overt acts.
Yeah, I don't think we need to read the 190. I also don't think we need to read the preamble
I
to
don't
the
either.
191 overt acts that the state wrote in the indictment. So I believe it would be, I mean, they've already heard Judge Glanville read it before in jury selection, and I think before we swore in the jury, and I think it would be prejudicial just to
Well,
continue.
I don't plan to do it because they're going to have it out with them anyway. They'll be instructed about how to consider them all. I don't need to read every one of the overt acts, so I don't plan to do that. Okay. All right. 1.1, I suspect that's 10.20. Everybody agrees that's fine. 1.2010, everybody is fine with, and I had just added its pattern, except that I had just added basically like, you know, generally speaking, these charges are going to say a defendant, but obviously you have to make a determination separately as to each defendant, and everybody seems fine with that. All right, so down towards the bottom of that particular instruction, and I'm on what's currently page 4 now, the highlighted part, it says, I had noted that this was not pattern, this particular language, and interestingly it says acceptable to defense, but state has questions about the changes that I made. The state's the one that requested the original version of that. So I had stricken through after hearing and seeing the evidence and just changed that to after considering the evidence. I struck presented in this case because that's just surplusage. It's obviously the evidence in this case. And then I changed it is your duty to convict to you would be authorized to convict. What are the state's questions or concerns about those changes?
when this was pulled, there was language that said it is your duty, and so I need to speak with the state representative who drafted this.
I know it said it is your duty. I struck through that because it's not what we say as judges ever when we're telling, every time we're talking about you can acquit or you can
Crazy.
convict, we never as judges say it's your duty to convict. We always say it's your duty to acquit, you'd be authorized to convict. So that will be the way I'm saying that. And then, so was that your only issue with that one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, y'all are fine with grave suspicion, y'all meaning both sides. Both sides are fine with the general charge on evidence. Y'all will put together what the stipulations are. And y'all need to do that fairly soon.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I think that all the stipulations have been stipulations of facts, not stipulations about testimony, documents, or exhibits, which is why I struck that last part, because I don't think it's applicable. If that changes once y'all look back, just let me know. Okay, moving down to 1.30.20. As y'all all know, there's a short version and a long version of the direct and circumstantial evidence explanations. And both parties had requested the long version, which is fine. The red additions, none of those are non-pattern. Those are all pattern language. They're just from the short version. So it's kind of intermixed in with the long version. But there's the one defendant, in considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. And the note was defendant subject to this non-pattern language and that it's unnecessary. State finds the language acceptable. That actually is pattern language. So, I mean, y'all can still object, but given that it's pattern and been pattern for years and years, I'm going to go ahead and give that. Y'all okay with that?
My objection is, and I understand what the court's saying, my objection is that the instruction as a whole is essentially saying there's no difference between direct and circumstantial where it comes down to it. And I didn't see the need, it seems, to put in considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions.
All right. So one thing I wanted to know is when I normally give this charge in other cases, I have said that language at the very beginning. So you'll see where there's that green paragraph right below the heading. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. If you would rather I say it there, I didn't know if there was an objection to where it was placed.
I don't have a preference for it.
Okay. All right. Is there an objection to the language about there being no legal difference, or are you okay with that part? In the weight you can give to either direct or circumstantial?
I'm trying to find that language. Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry.
Right now, I have it at the sort of towards the bottom, but I could also do the green paragraph instead.
I don't have any preference.
Problem with that? Okay. Okay. All right, so next was inferences from the evidence or lack thereof. This was requested. Okay, you're going to withdraw that one? All right. All right, credibility of witnesses, everybody's good with that. And while the intelligence possibility has been either inserted or reinserted into the pattern charge, I would be disinclined to give that unless the defense wants that.
Are you, Your Honor, are you telling us it's been reinserted into pattern, or are you
Well, I don't know if it ever got removed, but it is, I looked and it is still in the pattern.
I think it's disfavored.
It is definitely disfavored. So unless y'all want it, I would not want to give that.
That's fine.
Particular, okay, so we will get rid of that particular quality, I guess, including that one. Okay. 13130, expert witnesses, seems fine with everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, on the 3140, state's going to make a list of prior convictions under 609 is what the note says. I mean, are y'all wanting me to read those? Because I wouldn't plan to read those. Okay, so y'all don't have to make a list of them unless you want to. So,
I'm sorry, we're talking about listing the individual convictions?
yeah, which they have now said they wouldn't want either, and I wouldn't do regardless. Okay, so do we have, we charge only the ones that apply. Do we have evidence offered to attack any witness's credibility with a character for untruthfulness shown by bad acts, as in specific instances of conduct?
I don't know if it was introduced in that way. I can't remember if Your Honor was here. Mr. Copeland was on the stand, and there was discussion about an incident where he accused a jail worker of beating him and tasing him and macing him, I believe.
Okay.
And then he was charged with false report of a crime, and then it was dismissed by the state, how it all came out.
Yeah, I was
And
here
so,
for that.
so I do believe that would fall under 24-608A.
Okay, so I think we would say, this may include evidence of character for untruthfulness shown by specific instances of conduct of the witness in question. Was it brought out on cross-examination? I would imagine brought out. Okay. So just not the shown by bad acts, just shown by specific instances of conduct. Okay. Do we have bias toward a party shown by specific instances of conduct? And that would be either for or against a party. If y'all both, want it, whether we have it or not, I can charge it, but.
I don't recall that.
I wrestled with Mr. Copeland's testimony because there's a lot of things that came out regarding things that Mr. Copeland did that could show bias towards a party, bias in favor of the defendants. If that would include him shooting.
Can you speak into the mic, please? I mean, I can hear you, but it's a lot easier when you're speaking into the mic.
If that would include him shooting at the studio.
Or grab a remote movable mic. Okay, so you think, yes, there are some of those? Okay. Any objection by the defense to giving bias towards a party shown by specific instances of conduct of a witness that may relate to the witness's bias toward a party?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And then obviously we have some criminal convictions. But we don't have, we have definitely felony. Do we have a crime of dishonesty or making a false statement for any of them?
I don't believe.
All right, y'all double check with me. We can just highlight that for now. And y'all double check. I don't think we do, but okay. And then do we have character for untruthfulness shown by opinion or reputation? Other than Woody himself saying, I lie about everything. That's not an other witness, though. That's himself.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And then we've covered the specific instances up above, right?
Yes.
All right. So we can get rid of that part. Okay. All right. Next is 1.31.42. Witness supported the state requested this, defense objects. We've just determined that credibility has been attacked in some of those ways. So what part does the defense object to? Has there been evidence offered to support the credibility or believability of a witness whose credibility has been attacked? We don't have a specific, do we have specific instances of truthful conduct or lack of bias?
What call that either?
Antonio's ledge is what.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, Antonio's sledge certainly would be included within the specific instances of conduct that may relate to his character for untruthfulness. I would think if there was some evidence that he lied under oath. Right?
Well, that was, the way I looked at it, that was impeaching him about the statements at hand, not, the way I view this as like, you have a history of lying about prior things, not we're calling you a liar today in court.
Okay,
Good argument.
regardless.
Wasn't really perjury.
What is the defense objection to the 0.31.42?
Well, this is about, as I understand it, it's about rehabilitating someone whose credibility has been attacked. And I don't recall any positive character evidence of truthfulness provided by anyone. And I don't remember any testimony about the lack of, like, this is rehabilitation, and I don't recall any rehabilitation of any of these witnesses.
And it would have been by the state anyway.
So has there been evidence of character for truthfulness? I don't think so. Or lack of bias?
Sorry, Your Honor. No, there has not been.
All right, so what I think I typically do is if those specifics don't apply, because the pattern says this would include and then gives the example of character for truthfulness or lack of bias, we can just give essentially the first sentence of that pattern without the example. So it would just say, in determining the credibility of any witness whose credibility has been attacked or challenged, and any testimony by him or her in court, you may consider, where applicable, evidence offered to support the credibility or believability of any such witness. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor, nothing's good.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And then 13145, y'all are fine with. 3147, y'all are fine with. 3180, everybody's fine with? Okay. 3190 and 92, y'all are fine with?
9-0 max.
This is,
Well, sorry, I mean, it says state and defense agree no changes, which is why I said that.
That
If
wa-
I'm
that was on-
wrong, go ahead and
That was
let
on
me know.
92, Your Honor.
on 90, I objected, but if this is
Oh,
pattern,
I'm sorry, it doesn't have any indication that you objected.
I did, but maybe.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, yeah, if I skip something or if the notes are wrong that Mr. Weinstein did,
That would be my note taking, Your Honor.
then, yeah, please let me know.
But and the reason I objected is I was under the impression that this was now disfavored. But if it's not disfavored now, then I was thinking about the Noggle case, and I think I was mixing up this versus the presumption of truthfulness.
You might be
instruction.
more up on it than me, so.
Okay,
If you want to take a look back at it, and if it's disfavored, then certainly we
Okay.
would think about, but.
I'm not saying it is, but I'll
okay.
look at it.
All right, so double check on that. All right, any preference on 9-2, whether I say testimony of an accomplice on its own or a testimony of accomplice by itself? Anybody care? Nobody cares? Okay. All right, I'll pick one. Okay, 9-3. Y'all agree? Oh, I'm sorry, 9-3A, y'all agree. 9-3B. Y'all are saying this might need to come in because of this statement by Stillwell when he was a victim. Is that right? Or that it was his Audi? That's fine. I wasn't thinking about anything like that, but that's fine. We can give that. And then assuming that neither defendant decides to testify, we'll give 3-2-1-0. All right, 3-2-1-6, it looks like everybody agrees we don't need that one. Or all the way, or 1-7, 1-8, 5-0.
And I will say, just for the record,
Yeah.
that I am cognizant of the fact that Mr. Stillwell did give a statement. I think it was not ruled to be custodial by the prior judge. Arguably it is, I think, in the back of a car when he was the victim. That being said, I'm not going to be arguing at all that it's not voluntary or even go down that road about proof of voluntariness or conditions precedent. So I just want the record to reflect that I'm knowledgeable about that statement, but I don't believe that these apply, and I wouldn't be making any arguments to this effect.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not objecting it to being removed because
All right.
Mr. Kendrick's statement did not come in.
Okay. Okay, and then 1.3400, everybody's fine with that as it reads right now. 1.3420, prior difficulties. I had asked, do we have this? And it says defense does not believe this needs to come in. State believes Copeland's prior statements might necessitate this instruction.
Yes, Ron, so in Mr. Copeland's statement to the police, specifically his June statement, he discusses that at the time when he does the statement around June of 2015, that he thought that Mr. Williams was trying to, even though Mr. Williams is not here anymore, but he did discuss that Mr. Williams, he thought was trying to kill him at the time, trying to harm him. And so we were thinking about that as far as prior difficulties. And that's what I was thinking of
Okay.
at the time.
All right, so this charge would talk about evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between a defendant and somebody else. And our only two defendants are Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell. So given that, what are your thoughts?
In that statement, there are portions where he talks about where Mr. Copeland does discuss in that same statement his challenges with Mr. Stillwell at the time. And when I say at the time, I mean in 2015. It's not as profound as when he talks about Mr. Williams, Your Honor, but there is some evidence, at least through that statement, that at the time, back in 2015, specifically June of 2015, that his relationship with Mr. Stillwell was not the same as it had been previously.
All right, and if that were the case, then it would read evidence of prior difficulties between a defendant, I guess, and a witness have been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendant and the witness. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is solely a matter for you, the jury, to determine, but you're not to consider such evidence for any other purpose.
I still don't believe that we need that, Your Honor, especially because Mr. Kendrick is not involved in that alleged dispute.
I just think it makes it really confusing. Because we don't really have prior difficulties anyway. We have, at most, Mr. Copeland saying, you know, some version of, I'm worried Mr. Stillwell doesn't like me or has it out for me or whatever, right? We don't have actual, like, prior difficulties.
Correct. We don't have any.
Like they didn't get in a fight or have a war over Instagram or anything like that.
No, we don't.
Okay. All right. I think it would be cleaner then to not include this. All right. 3430. Everybody agrees with that as written. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Identification, everybody agrees to 1.3510 and 11. As, yes, no?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes. I was thinking whether we even had 13510, but I believe we did with some of the overt acts.
Well, we do for the, yeah, which is like the Ryan murder that he's been convicted of, and
There was an incident at a gas station on Jonesboro Road, I believe it was.
okay.
Or Lakewood, that also had identifications.
Okay, so on 1-1 though, we were talking about, normally that's talking about identifying a defendant as a perpetrator, which is not, we're talking about, do we have a defendant being identified as a perpetrator of any crimes either of them has been charged with, or are we just talking about overt acts?
I think we're just talking about overt acts.
I mean, there's no witness that identifies Mr. Kendrick as a perpetrator.
To any of the crimes
Correct.
with which he's been charged,
For any of the
right?
counts, correct.
Okay. And I think the same for Mr. Stillwell?
I can't swear like if in the
I mean,
in
it's,
the,
In the interrogations of, or the interviews of Mr. Copeland or Mr. Zachary, I think they may have had like single photos and like said, do you know who this person is, that sort of thing, but I don't really take that as an identification.
yeah. Right. What I'm trying to parse for myself is on 1-1, do we just say sufficiently identify the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of any of the crimes with which he is charged, which is like actually language that I added instead of, it normally reads beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator. But if we're also need for them to consider, did some alleged co-conspirator commit some other overt act? And we do have eyewitness identification of potential co-conspirators committing overt acts, then it's not really identifying the defendant then, it's
And the language.
identifying like any alleged co-conspirator?
The language would need to change in that case.
I could say sufficiently identify any conspirator. I don't even know. Y'all think about that with me. Because or we could say the defendant and then like also do another explanation for overt acts. Or not say anything at all. We need to come back to this one. Ms. Pershfield, just highlight that whole thing and maybe give us a note as to why we're coming back to it. All right, everybody agrees the fingerprint one is unnecessary. And on the DNA, we left that with, y'all's notes say that the state and the defense agree that this is probably unnecessary, but the state is double checking. What'd y'all come up with?
We had not had actually double check.
Okay, well, double check, but I don't think there's any DNA evidence.
The only one I could think of was there was a 2013 alleged armed robbery where there was some blood in the car. But I don't know.
Did y'all have a DNA expert come say that blood belongs to anybody? No. Okay, well then we don't have DNA evidence. Although I'll leave it in until the state double checks. All right, 1.40.10, y'all are fine with it being said a crime occurs when the law is violated by a defendant's intentional action?
Yes.
Okay. Intent, everybody's fine with. No presumption, everybody's fine with. Presumptions and inferences, 1.41.12. Defense says it's inapplicable. It's not inapplicable. I mean, it's always true.
It is always true. I don't think it's necessarily tailored to this case. I don't believe that that is going to be an issue at all about mental states, or there's going to be no mental defense.
Okay, I see what you mean by that. Thoughts on this? I mean, I typically give it, and typically mental health defenses aren't an issue, but state.
We don't think we need, however, we don't know what arguments may prevail if.
All right, I'll just leave it in. Okay. 1.42.10, parties to a crime, requested by the state and the defense. It says the defense does not object if this is tailored to the Donovan Thomas murder only. That would be interesting.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't believe that, obviously in some jury instructions, they apply to all acts. But sometimes they apply to certain acts and not others. Mr. Stillwell has been accused of being the shooter of Shamel Drinks. There's been no testimony any other way other than him being the shooter, as being the principal, not as an accomplice, not as party to a crime. There's been no evidence that Mr. Stillwell is a party to a crime of the Shamel Drinks case. So I would object, and I understand that the state wants it, especially with Mr. Kendrick. I'm not sure. It's unclear to me what role they think Mr. Kendrick played in the Donovan Thomas at this point, but I would assume that would be as a party to a crime. So I understand the state's request for that act. I don't think it applies to Schmel drinks.
So I think the state's evidence has Mr. Stillwell driving the Audi, and who's in the front seat with him?
Damekion Garlington.
Okay. And then their theory is that the fatal shot came from the Audi from inside, that they didn't stick a gun out. I don't know if they've gotten to the nitty gritty of it was Mr. Stillwell and not the passenger.
Well, they've thrown out hypotheticals of Mr. Stillwell opening the door, of Mr. Stillwell sticking his arm out the window. They also had Detective Hogan. I had him very clearly go through his warrant and his theory that Mr. Stillwell was the shooter, and we haven't heard any other evidence.
I mean, the detective's theory and what the state ultimately wants to present aren't, they're not bound to the detective's theory.
Absolutely, but now we're on the last witness, and
Yeah.
I still haven't heard anything contrary to the argument that Mr. Stillwell is the shooter from the passenger seats. I mean, from the driver's seat. So, I just don't.
Well, let me
feel it's
pause and
appropriate.
ask the state if is y'all's theory 100% Mr. Stillwell was the shooter, or what's
But there
your
hasn't been
take
other
on
evidence
this?
presented.
We can never be 100% because we were not in the car. However, Your Honor, we believe that Mr. Stillwell was the driver, but the jury can infer from the evidence that Mr. Damekion Garlington leaned over and shot the weapon. We believe that Mr. Stillwell shot the weapon out of the driver's side vehicle, Your Honor, but with any of our pattern charges, nothing is tailored in an indictment to a specific charge. It's just read, and we argue based upon what the charges are. So we would ask that 1.42.1 to not be specified for any charge, but that it is a jury charge that is just read to the jury, not specified to a specific count in the indictment.
I mean, I've never given parties to a crime and said this only applies to, which doesn't mean it can't be given that way, but I've never even been presented with that argument. And frankly, well, okay, I mean, I hear and understand the objection, but I'm not gonna limit it.
And Your Honor, this is my fault. I just wasn't anticipating that we would be reviewing this today. If I can find some case law that.
Yeah, that's fine. And frankly, it's 5 till 6 and we haven't gotten through, and I know we don't want to be here until 7. So let's just pause right here for the evening, and let's, can everybody be back at 8:45 in the morning, and we can get through with, I think, this part of the charge conference?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I've been working on a RICO charge, but I'm still working on it. Does anybody have anything more to present than they've already presented on the RICO in terms of potential language? I know your argument, but.
Yeah, at this point, I don't have any additional language.
All right, well, I will share, so as the pattern jury instructions have been updated in plain language, and not all of them have yet, but like, for instance, murder has. And so now it reads, the state must prove 1, 2, 3, or whatever. And it's been done for a lot of those. There's been a move towards that. There is no pattern for RICO, but what I am trying to do is put the RICO charge in that same kind of format. The state must prove A, B, C, D, E, F elements. So if it's in enough of a form for me to share that, I can, through Ms. Pursfield, share that with everybody to take a look at tonight. It is nascent still. It is not fully formed, but that way y'all can at least have some thoughts as to what I'm thinking would be a correct and also helpful charge for the jury. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. See y'all at 8:45.
All right, so jury's not going to be in until 10, but court's starting at 8:45 tomorrow. So I think to give us some TiVo space, we'll start at like 9:30, something like that. But we'll start before the jury's there. We'll be able to cut out the breaks where they're walking the jury in. What do you guys think about Hilton? Like, well, it could have been Garlington that leaned across the car. I mean, that still doesn't explain. There's certain things that still doesn't explain, if you ask me. But glad to see the state is so sure of what went down that day. Guys, we've had an incredibly, I know direct was a little bit of a struggle, but what a day. What a day all around. I don't know if there's anything interesting over on X as last minute updates. Well, just shout out to Thugger Daily here. But yeah, just going over the jury charges there. But incredibly, incredibly interesting cross-examination so far. And my guess is that Max Shard is like a quarter of the way through. Peter Ortiz for 2 says, another cop with no notes. What a joke, right? Like, do not make that a drinking game. If you were to recap the trial, 162 days in like a couple hours, I would not make reports a drinking game. Like anytime someone asks for the reports, no bueno, no bueno. Thank you so much, Peter. Curious Coco NY says, Viverito is giving love a run for her money, being the worst for our collective blood pressure. Lord of mercy. Yeah, she is really good at giving commentary when she can't give a straight answer. Like, just try to twist around and maybe it'll confuse the jury. How many times during Doug's cross did you hear him say, well, that wasn't the question, or something to that effect? And that might be okay if you do it once or twice, but it's really not a good look overall. So yeah, and good comparison here to love, I think. Thank you, Curious Coco, New York. Chris A, lack of reports is hurting the state big time. Yep. And it might not be such a gotcha if there was other evidence. But what did we just hear with this jury charge session that we went through, right? Oh, well, there hasn't been evidence presented of the DNA. Oh, there hasn't been evidence of someone else possibly being the shooter from the car. It's the state's theory that this, right? When there's no other evidence and there's also no reports together, that is a horrible, horrible look. Thank you for the 2. Positive Q. So I tried to listen when you sent this in. I didn't realize that, but it could have been. So Positive Q was asking, is that, the sound? Was it the sound of the desk? So I didn't notice it, but it's hilarious. And also, speaking of sound effects, I always think it's hilarious when Whitaker's like shaking her pen and you can hear it through the microphone. So I didn't catch this time around, but would not be surprised. MT says, how many cats do you think she lives alone with? Well, she obviously can't be a dog person because she's always trying to sit and listen to wiretap calls at the office. So, but no man, or woman could live with someone this self-important and always right. I mean, you'd be surprised what people will put up with. But I wouldn't want to put up with that type of personality. Her or Love, the way that they argue on and on. So I concur, MT. Jennifer Devine says, what's the difference between speculation and opinion? So speculation is almost like you're filling in the gaps. Your opinion is kind of like your read on what's in front of you. So with speculation, there's the what's in front of you is not there. You have to put something in front of you to then form your opinion on it. So there's a gap between you forming your opinion. So a little bit of a difference there. And a lot of the time you'll see, like, if you know, to clear this up. Meech says, could you imagine Jay Apt crossing her? I think the room would have just like combusted. Just like spontaneous combustion. But I really, really love Doug's cross with that watch. The whole watch thing is just insane to me. We hear you act like you don't know the worth. And then we hear you on body cam talking about, it's valuable. For at least a similar model, same make, just a different band color. Hello? And not for nothing, common sense, Miss Expert, do you think that this jewelry closet is filled with like the type of jewelry you get with your 25 tickets at Chuck E. Cheese? Like when you're down to like deciding between a Tootsie Roll and those like rainbow knitted style little rings? Do you think anything in this closet is going to be that type of quality and price point? Like, let's use some common sense for once. But great point here, Meech. Love J Apt also. One happy white girl says to Jim, right. And there's two Jims in the chat that speak often, Jim R and Jim M. Love both their insights. So I'm going to just agree that, right, probably to whatever they said. Mark Lyon says, odds that Viverito bought us gifted memberships. You know, I don't know about buying. But can you imagine, like, lurking in the chat, Viverito's the recipient of a gifted YouTube channel membership somewhere that one of you guys have given out? Like FFS sniped her today or something, STS sniped her, Angie Lay. Too funny, too funny. Mark, I definitely think she's lurking in YouTube chats, maybe replays, maybe just the comment section. Because if we look at her in a favorable light, she seems like a boomer that doesn't understand how social platforms work. So at best, she might not know how to watch the chat, bring the chat replay back around after she gets out of court for the day. So, but maybe she's gotten a gifted sub. Great food for thought there. Zion42 says, Viverito sounds like my 15-year-old nephew explaining why he got caught doing something wrong and why he's not wrong. Speaking fast, a speech pattern. Put a 1 in the chat if you got the same read. That this is kind of how Viverito's demeanor came off. And the jury gets to weigh that. The jury gets to feel the same way that Zion feels here. So they get to judge the credibility. Thank you so much, Zion. Yeah, one happy white girl. I really love this. The state didn't prepare her for Max. I don't know how much prep could be done. You know, once you've gone through a shoddy investigation, you can't really rewind it. You know, by the time you put forth something that ends up with someone being charged, it's too late to try to clean it up, right? You already made a mess. So, and you didn't mitigate a dang thing. Thank you so much, happy white girl. KC Dog says, imagine having to work with Burrito. Honestly, they probably love her at the office because she's the hard worker. She's the one that takes control of the group project. And unless someone really pushes back on her during the presentation, probably comes off like a teacher's pet. So I bet they love her at the office because she'll go and do, I can't tell you what quality of a job. They might bolster themselves saying it's great quality, but she'll do the work. She'll do the whole group project proudly for everybody. So not a good reflection on the APD over there. But still, I wouldn't want to work with her. TSC, thank you so much for the super sticker here. Definitely appreciate it. Hope you are doing well. Shanita or Big Blue, not to be confused with Big Boo, says, Cat and mods, thanks for all that y'all do. You are welcome. Big shout out. Love to the mods today, especially this is a longer day. Thank you guys for being here holding it down. And Shanita, thank you for the super. You know, the mods are hilarious, but I think this one thing to highlight today, it just caught it out of nowhere. Steph JK said fib burrito, like fib for lie. Fib burrito. I really loved that. I highlighted that one there. So mod love all the time. Special shout out to Steph JK, who will be premiering a song that she created on Club Classy tonight in 2 hours, guys. We're so close to Club Classy. So definitely come hang out with us. One of our own will be presenting their music. That maybe they, I'm going to judge your lyrics. I'm going to pretend to be Viverito and listen to your lyrics stuff. Very excited to hear your music. Infinity, thank you so much for becoming a member. MT says, if the RICO don't fit, you must acquit. The only instruction that they need. I think it's hilarious that the judge herself keeps saying, you're going to bring in John Floyd, right? You're going to bring in John Floyd, right? You guys said you're going to bring in John Floyd. It was her insistence, her suggestion, her checking in to make sure that was still happening. She doesn't want to deal with one of the other knuckleheads trying to write, craft, and put together the suggestions for the RICO charge to the jury. So that's a whole time. But I love this little Too long didn't read jury charge here. Battle Lady says, thank you for my gifted membership. Maybe you got 2 in a row, so that would be awesome if that's the case. And thank you for showing love for whoever gifted you the membership. Finding Good. It could have been Finding Good. Finding Good dropped 5 gifted memberships. So, guys, I've got you in the banner. My bad on being late on these today. Too much of an exciting day to pause and cut off the testimony. We were going full steam ahead. But really, always appreciate when you guys are supporting the channel. And it's super fun when you gift the membership. So thank you, chat, for saying thank you along the way all day today. Angie Lay sprinkling another one here. Thank you so much, Angie. Jennifer Devine, and this is kind of like a little pet peeve of mine. Jennifer asks, what's a charge conference asking for a friend? Because I know everything. Love the way you worded this. But a charge conference is when they come up with the charges that they're going to give the jury. Think of it as a synonymous term, a synonym for instructions, jury instructions. So when we're going to charge the jury, we're going to give them instructions. When we're doing a charge conference, we're working together while the jury's not present to determine the instructions or charges that we're going to read off to the jury, to tell them what they're supposed to be doing when they go deliberate and not doing. So it's a confusing term because charge, it seems like we're going to accuse you of doing something, right? So it's a weird, similar word, but with a totally different meaning than what we're used to hearing. So charge conference just means we're figuring out jury instructions. Good question, though. Muckduck Inc. says people who are testifying need to be held accountable. They are messing with people's lives. Yep, it's not a hee-hee hoo-ha moment. It's not a game. And on top of it, you know, some of the stuff that we're hearing about, I have questions about some of the other defendants waiting their trial, but what about the people that have to sit waiting through this from this indictment that's been out for 2-3 years, awaiting their trial? They have to wait for this one to unfold before they can even really have their day in court. And then you get a witness like this up there who's just saying, you know, I determined who to follow. If I hit notifications on someone's social media account, that's what I was seeing, right? I wasn't looking outside of that. And I didn't document my decision on how I curated what I looked at by issuing any reports. I didn't make any reports. I didn't need to. I've been doing this since 2021, and the only thing that I produced a report for was a Waters Road incident report, where these men were initially seen as victims before you suddenly said, you know, it wasn't at that point in time, we didn't look at them as suspects yet. But at some point, after speaking with Hogan, whenever that was, you suddenly saw them as suspects and issued a warrant. So all of that, and you've got one report relating to your work on anything related to this indictment. Not good. Not good. So, especially since you seem to be curating the stuff you say you looked at. So I think this is problematic because we should not be doing this flip-flop between her being an expert / fact witness. It's not appropriate, and it's certainly not right that they've done this with multiple witnesses in this trial. So, very, very good point. Agree 1,000,000% here, Muckduck Inc. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Riptide G says, this is a feral witness who has developed rabies. Allergic to water. Don't give her the water bottle on the stand. Definitely not the finale that I think the state was hoping for. Gap Girl, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Says, Kat, you've done a magnificent job. You know, I try to make sure this is fun for you guys, but really I'm just interested in following this and glad you guys are here. So thanks for being here as well, and thank you for the kind words. Peter going straight for the jugular here says, who the hell hires these losers? I feel sorry for Atlanta. You know, I mean, in a way, Viverito moved around a bit too. Her history is a bit different than the others, where she got to where she is. But the others all just seemed like, we didn't really want to be out in the field, so we just went over to the gang unit. And then you get Marissa Viverito on the stand today saying, oh, it's not just me that decides, it's our whole unit, the gang unit. We're so great. So, who the hell hires these losers? I think in a part, besides Viverito, who takes herself very seriously and created her own position for herself, where she has no overhead, she's her own little bubble. I think everybody else found themselves their way there because they don't want to be doing field work. So what do they call it? Horizontal promotion? Horizontal promotion where you don't really move up, you just go somewhere else. But I agree with the sentiment here 100%, Peter. Not a good look, and really does nothing to boost my confidence that we're actually out here reducing crime. Orlando Antonio says Max is eating a burrito right now. Wrapping that thing up perfectly. Shout out. Thank you, Orlando. I really do love all the burrito jokes. I think it's so laughable she will not show her face. And she made mention of it like 2 times today. Like, calm down, girl. Like, we know that you're worried about being embarrassed, but your safety's not an issue because you be going up to these grandma's house and trying to chop it up with them, hang out with them, no matter who's coming in or out the house. You're not concerned about your safety. But you're scared about being embarrassed. And I really wish we could see her facial expressions. Oh, it makes me mad. Shout out to Shart eating the burritos, cooking up burritos for all of us. Shanita, thank you for becoming a member. PD Broker, love the bush picture. Love it, love it, love it. We got Viverito in the bush. Let's get this up here. Take us through the rest of these food for thought super chats here. I say it once a week. What a mess. I think daily. I'm surprised it's only once a week for you. Good on you. I feel like that daily, multiple times a day. Thank you again for being a member. Power Moves Chris says what's good for defense is because the jury can't watch the trial. But I'm positive they've seen the news, that news release about the jail conditions. It was headline news, like national news. So again, I think that's something that goes outside the YSL trial watch bubble. And even the Fulton County, we just want to make sure our district attorney's office and our sheriff's office are doing good things with our money. I think it's beyond that too. I think it reached much further. So I agree. And also Power Moves Chris says had to play in their minds at least a little. I agree. At least one juror, right? And even if only one juror is aware of it, if they speak on it during deliberations, now the whole jury is going to think about it, right? So all it takes is one. Jim M, thank you so much again, gifting 5 memberships. That was very generous of you. KC Dog says, Mlat, mod love all the time. And shout out to the dismantling of the tattoos today, right? We had the ESPN tattoo. Lil Wayne, nice first thing to open up cross-exam with. So that was a good time. Went right into it. But shout out Mlat, mod love all the time. YSL Quez says, Young Shart likes ripping that bandage off slow. Yep. I think he's got probably at least all morning. Well, they're going to start late tomorrow. So I think after lunch we'll still be on cross then since we're starting late. And I'm here for it. I complain that direct is dragging on, but I'm here for the cross. And shout out to YSL Quez. Tell us who some of these new names are that we're hearing about. MT says, well, I know this through my detailed investigation that I took no notes. I never investigated any other suspects because I've always been right. That's really how she sounds. That is how she sounds. So, Survivor Speaks, thanks so much again. You've gifted a ton of memberships today. I think Survivor Speaks might be live right now, so sorry that I missed getting to this gift. It was nice of you to do if you're here still listening. If not, pop in. See you soon. Franju P. Diddy says, are deaf people in a gang? They do a lot of hand signs. Yeah, that one video where they queued up to it by saying, oh, I knew because of the clothes they were wearing and all the signs they were showing in the video. That's why I thought this video was interesting. And it just looks like everybody in there was going crazy doing whatever they wanted with their hands. Not all that different from when we see Atkins talking. Like, this is basically that one music video. Just everybody throwing the signs. But who knows? I mean, Viverito, she knows everything. So, it's all nefarious. It's all nefarious. Gamba Kufu's been with us for 3 months and just says, Clat. Thanks for being here, Gambakufu. Floyd sends this. Thank you so much for the 20. But this woman is not smart, right? And that's the thing. What makes someone look worse when they say, I don't know about that. I'm not versed in that. Or when they say, I know because of my investigation. No, I know it's not that. It's because of this. Until you get cornered and forced to concede that you didn't know or you didn't look. Just like that question about who was Shannon Stillwell's lawyer. You weren't looking at that even though you knew you're going to be testifying to lyrics that you curated, you picked out. You said, I think this is of interest. You're the one that chose it. So you think this lyric about Shannon Stillwell saying, just beat a murder rap, paid my lawyer $30 for that, or whatever. Like, you're suddenly not going to know who the lawyer was? If you were a serious investigator, the first thing you would go and find out, if you didn't already know, you'd go see who that lawyer was to see if there's any meat on the bones. But you said, nobody's going to question my work because I'm just right. I'm just right. And what's the problem with that? When you're smart but are not aware of what you don't know, you might as well just be dumb as rocks. Because it will get you in trouble. It will get you caught up. There's nothing worse than someone who's smart that won't admit that there's something out there that they don't know. Nobody knows everything. So Floyd, 1,000,000% here. Obviously, I agree. She's not smart enough to know when she shouldn't play smart. Peter Ortiz, this is such a good back-to-back with that comment from Floyd. Sprinkle conceded a lot. Her ego and misconduct won't allow her to. Right? And we know that we've seen the chat, and me too. Sprinkle, a little bit of I know this, I'm interested in talking about it. Right? He does have that air about him. But at the same time, he's not willing to step into territory and act like he can plant his flag in the sand as an expert on something that he's not ready to nerd out about. He genuinely will nerd out and turn to the jury and talk about something he knows about, but he will not plant his flag the way Marissa Viverito is. Definitely a contrast here. So, good point. Love that was back to back. Thank you, Peter, for the super. STS's burrito is as ego-centered as love. Imagine the two of them in the room together. And that's the thing. We only read the Daubert hearing transcript, but that was Love doing the direct there. And even through a transcript, you could just feel the ugh of the room with the two of them being in there at the time, with Glanville as the judge, who was acting like it's okay for an expert witness to opine on an ultimate issue that the jury is supposed to make a determination of what is actually in the mind of the defendant when they're either doing or maybe doing certain things. That was a hell of a combination in that room for that Daubert hearing. I agree. Big ego here. Would have been a lot if Love was in the room today too. Touche says, oh my God, every could have been is reasonable doubt. Yep. And I think it's even more questionable when we have a lot of confidence and then we have to walk it back after we came out so confidently, right? It's one thing to be confident on an issue and then not so confident on the next issue. When you're confident on an issue one moment and then you walk it back the next, not good, not good. Thank you so much, Touche. KC Dog says, one quick Google search and bam, there's burrito. That's what I mean. Show her face. I'm 100% convinced it's just because she doesn't want to be seen on camera as she's over-representing her expertise. We'll leave it at that. Shannon Alexander says, oh, how I wished Keith Adams was on deck. She's a liar. Let's go Shard. And I know a lot of people probably would have, and I imagine it might have been Brian Steele doing this because he would have gone down all of the lyrics and all of that stuff. But Keith Adams, I really think would ruffle her feathers. I really love Keith Adams' cross with certain witnesses that aren't credible because he just walks them right into, he'll say something like, question. Oh, so you do. And that moment he has is just so calmly and collectively delivered that you can tell it catches the witnesses off guard. It's just a beautiful thing. He's very skilled at that type of questioning with this type of witness. So he is missed. Shannon, he is definitely missed. Thank you for the Keith Adams love here. KC Dog says this is like watching a Jaws movie. He smells the blood in the water. Yeah, with the shark coming up as the transcription in the closed captions. Gotta love it. FFS says the expert was sponsored by Timo Black Friday sale. You know, the Amazon Prime discount week, the deals week. She tried. It looked good before it got to cross. It's like the comparison between what you ordered versus what you actually received when cross-examination comes around. Peter Ortiz says Burrito has lost her beans. I don't think she thinks so. I don't think she thinks so. AK says she crashed out. Now she's going to be down bad. The burrito is unwrapped. Thank you, AK. How do you think she's going to get back on the stand tomorrow? Same demeanor? Not the same demeanor? I don't know. I think she's going to look up herself on the internet and see reactions to her. So talk about her on X, guys. Do some chatter on X. Let her see what people think of her cross-examination. Touche says she should really go with less is more and stop. It would have been more impactful. It wouldn't have gotten her down this like credibility avalanche, right? She put herself all the way at the top with her credibility, her bolstering, her amazing investigations. And then Shark came out and made one noise that like cranked it and caused an avalanche, a mudslide. There you go. Thank you so much, Touche. KC Dog says she's an expert thief, but she left that off her credentials. Listen, I think that watch is super suspect. And I really never suspected that I'd really have a strong, like, I would say 50-50. Marissa, and I'm saying that on a stream. If I was watching this in a chat, maybe I'd be a little bit more, I'd have a little more gusto behind what I'm about to say. But I'm willing to say 50-50 chance here that I feel like Viverito, if this is like a civil issue where the standard is different, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. If I was a jury and you just had to tell me like 51 more probable than not, she's the reason that watch went missing. Oh, I would be in that jury room like, listen, and it's pink. Get her. Because at that point, if it's not her, she should have given us a clue on who else it could have been. So get her. At the civil standard, get her. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, definitely interesting demeanor talking about that watch. Love to see it. John Coleman, yes. Damn it, Doug, I'm a gang expert, not a jeweler. Right, I only know about jewelry when I can talk about someone having a 24 million bounty on their head, or maybe things like they're obviously talking about money that's from ill-gotten gains, right? But when you ask me specifics, especially like the Dolly making $210K in a day, she's like, well, I don't know. You made yourself know when it was convenient for you. You did the wax nose modeling. Thank you so much, John. Allie B from Tennessee says, so you think Steele is texting Max right now and Max is showing Doug? I love seeing them. So excited. Yeah, and it's really nice. The silver lining of Viverito not being shown is we get to see the interactions at the defense table, and I think that's been an interesting watch. And this wouldn't really be the case if they hadn't had these plea deals. We'd have a different arrangement of the courtroom. But really, there's been something nice to watch with this group of the remaining two co-defendants, their co-counsel, and their whole teams sitting there reacting to this particular witness, front row and center. Right? I feel like watching them and their reactions is like basically what I can imagine you guys in the chat if we were able to see like a panel of your faces in the audience. Kind of like that. So I'm sure Steele is still connected with these guys. I think they all get along really well. So I don't know if that was what they're texting in the moment, who they're texting, but I'm sure they've had conversations over the course of the last 2 weeks. And I know Steele's got to be in tune with this mess that Viverito's putting on the stand. I think he was waiting for this particular witness. So, unfortunately, we can't see it. Thank you, Allie B. Yeah, so YSL doesn't have a leader now? Right, like, who's Big Slime? So he's Big Slime. He calls himself Big Slime. Well, no, he uses it other times. Viverito wanted to make Big Slime more than Shannon Stillwell even tried to make it. No, other people call him Big Slime. So who's the big? Every time the word Lil or big is mentioned in a text message, even when it could be talking about a relative, right? My big bro, my little bro. Viverito looks like she did a Control F, search for that term, and says, they're talking about the chain of command. It's Jeffrey Williams. And then we get all this confusion today about who's actually ordering who around. Several different pieces of today's testimony ties back to questions of who was calling the shots. Who was the leader? And when she was backed into a corner, now she just doesn't know, or it could be. So, great question, Meech, because, the state tried to paint a theory here, and their last witness is leaving it up in the air. Kat Fink is a longtime lurker, not in the bushes. Thanks for sub gift. Oh, I'm glad you got one. Thanks for being here. And even if you do end up lurking in the bushes, not the same bush as Viverito, we do appreciate our lurkers here. So shout out to our lurkers. And thank you so much, Kat Fink. John Coleman wants a pink watch emoji. I don't know if I'll get around to that. Not gonna lie. But we can use a combination of the pink hat and the regular emoji here. But maybe on the break tomorrow, maybe put something together for the fun of it. FFS is gifting 5 memberships. So let's get a ton of FFS in the chat because there's 5. Then we get another one, 6, 7. How many trickled in here? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there was a chunk of gifted memberships here from FFS. So another big thank you again. FFS, thanks for all the support and love today. And for turning so many people green. Super nice of you. And you were missed the other day. You were missed. You were definitely missed by the chat. Multiple people were asking about you. So glad to have you back hanging out on such a momentous day. Tracy Fagan says, tell me that there's no one else in that jail that didn't run the phone call, that didn't run to the phone and call someone and tell them get me out of here because someone was stuck. Yeah, this whole part of the testimony pisses me off because you just spent all of this time playing hours and hours of jail calls and people talking on the phone to apprise, right? How many times have we heard, oh, we want to play this because they're apprising someone on the outside of what's going on. But at the same time, then later in the same day, they're trying to act like there's no way somebody could have knowledge about something unless they did it themselves or were present when something happened. But you spent half of your day saying that they're always apprising each other of stuff. So which one is it? So Tracy, this is extremely frustrating. But yeah, I mean, they're going to argue the duality in one direction when it makes sense for them. The wax knows. The wax knows. Thank you, Tracy. Nancy New One Too says delaying, hoping to call Duke on rebuttal. Now, I think Duke would be a bigger rebuttal witness for DeMonte Kendrick. So if he's not putting up a case in chief, that's done. That's not even in the realm of possibility here. So unless Shark gets into something that would whatever on his case in chief. But I do think there's a big strategy behind what Doug is doing. And we saw a little bit of DeMonte Kendrick today because, oh, his tattoos. We're going to skip the sideshow Bob. We're going to skip the word between the tattoo that we're reading. So questions all around there. The defense never has to present a case in chief. Obviously, there could be good reasons that it's strategic for them to do so. But I do think Doug has really, even today specifically, made a good case for his client's innocence through his cross-examination of Viverito plus other witnesses. So by not crossing, I think this would eliminate not presenting a case in chief, I think this would eliminate rebuttal opportunities to call Duke if the state actually really wants to. I would tune in if that happens for sure. But great thought here, Nancy New. Mike DeMob is saying, are you going to cover YNW Melly? Now, I watched the first trial run, and I'm only like lightly trying. I keep missing stuff, right? I haven't been able to dive in, and there's been a lot of motion in that trial now, which I'm interested in, but just can't take on. So I don't know if I'm going to cover YNW Melly. I'll probably be watching that one. Also curious with the Courtney Clenny case if those might go to trial around the same time, because they both keep getting pushed back further and further. So I don't think I'll be covering this. I will be following and may have thoughts once in a while. Definitely interested in trial number 2. So, okay, Grammar, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Super nice of you. Let's get some eagles going in the chat. Always love dropping these emojis. Big thank you here to K Grammar. Also, speaking of grammar correcting me, my words, my vocabulary, Peter Ortiz says it's green chili, not sauce. Isn't it kind of both, like a green chili enchilada sauce? They use the green chilies to create the sauce. So hold on, cut me some slack. Cut me some slack here. Peter Ortiz, you will show up in a heartbeat when food is the subject matter, which I appreciate. I can relate to that. Very, very much so. So, enchiladas sound great. That poll was split earlier, pretty close with red versus green. I think tomorrow for Taco Tuesday, instead of a burrito, gonna do some enchiladas. So, shout out to Peter Ortiz for funding the food over here. Tracy Fagan says, how do you know that it is Stillwell? Maybe it's Bridge Guy. Yeah, so if you've been watching or following along, because it's not televised, but following along through others that are covering the Delphi, Richard Allen, he was convicted. A lot of questions. We say with certainty, we have a witness, in this case, an expert witness that's also a fact witness, trying to say things with certainty. Are they really certain? Because one thing that seems interesting about Delphi is the state, the prosecutors in that case didn't seem to want to ask their witnesses to try to identify if they saw Bridge Guy in the courtroom with them. In other words, if they would identify the defendant as who they saw as Bridge Guy. But very interesting. And Tracy, you sent this earlier in the day, but this is especially interesting with that question to the state at the end during the jury instructions meeting that we had at the end of court. Is it your theory that Shannon Stillwell or who was doing what in those cars? Right? The state doesn't even know. So, not a question, not a level of confidence you like to hear when this has been going on for years and years. Touche says, there's no way she could have thought this would take 2 hours. Paige should say something about her lying. Yeah, I mean, she should have known, at least even with the footage. The footage had to be like 2 hours worth. So I don't know. And whoever called it in the chat saying that one approach might be because Hilton didn't want to say in front of the jury and get yelled at by the judge. She wanted to approach to say, hey, this might be a good time to take a break for lunch. I think that really might have been what it was. So I agree, Touche. She should have known. But are we surprised it took way longer? One happy white girl says, Hilton and Burrito are both fans of Young Thug. As old as I am, I definitely like some of his music, even though I might be a little biased coming from the same area. No, I mean, but he has such a diverse catalog. I think I think it'd be weird to not like something that Young Thug has been a part of because he has such a huge catalog out there. So I don't think this is weird at all. I don't think it's an age thing. Maybe you don't want to listen to certain types of songs, but there's been a ton of radio hits too. So, and if you're biased because you're from the area, that's okay. Support your locals. Thank you so much for the super here, one happy white girl. KC Dog says, court should mandate that attorneys with long hair have their ears visible. I swear Love and Fonnie are in Hilton's earbud telling her questions to ask, LOL. Now, if you were the defense and someone was giving a play-by-play to your opponent, but the play calls were turning out the way they're turning out, would you try to call it out and put a stop to it? I don't know if I buy into this theory, but just saying, would you want it to stop if the questions that are coming out of whatever alleged, earpiece conversations, would you want it to stop, or would you just let it keep going? Because I would let it keep going. I would let it keep going. One Happy Wargo says, and we all know Max will kill the cross in a third of the time. Team Max, Team Thug. He's doing great. I think Doug did great. I think Max is doing great and will continue to do great. And he gets to go home tonight. He had made a post like he was on dad duty doing meals because mom is busy. So if he's still doing that tonight, he's literally gonna chef it up. No updates from anyone here also over here. Sometimes we get additional notifications from Joseph Pat, but I don't see anything. But he'll literally be cooking it up tonight if he's on dinner duty and then coming back into the courtroom tomorrow. So I cannot wait. MC, thank you for becoming a member. FFS says Shart's opening. I'm Max Shart and I represent Shannon Stillwell. Love his opening when he approaches. Yeah, me too. And he says it with like the same tone or pitch each time too. It's very consistent. Mike the Mob says, oh, she freestyled. Hug S. So I'm not sure. I think this is probably talking about how she freestyled maybe the meaning of lyrics. So if that's what you're saying here, I agree. MT says she's a nasty manipulator that's never been wrong in her life. She's trying to predict what he's asking. Yep. And I think it caught her up. I really think that Instagram screenshot, and the jury was still in there when she started to finally, after Kokomo showed her the video playing and she realized it wasn't because of the audio, but because of what was moving on the screen, all of the words, she finally realized. And the jury was still there when she started to utter, well, I took a screen grab. You did it to yourself, Viverito, and I love it. I love it. Thank you, MC. STS says, proof by contradiction, valid in math and science. Well, I don't know if Viverito thinks this way. I don't think Viverito thinks this way. I think the best, and not the best, but I think Viverito thinks it's okay for her to say, and I'm going to go back to the issue where Hilton was asking questions. Everything that you hear in these wiretap calls, when you ask Shannon Stillwell about those same things, did he tell them to you? Was he willing to talk to you about them? And she said no. And she had said during her Daubert hearing that she knew certain things were true because of what people wouldn't say to her face when she was talking to them. So if they weren't willing to talk to her about something, she knew some truth was there. And I get that might feel like an acceptable gut instinct. Oh, you suddenly went quiet. Why don't you want to talk about that? Right? There might actually be a little bit of something there. But to base so much on that with such confidence, I don't think she gets to the level of looking for contradictions. I think she just decides, I already think something, and when I press them on it, if they don't answer, it means I'm right. Right? So this is a very generous super chat here. Thank you so much, STS, our IT, resident IT guy of the chat. Big thank you here. Let's get some W's in the chat for STS. And then Survivor Speaks, I'm sure I'm missing you because I really think you're live right now. Thank you again for the gifted sub. Sprinkling and sniping out here. MT says, remember Doug said Max needed a day or two to crosshair? It's about to get really good. Yep, because we haven't even gotten into... I know we're going to get back into that video, right? So can you imagine all of this other stuff? It's kind of like a sideshow, right? Oh, we know they did it because the lyrics. They're talking about this stuff in songs. They talk about blue tip rounds and blah, 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 blah. So obviously they're talking about something that they did, this thing that we're accusing them of doing. All of this sideshow stuff, and then Max is inevitably going to get to the, and you looked at the license plate readers, these videos, these other cars. We're going to bring back a common sense question of, well, according to the state's own medical examiner, it simply wouldn't have been possible for those brake lights to flicker on and off when Shannon Stillwell was still in the area. He'd already pulled off before that went down. So after all of this, we're going to tie it right back into that thing that kind of is taking a back burner, but it's not gone. It is not gone. So, oh, you're still here. Okay. Oh, you're not going live today. Okay, I thought I saw something scheduled, but who knows? I don't know. I probably just, you know, I think I'm so used to the routine of seeing you go live. So my bad. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Helen Pierce says, are you not entertained? Yes, yes, we are, Max. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000,000%. MT says he chose the words, I just screenshotted it at the most convenient, out of context, damning possible to put in front of the jury as his own words, and then doubled down on it until Kokomo was ready to show me the video without audio. Oh, why isn't the song important? Why are you only showing me the words on the screen? Come on now. Come on. So, I highly doubt there isn't somebody on the jury that doesn't know what was happening the very first time she tried to deny it. Pisses me off, really. On a positive note, Muck Duck Inc. Holy moly. Holy moly. Let's get some ducks in the chat. Some W's and ducks in the chat. Muck Duck Inc. made 50 people green today, which is just an incredibly huge dump of gifts on the chat. If Viverito had a chance to lurk, right? She's in court today, but she's lurking. Maybe one of them went to her. Super, super grateful here for the 50 gifted memberships here, Muck Duck Inc. I got you in the banner a long time ago. I'm just so far behind. It's very humbling to have that problem. But this is so nice. This is so nice. Look at the ducks going. The slime ducks. So big, big thank you here to Muck Duck Inc. Just incredibly generous. And then let's see. Yep, so STS says speculation is opinion with little or no evidence. Yep, it's kind of like inventing the way to get there. Like, how did you get to your conclusion? Right? And it's I don't know, it's like a Dora the Explorer episode, like bridge, mountain, gooey, geyser. That's how where we gotta go to get to where we gotta be. But we're just gonna guess the places we gotta go. We're gonna fill in the blanks because we don't have a map. We didn't actually look. We didn't actually ask anybody where we're supposed to go. We're just making it up. We're just filling in all the blanks ourselves. So, a lot of that. What was the total objection counts? So for direct, objections made, I had 35. One, or the Hilton had to change up her answer because of the objection. 24. So over half were sustained or caused a change. There were 11 approaches, and one of them was a sua sponte request by the judge. Can y'all approach? So there you go. That's and again, I think that's huge because I think a lot of the time defense wasn't objecting because it's helpful to let her go on and on and on and catch her up later. So I still think 35 is a lot of objections, and it says a lot that 24 was sustained. So, Midnight Snack says, why did VV say something about someone being murdered in SB's presence? I think... So is this going to, like, the physicality, the murders were happening, and I was trying to mitigate and monitor it? I think she was just trying to make it sound scary by association. I could be mistaken, and maybe we're talking about the Tierra and Shakoya when they're in the car, and she had a slick response to Max Sharp bringing that up. Did you know he's trying to get it back together, pull it together, and, you know, had just had this ordeal where he's driving in a car and the car is being shot at, and one of the passengers ends up passing away because of it. So you might be talking about a slick response she gave during that. But really, there's a pattern where anytime she has the opportunity to yell something about violence, murder, bad things, she inserts it in her answer, even when it's completely unnecessary. So either way, I think it would apply to either thing that you're talking about, that you might be talking about here. Thank you for the 5 midnight snack. Love a good midnight snack. MT says no reports. I investigated it perfectly the entire time. No other suspect. I didn't look at anyone else's Instagram. I already know who did these crimes. Trust me. Kind of reminds me of the Cobb County jail investigation, the report that Nathan Wade was supposed to get special prosecutor, right? It's all in my head. It's all in my head. All in my head. Not in Little Head or other Little Head's head. I can't believe there's 2 Lil Heads. Heard a lot about new names today, but Little Head is crazy, especially to be 2. For always, forever, for life. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Always love to have you around. Good to hang out with you, and hopefully get to hang out with you in a chat somewhere soon. MT says, what's Love going to read if Paige isn't going to allow the reading of the entire indictment? Now, that doesn't mean that it can't be used. So jury instructions and closing arguments are different. And on closing, the parties could say, now you're going to get asked to do this one thing and reference the jury instructions. So this doesn't mean that Love can't talk about jury instructions and what the jury is going to be tasked to do in closing arguments. So I think we'll actually hear that. It's not outside the realm here. So sorry. I guarantee you they'll talk about what they should go back there and find. And I still think it's going to be Love. I don't know why I think it's going to be Love, but I think it's going to be Love. Muckduck Inc. says, and holy moly, Muckduck Inc. More W's in the chat for Muckduck Inc. This is very generous here. $50 super chat. Wait, how in the hell can you charge someone, but then say, we're not sure who, but think someone did it, yet there is a third car, this is bloody nuts. And I think that they're just using like the RICO as a way to say, somebody did it and we don't want to have to prove who, but if we say that they're all involved, then that should be enough. And I still don't think that that's really the way to do it. But, let's see. How did they write this in? Go over to the indictment. Yeah, so this particular murder, there's other times, like for example, like with Rodelius Ryan, he wasn't facing a murder charge in this trial. There was a separate trial for that. But here, commit the felony offense of murder. I don't know. I feel like they need to be a little bit clearer. I don't know. I don't know why they get to do that and just not even have a clue or a theory. And what'll be interesting is I wonder if the same type of testimony will rope them up when they try Damekion Garlington, right? When he has his trial. So, I don't know. It's infuriating. I think it's infuriating. I think it's a way to reduce the burden that the state is supposed to carry in their case. But I guess it exists. I guess that's how the statute's written, and that's what it permits. And remember, Fulton County was in front of the Georgia Senate Committee asking for an expansion of prosecutorial powers. They want greater powers to prosecute gang-related crimes. They want to broaden the scope even further than what it already is. So just keep that in mind. Great food for thought, Muckduck Inc. Sorry I don't really have complete clarity here because I think it's nuts. I think it's nuts. And again, I guess it's in the jury's hands. Big thank you again. Deanne sniping a membership out here. Big thank you to Deanne. Getting someone green out there. Nancy New One Too says, still in shock that Justin Cobb got a public defender before others and he hasn't even been arrested yet. Yep. Others still hadn't met their lawyers in June. Yep, so Justin Cobb is still on the run, but still charged in this indictment. So, I mean, all right. All right. Not really all that sure how we're supposed to really say we know who did what in the Donovan Thomas shooting, but all right. We just figured out a few weeks ago what a curb was and what happened where with a curb in the Donovan Thomas shooting 2-3 weeks ago. So, you know, we're clearly still putting together some details there. So what does it matter if someone's still on the run and maybe we haven't really questioned them? Nancy knew this whole case is a mess. So, and also big shout out to, I think it's really great that the co-defendants, when there has been a conflict of interest issue, where it was important, everybody seems willing to waive the issue so representation can continue for somebody. So, because that's kind of crazy, right? You're running out of attorneys to represent people because everyone's had to represent somebody before that they may be a co-defendant with later on. So, Squirrel Brain Gang says Burrito said YSL was not from Rock Crew. Did she say that? If she said that, I missed that. That would be insane. That would be insane. I have to defer to chat on that. I don't remember that. I do remember her, like, throwing out a bunch of names of, like, different gangs. So I'm going to defer to the chat. We'll flip back over there and see. I don't remember. I know a lot of the witnesses were like, well, Rock Crew was music and whatever. I think they've confused that issue when they could have had something there in front of the jury. Tia, thank you for becoming a new member. MT says Burrito is down bad. The DA's office is going to have to whack her. No, be careful. They're going to come get you for this chat. She's going to screenshot it. She's going to need to drive her stick down to get a slider at the local watering hole. Oh man, we got to get a monitoring and mitigating in here too, because I swear she walked herself back from saying mitigate because she realized she hasn't done anything to prevent anything. But this is hilarious. Lots of wordplay today. She should start writing. She should start ghostwriting. MT also says, Viverito trained the lyrics expert how to testify. How is that not self-bolstering? The DA trained the police how to investigate and testify. It's all one big circular mess. I think it's really not a good way to approach things. So, MT, thank you for all your support today and your commentary. It is greatly appreciated. And, you know, this rings true. Let's not forget that she's the trainee and then the trainer. She picks up with the theories that existed when she came into the scene in like 2020 and 2019, whatever. And then she propels it in a linear direction with a completely constrained state of mind for what she's actually investigating, because she's only going to continue to look at the things she's already chosen to look at. She's following the accounts of certain individuals and not looking at other stuff. She's not giving us any type of notes on her methodology. That's our expert. That's our top dog expert. Really ugly. Really, really ugly. And then Kay Grammer, I think you gifted another 5 memberships, so big thank you to Kay Grammer here in the chat. Super nice. You guys are dropping gifted memberships left and right today. Thank you so much. Ayana Davis says, still need more soothing around Jeffrey Williams stopping Max Cross with Detective Viverito. I wanted that. Oh, Judge Whitaker. I wanted that video played. Yeah. It seems like that issue's still unresolved. It seems like they're going to go back and say that that was excluded. But if it was excluded for one reason, and, you know, now they want to go back to it for another reason, something makes it relevant, there might be a way to revive it. You said you need soothing. I'm not saying this to soothe you. I've said it already, so it's just me speaking off the chest. I think the jury can still take away from that, and it's the last thing that they heard before they were sent out. I still think there was enough there for the jury to piece it all together. What else was Max Sharp getting at except asking, who chose these words? He chose these words? Who chose these words that are on the screen while a song is playing? These song lyrics are on the screen. Who chose these words? Oh, he put them there. He chose them? He put them there? And then you have Kokomo clearly going to play the whole exhibit for her. What else would he be doing? And then she suddenly tries to murmur that it's a screenshot, still frame. So I don't consider that soothing you. That's my real opinion of how that went down. I think the jury can get exactly where Sharp was going with his facetious questions, quite frankly, facetious questions. Oh, he put them down? He chose those words? So, but I feel you, and I hope that whatever the ruling was, there's a understandably different circumstance, different question being asked here. Let the video get played. Let him continue his questioning there. Would love to see it either way. No, defense never got the gang training manual. Never got the gang training manual. So, and I don't see, and I could be missing it, but, yeah, I don't think I heard that part about the rock crew thing. So I'm going to chalk that one up. And chalk that one up came up as a term today that's apparently, I guess it means something that I don't know that it means. But I'm going to chalk that one up about rock crew to just something that I missed. So, and then Survivor Speaks. Thank you for still being here. Sorry that I was like telling the world you have a live today. Thug has new music out, first day out. I think that's not real. If that's like from the Spider Plug account, I don't think that that's a real song. I mean, it might be a real like file, but it's not actually Jeffrey Williams. It's just like AI. He made a song, I Beat a Rico. Steel is mentioned in the song. He made a song about Rich Homie Quan. I do think that Spider Plug count is AI, so and that's not to take away if it's something enjoyable to listen to, but just saying, I don't think it's him coming up with these words. So just be aware of that. Really crazy what AI is capable of. I mean, ABCs of Steel is AI, which we can end with that today if you guys want. But Survivor Speaks. Survivor Speaks. I think him mentioning Steel and Rich Homie Quan, I wouldn't be surprised if he has a song come out in the future where we see more references. And I know he's referenced Steel before in, I forget the lyric, but a long time ago. So, but there we go. We are caught up. It is 7 o'clock, you guys. So, I don't know. Maybe I never get to redirect to Club Classy because it's usually so much later in the day. But maybe I could do a redirect there. You guys can hit the notify button if you want to come hang out at 8 o'clock when it starts. Steph JK is going to be premiering her music for the first time. So that's awesome. That's incredibly awesome. Clap in the chat here for Steph JK. Put your slipper socks, your grippy socks on. Let's see. Let's set up a redirect there. And again, anything else that you guys are tuning into tonight, shout it out in the chat. There might be some Ryan Hall, y'all, content. I see pulling up a window that there's some weather, some pending weather. Have to see how that goes. There is Club Classy, Classy Beats. Okay, so I can't redirect to Classy Beats, so I need his womp womp sound effect. I can't redirect to him anyway. I see Lake and Riley, Sovereign Citizen. Oh, it's Biggin. Biggin is covering a sovereign citizen case. Attorney Melanie Little is talking about, it just says breaking New York City homeless, but I can't see anything else. It only gives me a little preview. Nurse Kim, JFK, show off. Well, let me type YSL and see if you guys want to. Okay, so Nick is live doing his recap. And everything else is upcoming. So, if you guys want, where do you guys want me to send you? Oh, it's snowing? Holy moly. Is Runkle live? Or, oh, tonight, because it's Monday. So that'll probably be later. Shout out to Ian Runkle, Runkle of the Bailey. Love his Monday night shows. You know what? We can do that. That's one I don't think I've ever redirected to, so we can plug that in there. I'm going to drop the link here to Nick. And again, an hour away, we've got, let's see. Hello, Classy. So there you go. See you guys somewhere out here in these YouTube streets. And thank you so much for a great stream. Looking forward to seeing you. We'll start around like 9:30 tomorrow. But for good times here, since we don't get steel cross-examination, we're going to end it with some... Oh, hold on. We have a free bird. Nem, thank you for being a member for 3 months. You're saying thank you, Kat. Thank you right back. But for good measure here, let's run it back to ABCs of Steel. You guys all have a great morning, evening, good night, and see you tomorrow.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette. G as in Goldfetter. K as in Kittens. M as in Magic. P as in Perfect. C as in Colette. U as in Unbelievable. V as in Victory. W as in Wonderful.
O for objection, S for sustain, E for buffering, E for Pepto-Bismol. S for slime, my friend, and U as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall, M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P, T for telling me anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong with ABCs of Steel. You can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real.